The 2023 Road to MotoGP in the Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship is coming to a close. The Circuit Ricardo Tormo here in Valencia, our traditional curtain closer, 4 kilometers in length, and an abundance of action awaiting. Overtaking hotspots right the way through this tight and twisty circuit. It's always giving drama. This year, no different. In Junior GP, we've had 6 different winners, 12 different podium finishers. Be sure over 2 17-lap races today that gets added to. It is the final round of the season. Clear blue skies don't tell the full story here, though, in Cheste, just outside of the Valencian city centre. We have had massive gale force winds right the way up until this morning. We have got jumbled up grids to get through. We have had a lack of track time. There was no running on Thursday or Friday. Kiko Giles here, Steve English back alongside me for the season finale. Steve, let's get into it. We've got the title already decided in Junior GP, but there's a massive fight for second place and personal pride at honour before they go into their off-season.
Yeah, once again, it's been a great year for the Junior GP classes. We've had 6 different winners. We've had 12 riders on the podium. We've had a dozen riders leading races at the end of a lap as well. So it's been an action-packed season all the way through.
This is what happened last time out at Motorland Aragon for Junior GP. We had a title on the line in Angel Piqueras. The number 18 was going for pole position, and he did have to work hard to fend off the opposition. Of course, last time out there was only 1 race for Junior GP. Nico Carraro was right in the mix, David Almanza too, despite long lap penalties. Alvaro Carpe and Luca Lanetta formed a massive rivalry, and we'll get back to that on track later today in Valencia. Jacob Ralston had to come through from outside the top 10 and was right in contention along with his teammate Joel Esteban. But as usual, chopping and changing at the front. We also had Adrian Cruces right up there. There was this massive crash on the last lap for Nico Carraro, but the championship did go the way of Angel Piqueras. He moves on to the Moto3 World Championship next year. He's looking to sign off on a high this weekend. As you can see, we are primed for action here. Just over 10 minutes until we get underway here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. 61 degrees Fahrenheit air temperature. It's probably the lowest we've had all year. It's only 22 degrees centigrade track temperature, 16 degrees air in centigrade. It's chilly. It's November as well in Valencia, of course, and it's never normally a warm one. Steve, we were here earlier in the year in May. Pretty nice weather, pretty predictable racing in terms of there were no anomalies. They've had no running Thursday or Friday. How important is that going to be for the Junior GP lads? 2 races for them as well.
Well, a lot of the Junior GP riders have a lot of experience, whether it's a few years in the European Talent Cup, a lot of them double duty in the Red Bull Rookies Cup as well, so they're used to having pretty limited track time in a lot of cases for the Rookies Cup and things like that. So for these riders, they'll be able to adapt to it. It's for some of the other riders, a little bit more inexperienced riders in the European Talent Cup, or especially the stock class later in the day, that's probably going to be the most interesting thing for how they adapt, just because it's this big wind that's blowing all the way around Cheste that is going to affect things, and that's what the riders have to deal with.
Xavi Zuratuza took pole position, the first of his career. Let's find out what happened on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, this weekend is amazing because we lose two days of training, and now we do the pole position, my first pole position in the Junior GP class, and I'm very happy for the work with the team, with my family, with my sponsor, and it was a very good qualifying because the strategy it was very good, and I'm super happy. Tomorrow the target is the second position in the championship, and we will see what happens tomorrow. We have 2 races. Yes, I like this track. It's not the most I like it, but I like too much. It's a small track. You can see every corners, and I like it. It's special, Valencia.
Valencia is a special track. It's hosted many crowning moments right across the landscape of motorcycle racing. Think back to 2006 in MotoGP. Think back to last year here in MotoGP. Also in Junior GP. And Steve, a new pole sitter, Jabi Zuratuz. He was our 100th race winner back at Portimao. He's already got his name in the history books, and he is looking good this weekend.
And you can see here his tail at the tape for the season so far. It doesn't really show the full story. In Catalonia, that retirement was from a podium position as well. He's been really strong this season. Second front row of the campaign as well. He's trying to end the year in style.
We're going to move through the grid here, so we're going to take you to Luca Lanetta. He should be lining up in second place. The number 58 got his elbows out last time out with Alvaro Carpe. Here he is, best qualifying this year, was a pole position in Portugal, both races, Estoril and Portimao. He has had podiums, 2 P3s, and one of them came last time we were here in Valencia. He knows his way around this track. In fact, it was his first podium in the class.
Yeah, he's second in the championship, but there's only 19 points between him and Jacob Rolston down in 6th in the championship. So all to play for Luca Lanetta today.
Alvaro Carpe, of course, is next up in the championship. Interestingly, between them, only 6 points. And like I say, they had a massive fight last time out at Aragon. This is Adrian Cruces. Cruces still without a race win in Junior GP, despite podiums, despite poles. A best qualifying of the year was 3rd at Portimao. He's matched that this weekend. He goes from the front row. Perfect opportunity to snatch a victory before the season comes to a close.
Yeah, you can see there are 3 top 5s in a row. If he's able to come away with 5 top 5s in the last 5 races, it does show that he's had that experience all the way through the year of getting better and better and more consistent. And that's what teams are looking for in this championship.
Great to see good fan clubs here this weekend. Jabi Zuratuz on your left, Alberto Fernandez, he's up in Moto 2 on the right. When we came in this morning, Steve, massive queue for the pit walk. Nico Carraro was one of the riders they were looking for. He was a race winner right at the start of this season in Estoril. It's been distant since then. No podium and only 2 top 5s, although one of them was here in Valencia.
Yeah, he also had 3 races in the Moto3 World Championship, came away with 11th place finish in the wet, the crazy conditions of Phillip Island. So for him, it's all about trying to just build up towards next season as much as anything else. It is difficult in the Junior GP class to find that consistency, but he needs to be able to do that over the course of the winter.
His teammates should be lining up alongside him. Jacob Ralston, the Australian from New South Wales. Here he is in number 12, taken out in the last lap last time out at Aragon by teammate Joel Esteban in what was a disastrous last 4 corners for the Aspar team. All 3 of their riders going down. First podium of the year, came here in Valencia, 2 second places. They are his 2 podiums. He would love, before he goes to the Moto3 World Championship, to grab a win, Steve.
Finished top 5 in the Rookies Cup this year, can easily finish top 5 in Junior GP as well. If you can do that across both feeder championships, it does show your talent. And like you said, he's going to be in the World Championship next season.
6th place goes to Facundo Yambias, the number 94 Uruguayan rider from Paysandú in South America. No wins or podiums or poles, but this is his best qualifying. 6th on the grid. His previous best was 7th of the season. That was at Jerez. Steve, good form, 3 top 10s in the last 3 races. He'll be looking to end this year was showing the form that we know from previous championships that he's capable of.
5 rounds this year, he's qualified inside the top 3 rows of the grid, so the speed's there, but finding that consistency has been a struggle for him. But the one good thing is he's coming here on the back of 3 top 10s in a row. He needs to be able to maintain that form.
Champion already, Angel Piqueras has wrapped up the title last time out at Aragon, and as soon as he's been crowned champion, he suffers his worst qualifying performance of the season. Head of row 3 for Piqueras, but look at the form. In all of the races, he's finished outside the podium places just twice. That is the mark of a champion.
Yeah, but you also look at what he did in Rookies Cup. He was able to come away with the Rookies Championship this year as well. He started the season with 5 wins in the opening 6 races, similar to what he did here with 3 wins in the first 4, and he really was able to build up all the way through. He does look like he's one of those big stars of the future that you always see coming through the ranks here in Junior GP.
This is the number 14 of Cormac Buchanan, New Zealander Cormac Buchanan. He's another rider, Steve, who doubles up in both championships, Red Bull Rookies and here in Junior GP. He actually qualified on the front row last time out, but a penalty meant he started from the back. This time, he goes from 8th.
Super impressive mid-season in Jerez. He came away with 2 top 5s. He does look like he's been able to find a little bit of an improvement this year on that AGR bike. But for Buchanan, it's about, like I said, for some of those other riders, building up for next season as much as anything else.
9th place on the grid. We are going to go and check out Alvaro Carpe very soon, the Murcian rider. He is a bit of a Valencian specialist. His first podium of the season, the first podium in this class, came here, and his best result in his debut year, last year, also came here, although it was 16th then. 3 podiums in 2023, no win, no 2 second places, 1 third, 5th last time out at Aragon.
And in Estoril, the opening race of the year, he was disqualified from a podium. So if you put a P3 in that, you see just how strong he was all the way through the season. Only one retirement this year, and that was in race 2 in Catalonia. Other than that, he's been between 5th and 10th pretty much all the way through the campaign. He's been very consistent. He's done a good job this season. And for Carpe, he's just another one of those long list of riders coming through Murcia that's got that talent.
Carpe's 3rd in the championship, 6 points adrift of Lanetta. Lanetta goes from 2nd, Carpe from 9th. Head of row 4, Alessandro Morosi. 39 points this year, only 15th in the championship standings, but back in the top 10 on the grid, looking to get back in the top 6 overall. His best result of the year coming here earlier in the year in May. Morosi 6th then. Can he repeat it? He'll be looking to do it from the head of row 4.
Yeah, he also had a podium in the Italian Championship earlier this year as well at Mugello. He came back for 1 round only and 2 top 6s, including a podium. So he's a rider that probably would have expected to make more of a step this year, 18 years of age. So he's at that point where he really does need to start showing those end of season results.
Eddie O'Shea will go from 12th place. Now, his best qualifying of this year and indeed of his career was at Jerez earlier in the year. He hasn't quite matched the podium he achieved at Jerez last year, but he has been a consistent force inside them top 6, top 5 places. Podium potential for sure, but he's got work to do from the from the back of row 4.
Yeah, and for Eddie, it's one of those situations, turned 17 a couple of weeks ago, and it is now for him really to make that step as that talent team rider.
We are ready to go then for Junior GP, race number 11 of 12. Xabi Zuratuza, a first ever pole sitter. Luca Lanetta looking to consolidate 2nd in the championship. Adrian Cruces still hasn't won a race. Plenty of stories to look at right the way through the field, and just look at the array of nationalities in them front 3 rows alone. We have at least 5. Don't forget, want to talk about a rider, we didn't see him on the grid. We rushed to see Eddie O'Shea, but in 11th place in the middle of the 4th row, Ruche Moodley from Port Elizabeth in South Africa is making his debut inside the Junior GP class. He has been obviously in the European Talent Cup class for the whole season so far, and he's been a podium finisher back at Catalonia, but now he has a big chance to prove himself in Junior GP, and Moodley, very impressive, goes from 11th, so keep an eye out from him. We've got riders at the back of the grid, they're coming through. Keep an eye out for your usual suspects. Joel Esteban will go from 26th, and Noah Detweiler, who moves up to the Moto3 the Moto3 World Championship, I beg your pardon, goes from 27th. Motorcycle mechanics all clearing away now. We have 30 seconds until the race warm-up lap will get underway. Steve, big power-packed front row of the grid, and there's no title on the line, so I think we're going to have some gloves-off action here right from the first corner.
No title on the line, but only 19 points between 2nd and 6th in the in the Junior GP Championship. So for these riders, there is still a top 3 spot to play for, and they've got a lot to prove in this race. But looking at the grid as well, there are penalties to mention. Joel Esteban, race winner earlier in the season, he's got a double long lap penalty. You mentioned Noah Detweiler, he's going to start from pit lane and have a double long lap penalty, and Shayami down in pit lane as well. And then the Catalan race winner, Fadila Aritama, will have a double long lap penalty as well. So for these Junior GP riders, as always, Kiko, there's a fair bit of action that's going to be coming all the way through this race.
We're into the warm-up lap then. Steve, talk to me about the overtaking opportunities at this track. It is tight, it is twisty, but this class of racing generally suits that kind of track. I mean, they love the long straights and the slipstream city of Aragon, say, but Valencia works well too.
Well, Valencia is a track that's tailor-made for Moto 3 machinery and Junior GP machinery, so this is one of those places where you've got decent speeds reached into turn 1. Obviously, for a Moto GP race here, it's always a case of a leading group of 10-15 riders, and it'll be something similar in the Junior GP class as well. Moto 3 keeps the field close together, but this is one of those situations where we do need to keep an eye out for certain riders. Obviously, the main rider to keep an eye out for, number 18, our champion this year, Angel Pequeras, coming from the 3rd row of the grid, and we'll see what kind of progress he's able to make. He'll be disappointed to be on the 3rd row, but he's shown all the way through this year that he's pretty much a force of nature, so he's going to be looking to come through. So from that third row, we'll keep an eye on him.
I just want to talk about Piqueras. Of course, he is already our champion with 2 wins today. We have 2 races, race 2 coming up later on. He will be on 6 race wins. If he wins both, he'll be on 6 race wins, and that will put him second in the overall Junior GP win tallies. Fabio Quartararo is ahead of him. Piqueras on 4 already has more than the likes of Francesco Bagnaia, Jaume Masia, Pedro Acosta and Alonso Lopez. And with 2 podiums this weekend, 13 in total, the 3rd most of anyone in the class, we have seen a dominant season by the number 18, and he checks out up to the Moto3 World Championship at the end of all of this. He could be going on, leaving his legacy and his mark for many seasons to come.
Yeah, so many times we see it where that Estrella Galicia team, the Mondial competition team, do such a good job. They're able to develop riders all the way through. Especially here in Junior GP, they are the reference team. But for the riders that come through, they then also need to be able to show that maybe in this class they're not really able to show their full potential, just because some of the teams a little bit weaker than that Estrella Galicia team.
Steve, just before we go lights out, prediction?
Keep an eye out for Piqueras from that 3rd row of the grid. He's going to lead within a couple of laps.
Javi Zuratouza then goes from pole position for the first time in a Junior GP class. Luca Lanetta will want to take 2nd in a title. There's plenty of stories to look out for. We are underway. Not a great start from the 3rd row by Angel Piqueras. The 18 has gone backwards. Lanetta versus Zuratouza down to turn 1. Nico Carraro's on the outside, but it's Lanetta who comes through, and Cruces has followed him through as well. Good start further back from Alvaro Carpe. The number 83 is up into the top 7 positions from 9th on the grid. Looking on the inside is Jacob Wilson as they come through turn 2. Couple of collisions further back. That looked like it was Eddie O'Shea who's gone backwards, but out front, Adrian Cruces with a dream start, and he's ahead of Nico Carraro through the first 3 corners. And out wide, Estrella Galicia machine, was it Piqueras? Or was it? It was Piqueras, because Yambias is up there in 6th.
Yeah, and a little bit further back, we saw Morossi at turn 1. He was the number 19 that ran out wide. Track limits, obviously something we're going to have to keep an eye on all the way through this race. Morossi, you can see there, he's recovered well. He's up into 6th and about to dive down the inside of Yambias to take 5th.
He doesn't get it on the brakes this time round. This is turn 8 through here, long left-hander, then through the chicane, through left and right here. Cruces has bolted at the front already. Lanetta, good jump from him, did get the whole shot. I think he was a bit late on the brakes into turn 1 and has slipped back to 3rd right now. Yambias is being punted along by Morossi. Just behind him is Carpe, who made a good getaway but has settled back down in 8th place, just 1 place up from where he was, and then 9th place at the moment, Cormac Buchanan. So the 8th and 9th on the grid have swapped places in the race so far. As we come to the end of lap 1 then, 17 laps to go. Do not think it's going to stay like this, because it absolutely is not. Where is Angel Piqueras? He must be down in about 9th or 10th place. He's well down the order as they come across the line for the first time. Piqueras crosses the line in 11th. He's behind Casey O'Gorman, who has moved up inside the top 10 from outside the top 10 on the grid.
Yeah, O'Gorman on the 67, the Estrella Galicia rider, just there in the outside the top 10, and doing a good job here in the opening couple of laps as well. He's got Moto3 experience obviously from the past, and O'Gorman doing a solid job now, having switched over to that Estrella Galicia team earlier this year.
Estrella Galicia team, of course, renowned for developing young talent. Let's hope Casey O'Gorman's career can take off from here, because he's got the pace and potential, without doubt the talent. We are just... Oh, Nico Carraro is running the back there of Cruces on the exit of turn 5.
Few places around here it's key for overtaking. Turn 1, turn 2, down the end of this back straight, and then try and make a move into that final sector as well. So you can catch people in the wrong places and then have to shut off. That's what we saw Cruces have to do.
Don't forget as well that Valencia, it is a difficult place to pass, and generally if you do make the pass, there isn't an opportunity for the rider to answer back, because no corner really leads in the opposite direction to the other. We just got another rider taking a long lap penalty. Didn't quite see who that was. They're just coming back on now. Might have been Rossi.
I think it could have been. Well, you've got Joel Esteban up there in the back end of the lead group also having to take one. So we've got plenty of riders that will have to take them in the first 5 laps. So we'll see that the order is going to shake itself out pretty soon, just to give us everyone taking those penalties.
Coming to the end of lap 2 then, Cruces leading well on the Finetwork Mia Racing Team KTM. He switched over from Cuna de Campeones earlier this year, and he's been a star really ever since. He was looking at a podium last time out at Aragon. Carraro second, third place for Lunetta. Zuratuzzi a poleman fourth. Wilson holds fifth from on the grid. He's fifth in the race. Sixth now is Carpe as they move through. Yes, Ralston is going through on the inside of Zuratuzzi, and so is Carpe. In fact, Carpe is going to take both of them. Yes, he is. I was just about to say we're not seeing too much overtaking. I was obviously wrong. Oh, through comes Ralston again, that's for P4. But we've not had a lot of track time, Steve. So these guys, this is exploration work as much as anything.
I was going to say, look, keep yourself calm. It's a Moto 3 race here at Valencia, 17 laps. There's going to be overtaking. There's going to be action all the way through. You have to save that energy for the last couple of laps because that's when the race really is run at the front of the field. You can see in this lead group, it's started to splinter out a little bit at the front, and the 67 of O'Gorman's actually making decent progress there at the back. He's trying to bring this group closer together as well. At the front of the field, Cruces isn't slow, but he's not fast either. That's why we're not seeing him stretch out that lead, or the leading group stretching out to being 5 or 6 riders. We do have 10 or 11 guys there right now, so it is a case of at this stage of the race, everyone... That's O'Gorman.
That was O'Gorman. It was O'Gorman because Yambias and Piqueras are still there. O'Gorman, that was looking like a high side coming out of turn 11. So, Case O'Gorman's race 1 in Junior GP has ended in the gravel. Let's hope he's up and okay as they come through the final corner. Cruces leading ahead of Nico Carraro. Don't forget, Carraro had good pace here back in May. Carraro was one of the riders right in the lead group until about 3/4 race distance, and then he dropped off. But don't expect him to do that this time around. Carraro's a matured rider right the way through the year. This is the best season we've seen from him. He is one of the excuse me, he is one of the older riders in this class. So we perhaps should have expected it a little bit sooner. But watch Carraro in second place, but really watch Lunetta in third. Great to see Case O'Gorman up on his feet.
Yeah, down at turn 11, and a lot of the time, just 11, you can actually lose the front through there just as you open the gas. We'll wait and see what happened to O'Gorman, but shame for him. He had managed to make good progress, giving himself a chance of being able to run inside the top 10. You can see now, after that incident, it has splintered. It's a leading group of 9 riders now, and this is where the race win should be picked from, really. In 10th position, it's Russell Haller that has that bit of ground to make up, but you can see there is a second and a half to make up. It's going to be tricky for him.
Yep, Jacob Rosenthal, of course, your podium finisher from right at the start of the year. He picked up that podium after Carpe was disqualified, actually, back in Estoril. They all come through now. This is why Case O'Gorman crashed this right-hander up here, turn 11. It's so tricky. You can lose the front on the way in, you can high-side it on the way out. Let's hope everyone's through cleanly this time. No yellow flags there anymore, so O'Gorman, man and machine, have been moved out of the way, and the racing continues at the front. So Cruces 11 has been your only race leader so far. Luca Lunetta in second place now. It's going to try and really launch an attack. He's on the inside. No, just feints to the inside, doesn't make the move. So at the moment, we have got Cruces, Lunetta, Carraro and Carpe. They are your front 4. They are fractionally ahead of Jacob Ralston. Jacob Ralston, of course, looking to end this season on the high, and this is the best in 6th place that we've seen of Marossi all season. Yeah,
and you can see now everyone just trying to use that toe to give himself a chance of making moves into turn 1. It's slow at the front of the field. A 40.3 right now. It is windy out there, but Moto 3 bikes, usually at Valencia, you'll see low 39s in the Junior GP class. So they are running pretty slow at this stage. That's why we're not really seeing anyone making breaks at the front. But it's also impressive from Cruces that even though he's running those low 40s, he's still holding on to the lead. Everyone just trying to figure out what way the wind's going. It's been very windy here over the last couple of days, and that does create a big issue for these Moto 3 bikes in particular.
5th place battle there. Marossi was coming through on, I think it was Ralston, and there was a bit of arm waving going on then, and yeah, Ralston's rolled out of it back into 6th place. Marossi comes through into 4th place. Battle for 3rd. There comes Carpe. Alvaro Carpe has looked very, very good here. Coming from the 3rd row of the grid. He's really growing in stature right the way through this season. He really should have had 4 podiums on his scorecard. He hasn't. He's only got the 3. One of those positions is missing. It is the top step. He has been a Valencia specialist. He's won here in ETCs, podiumed here already. His first one in Junior GP, came here earlier in the year, back in May. Carpe knows his way around. Cruces out wide there at turn 12, so race direction will be keeping an eye on him going out on the green. But as they come down into the last corner, this never-ending left-hander goes from 13 to 14 almost seamlessly, and now back on the front straight, Slipstream City all the way.
Yeah, and the toe is important on the run down in towards turn 1. It's not like in Aragon or different places that you go through the course of the season, Catalonia or anywhere where you've got that long stretch in that top gear. Here in Valencia, it's about trying to get that drive onto the straight, give yourself the opportunity, especially on the last lap, to be able to try and drag someone to the line. But it's not quite as important for the slipstream as it is in some other places that we go to through the course of the season.
We saw last year, of course, it was between Colin Vire and David Salvador in race 1 for Junior GP Honours. Race 2 was actually red flagged because of a crash for Vire, which left oil, and then David Almanza crashed, but Almanza was reinstated with his race win. But in race 1, it was that run to the line, and David Salvador at long last finally took honours. This is a place, really, you come in and out of the final corner leading, you should have job done. We've got 12 laps to go until that. This could all change since then. Let's just give you a run through. Siding through comes Angel Piqueras. Let's not go through the top 10. Let's talk about your champion.
Yeah, you can see there for Piqueras, just comes through just where he needs to, and he cuts across the front as well. He's making sure he's making that progress and not leaving himself vulnerable for attack from behind. And he's making sure on that 18 that he can make that progress. He's been able to do a good job to recover from 11th position back up into round about 5th position now.
Rouchet Moodley has crashed. Oh, what a shame. Has he crashed or has he headbutted
that looks like it's down at turn 6 there for him. So for Moodley, that's a disappointing way to end this one, but there is a race 2 this afternoon for Junior GP as well. And
Moodley will go from the middle of the 4th row. Moodley is a great talent. He had a massive crash here earlier in the year in ETC. He missed this round altogether. He has been a bit of a revelation, I must say, this weekend. 3 abreast then, down into turn 1. Junior GP action is back for the final time in 2023. Piqueras is looking to take advantage of Carraro, who was just a little bit wide there, but not this time. Lanetta defends from Carpe. Morossi coming through on the inside of Piqueras. That was at turn 2 and parks it on the apex. There's nothing even Piqueras can do about that one.
Yeah, good clean move there from Morossi. Obviously, he had just been cut up last lap around, so he was making sure he could make his progress down the inside into turn 2. Turn 2 is one of those key places to overtake. You can try and defend the position. You leave yourself a little bit vulnerable, though, just for your speed mid-corner as well. It's a real technical track around certain areas on a Moto3 bike around here, just for your racecraft, and that's where the likes of Piqueras has been impressive. The back of this group, though, Yambias on the 94 doing a good job once again just to be able to maintain that top 10 spot and give himself a chance.
You can see, oh, we've got another crasher. That looks, is it Rosenthaler? It is, it's Jacob Rosenthaler. So Rosenthaler has gone down. That looks like turn 4 or turn 5 from where we are. We'll try and pick that up later on. Rosenthaler's race completely run.
Morossi was the one running out wide there on the number 19 machine, so we've seen him do that 2 or 3 times now. So again, that's where race direction will be keeping an eye on that. You don't want to use up your credits this early in the race.
There's a lot of battling yet to come. Oh dear me, and that is Kevin Farkas. Kevin Farkas has gone down. That's on the exit of turn 5. The number 56 coming in this weekend, and so far his race has run less than halfway through. So Farkas, let's hope he's up and okay. You can see the yellow flags are still out. Double yellows at turn 5 as defending for position. Lanetta looked like he was trying to come through and defend from Carpe in the same time, but at the end, in the end, no change. Cruces still leading, Steve.
Just about Farkas there as well. Like, the reason you have a crash like that is because of the lack of track running as well. It does impact on you whenever you've got basically the 2 days of pre-event testing cancelled, or testing and practice cancelled, and then suddenly you're playing catch up all the way through. So hopefully he's able to get out for race 2 this afternoon. It did look like a big impact for him, but hopefully he's able to get himself out for race 2 and give himself a chance to gain the experience you need in this class.
They've just come through the yellow flag zone, so we'll not see any overtaking there. We can see from our commentary position that they're just moving the bike away. I think the rider was already out of the way indeed. Yambias there looked like he was signalling to your poleman Chabi Zuratuza to try and follow through. Following through comes Carpe on Cruces, and he does go wide. Cruces comes back at him, so Carpe trying to secure second in the title so far. He was briefly ahead, couldn't quite hold on. Oh, Lanetta! He was having quite a close look at that swing arm head on the back of Carpe. Carpe in second place. There's Rouchet Moodley. They're trying to mend that machine if he can get out, get back on track. If there's a red flag, the grid will reset. Rouchet Moodley will be able to take his position on the grid, Steve.
Yeah, and just for Adrian Cruces there, we saw that into the end of the back straight, he was attacked, but he immediately was able to fight back. That's a good indication as well that he's breaking on that limit down into the back straight, because the other rider was just basically sailed past him and he was able to keep a cool head to get back down the inside. Good, clever riding there from Cruces, but there's a long way left in this race. We're just coming up to half distance.
9 laps to go, and again Carpe tries to attack Cruces, and this time, so far, he is successful, but he does go a bit wide again, and Cruces will just turn that under him. Now we're up towards turn 2, and Lanetta has it as well, and Carraro. Will Morossi make his way through? Wow, Carraro's getting his elbows out. He's going to run Carpe out wide, and Carpe, there's nothing he can do. By that time, the track still turns left, and Carpe's got no room. Through comes Morossi. This is a fantastic ride from Morossi, the best we've seen of him, Steve, I think all season, it's fair to say.
Yeah, Morossi doing a good job on the 19, and the goal for him obviously has to be just to keep that together, give yourself an opportunity. He was on the 4th row of the grid, and he's now put himself up there into the top 4, so we'll see if he's able to give himself a chance at that podium spot, but there's a long way left in this race, and it is a case of, for these riders, just trying to keep your cool head, keep yourself in contention. You know it's going to come down to the last lap, so it's about trying to figure out where your bike's working well and you get your opportunities to come through. For Carpe, we saw that he had the high ground into turn 1, he had the inside line, but he couldn't get the bike stopped, and he was then attacked on the exit. So he needs to file that one away as something that he needs to improve on.
He was just being attacked then, Steve, into turn 11. That was Piqueras coming through, but this is what you're exactly talking about. Talk us through it.
Yeah, you can see here into turn 1, he's got the position, but he just sails past the apex. For the number 11 of Cruces, he does a good job of being able to understand you have to concede the position. You're not going to be able to attack back. Let's see if I can hold the tight line and give myself an opportunity. Good, clever riding by him.
Will wind have played a bit of a factor as well going into turn 1?
The wind is going to be a factor all the way through, but for all the riders, you have to adapt to it. I think for Cruces, it was just about trying to learn and understand what he needs to do to be able to give himself a chance to lead this race. He's done it again on this lap, so good riding by him to understand the importance of mid-corner and exit rather than just being last on the late brakes.
And that has cost Lanetta as well. Lanetta sailed wide and has lost track position, not just to your leader, but to second place as well. So turn 1 proving difficult to get the job done, but not turn 4. Wow, through comes Lanetta, parks it on Carpe. I remind you, with 8 laps to go, these are your 2 championship contenders for runner-up position. 6 points between them. Lanetta leads Carpe at the minute. At the moment, that gap goes up to 10 points with 1 race of 2023 to go. But I tell you what, Cruces looking very, very comfortable out front.
He's looking comfortable, but he's looking vulnerable as well. And for 7.5 laps to try and hold on to this, he hasn't shown enough speed to be able to do that, because on the last couple of laps, we are going to see it where everyone pushes a bit harder. We're going to see it stretched out. Cruces has done a really good job up to this point on the number 11 machine, but everyone else just looks like they got a bit more underneath them, particularly Angel Piqueras. He's now making that progress. He's understanding where he can be a little bit more aggressive. He's understanding where the wind is really forcing the bikes to have to be a little bit conservative. But for him right now, he's just picking off riders corner by corner, lap by lap. So keep an eye out for the number 18. He's our champion this year in Junior GP. He's our Red Bull Rookies Cup winner as well. He's been so strong all the way through the season, and he's now making that progress.
Just in the back of shot, Joel Esteban is coming into view. He is in 10th place so far, 2.8 seconds back of the back of this group. Cruces again defending very well. As you say, Steve, comfortable but vulnerable. I think that's about as fair as we can be. But we've seen that in World Superbike at times as well this year, and sometimes just being fast at the right points can make sure that he can stay in contention and at the front.
Well, that is the key in Model 3 classes. You've got to be able to make sure that you're able to keep that track position, but you also need to have a little bit more to be able to try and dictate terms. As it is right now, he's having to defend, whereas for the other riders, they're able to attack, they're able to show them a little bit more. But Cruces doesn't want to give up that track position because he wants to keep himself at the front.
Lanetta and Carpe renewing their battle from Aragon, shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow. This is through turn 7. Lanetta's on the inside. Carpe's going to try and go around the outside. I can't see how that's going to work. And Piqueras is going to come in through, take third place. Thank you very much. So Carpe has got to rethink his strategy in terms of making places. We've seen him try and go through to the... Oh! Piqueras gets it done as well. Fantastic stuff from Piqueras. But back to Carpe. We have seen that he's tried to make positions through. He hasn't. He's run wide, and it's in the end cost him places a couple of corners later. Piqueras the second.
Yeah, but you can see for Piqueras, he's not actually making moves. He's just holding his lines, and that's what's giving him the opportunity to come through. He's got that raw speed all the way through the season. You can see that for Lunetta, able to get down the inside. You do that into that last corner. It's one of those places where, particularly at this stage of the race, there's no point to defend it. Leave the door open. For Piqueras, he knows he's going to get more opportunities. For Carpe, though, on that 83 machine, it is about trying to make the moves, but make them clean. He's not quite fast enough to actually make the move and take advantage of it. He's having to pass on the limit. We'll see if into turn 2 he's able to give himself an opportunity. You can see, though, for Lunetta, able to defend that well.
And Piqueras has gone through into the lead. Piqueras, your race leader, then ahead of Cruces, and crucially, Piqueras made that stick. Lunetta's coming through on Cruces 2 as well. Morossi is in 4th. He's waiting to take advantage of the number 11.
Everyone needs to come through now, though, because Piqueras has the speed to be able to pull away. He's able to make the move into turn 1 because all the way through this race, we haven't seen him run wide. We haven't seen him run in too deep into a corner. He's able to get the bike stopped and hit his apex. Everyone else, when they were trying to attack Cruces, ran in a little bit wide. Now we'll see if the number 11 actually has something to be able to attack back.
Don't forget as well, the 18 of Piqueras coming from his worst qualifying of the year at the head of row 3, 7th place. And he's just biding his time. He's come through to lead, and he's looking very comfortable doing so. Cruces going to launch half an attack. He's going to, I thought he was going to push his competitor out wide there. Lunetta just about closing the door. Lunetta also has what seems to me good pace. Piqueras hasn't escaped yet, but you feel like, oh, that's a shame. Cormac Buchanan, the New Zealander, that's on the exit, I think, of turn 6 by the looks of it. So Buchanan, that looks more technical than rider error. So Morossi, that's through into 3rd place. They come now to start the final 5 laps of race 1 in Junior GP.
Last time around, it was mid 1 minute 40s from the race leaders. Let's see what it is from Piqueras when he comes across the line. Still the same sort of pace, but now we'll see if the pace starts to increase with a new race leader. You can see for Cruces, though, he's been so strong into turn 1 being able to hold his line. Now he's able to make the moves into turn 1. So good clean move there from the purple bike, number 11.
He's able to make his moves and hold position. That's something we haven't seen from the riders trying to pass him. So Cruces has obviously got his bike sorted out into turn 1. He's looking very, very comfortable indeed. This is where Lunetta's been strong, but he's not strong enough to attack Piqueras. Turn 4 and 5. Oh, that's close. Turn 5. Through comes Carpe on Zuratuza.
Yeah, look at the body language of everyone now. They're all much more aggressive on the bike. They know that the pace is increasing. That's why we're starting to stretch out. The back of that group, the Ambias starting to lose a little bit of ground in the early stage of this lap. He's done a good job, though, to pull back some of that margin back to the number 10 machine. But this is the stage where everyone starts to stretch out because they know that you could be in a position to lose your ground with Piqueras hitting the front.
This is Eddie O'Shea. He's in 11th place at the moment, head of the junior talent team machines. Joel Esteban is up the road ahead of him in 10th place, 2.2 seconds back of the grid, of the top 10.
Lonely race now for Eddie O'Shea. He's not going to make any progress from that position, so it's all about this battle at the front of the field, and Cruces being able to hit the front once again. So he probably made that move into the hairpin down into turn 10. He's able to hold that tight line on the brakes and give himself the opportunity. Fair play to Cruces to be able to attack back to try and hit the front.
Cruces, a podium finisher last time out to Aragon, don't forget, so he's got pace. He has got pace, he's in good form, and he really is looking to lead this race from the front. That sounds obvious. What I mean by that is he's comfortable doing it. He seems in a very good position, and he's got belief in his own pace and his own rhythm and his own race to command everybody else's and dictate everyone else's race and pace. Piqueras wants to come through, and really, Cruces is the only one who's looked like laying a glove on Piqueras. When Piqueras has come through, Cruces has gone with him and attacked back at a later stage.
Yeah, and you can see for Piqueras, though, running across that inside curve through turn 3. He's got a lot of confidence in the bike underneath him now. 3rd row of the grid, it's not a bad qualifying effort. It is compared to what we've seen from him all the way through the season. But given the lack of track time, he's now finding a lot more confidence. He's giving himself the opportunities he needs. He's hit the front now. Cruces, though, on the number 11 machine, he's led pretty much all but 2 laps of this race. and he's showing again that he wants to make those moves. He's got that high ground now down in towards the left-hander at the end of the back straight, able to get himself back in front. Good riding from Cruces on that 11 machine.
Marossi in third place was showing half a wheel to Piqueras then. I thought Marossi was going to let the brakes off. Not this time around. Oh, he is! No, he isn't. Oh, dear me. Turn 11. Just the camera angle there sometimes catches you out. Marossi, whatever way you look at it, is looking to try and come through on Piqueras. He's just trying to find the location to do it.
Yeah, and that battle for second in the championship as well is obviously something worth keeping an eye on. Luneta, Carpe, Zurutuza, Joel Esteban and Jacob Rolston on the number 12 machine. Rolston's still in the fight, but he needs to come through and finish on the podium if he's to do that.
They come through, turn 14, onto the front straight. Cruces leads again. Piqueras second, Luneta third, Carpe fourth, fifth place for Marossi, sixth for Zurutuza. Then there's a small gap back to Rolston, who's now being demoted by teammate Carraro. Eighth place then is, ninth place is Facundo Yambias, and closing in on them in the back of shot, but arriving too late, I feel, Joel Esteban from way back on row 9 of the grid. It's a valiant effort to be just 2.6 seconds away from your race leader.
Yeah, double long lap penalty for Joel as well in this race, so he's done a good job to be able to give himself a chance, being able to get himself up to that lead grid. He's still got a second to bridge, so he's not going to be able to do that unless everyone starts taking spots off each other. That's what we're seeing here with Carpe though, and that's opening up a little bit of a gap now for Luneta on the 58 machine, just to have a bit of breathing room behind him. He can focus on the riders in front of him, Piqueras and Cruces. As it is though, the key overtaking opportunities, they haven't changed. It's still the end of this straight. It's into the next right-hander, it's into the last corner and the first corner. So we'll know with 2 laps to go if anyone's got a bit of speed to be able to give themselves an advantage. But realistically, this is going right down to the last corner.
One disadvantage perhaps for Cruces is that he hasn't been able to have a long look at anyone else and where they're strong, Steve. He's been out front and he's been the one who's being studied by the likes of Piqueras and Luneta and Carpe. Is that going to be a disadvantage in the closing stages?
Well, the one thing about it is, well, he's taking defensive lines. Maybe at the end of the race, that's whenever we'll see that he takes the wider sweeping lines to carry that speed and use his speed to stay at the front. You can see there 3 abreast into the left-hander at the end of the lap. Piqueras, smart riding there just to concede that. You've still got 2 laps. P4 is not bad right now. You're well placed. But at the front of the field, Cruces has done a really good job of keeping a cool head every time he's been attacked. Is that going to be the difference between winning and losing this race? But everyone now starting to give themselves that chance to rev it up a little bit more, give yourself a little bit more speed to try and hit the front. And Zurutuza on the 85, he's had a very quiet race. He's now starting to make his progress, the pole sitter.
He is, and Luneta's still trying to battle through on Carpe. It needs to have been at war since Aragon, and they're still at it. Piqueras through into third place. That's a good move from the local rider. Valencian, of course, Piqueras. It's a shame he didn't win the title here in front of his own crowd.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race. Last time around, personal best for Joel Esteban as well. So he's trying to really bridge that gap. He's got it under a second, but he does need more fighting to happen in front of him, because Nico Carrera there on the number 10 machine, he just set his personal best as well. That's why he's giving himself an opportunity to move into the top 5 spots as well.
Zurutuza having a little look on the inside of Carpe, but not this time. I tell you what, Cruces is putting in a couple of Super Bowl laps here. I think this is when the pin has been pulled. This is when he's going for broke, the number 11. He's trying his best. It's the biggest distance we'd actually seen in that middle sector, more or less all race. And Cruces, if he's out front on his own, could be very strong, but Luneta's got the magnets on.
Yeah, Piqueras needs to make the move into the last corner, and then you've got an opportunity to try and attack into turn 1 as well. So the number 18 needs to hold that tight line on the run into the last corner. He's gone wide, so he knew that line had been sealed off for an attack, so he now needs to use that slipstream down in towards turn 1. You run out of time very quickly around Valencia. It's a short lap around here, and for Piqueras, the podium, it's not enough for him. He wants that race victory.
Last lap time then. Cruces leads onto the final 4 kilometres of the race. Luneta second, coming through, not this time, Zurutuza. Had a look at turn 1.
Piqueras has that tight line through turn 1. It's going to set something up for 2.
Piqueras does have the tight line. He's up into second. Carpe from 4th up into second place. Marvellous move. So that's up into second at the doing corner. Now, this is what Cruces needed. He needs to do the Super Bowl style lap, and he needs the battling behind, and he's getting that. Piqueras swaps places again with Carpe, who strikes straight back at him at turn 5. So Carpe knows he's third in the championship at the moment. He needs to beat Luneta by 6 points or more to grab that going into race 2. Luneta knows that. These three are absolutely swapping paint, but out front, it's purple rain so far from Adrian Cruces. He's out front and trying his best to pull away. Carpe's going with him. Carpe and Cruces, I remind you, have never won a race. Neither is the rider in third place now. Luca Lanetta, Piqueras is sitting in fourth, but he's going to come under attack. Steve, it's going to be the last corner for sure.
Yeah, but you've seen Lanetta make a mistake there. That's handed the race victory to Cruces. He's going to take his first Junior GP race victory. But Carpe's done a good job to be able to give himself a chance at winning this one as well.
Final two corners. We're going up the hill now, over the rise, turn 13. Alvaro Carpe is fishing for victory. Will he go on the inside? Will he let the brakes off? Yes, he does. He goes wide. Cruces cuts it back under him. Piqueras and Turatus were swapping places for third. But Adrian Cruces, podium last time out, winner across the line in Valencia. Adrian Cruces, the number 11 for the first time, takes victory in Junior GP. The team are elated. Alvaro Carpe, second for him, and your champion from last time around, and indeed going out of Junior GP this year, Angel Piqueras third.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there from Adrian. Kept a cool head. Every time someone attacked him, he was able to hit his apex and get back underneath them. Really good riding from Adrian Cruces.
What a race then to start the day in Junior GP. Excuse me, the Finetwork Mia Racing Team bikes are back on top, this time in the form of Adrian Cruces. 2 podiums in 2023 so far. He is your race 1 winner in Junior GP here in Valencia. Marvellous stuff indeed. Second for Carpe, third Piqueras. Outside the podium, poleman Trabi Zuratuza ahead of Nico Carraro, Luca Lanetta. That mistake at turn 11 in the end costing him. He looked like he had at least a podium, but he just got a bit excited up into that tight hairpin at turn 11, and Lanetta having to settle for 6th place, but he will go from the front row and he will be box office in race 2 later on. Ride of the day, Joel Esteban, 7th position, fantastic, from 27th on the grid, a marvellous effort from him. 8th for Alessandro Morossi, who in the end just faded away ever so slightly. Facundo Yambias taking 10th place, and in 9th was Jacob Wilson. Wilson, very unfortunate at that stage, just got pushed around a little bit. Outside of that top 10, we have Eddie O'Shea, the top of the junior talent team. 12th for Leo Ramersdorfer, 13th for Ari Araditama, Kataru Chiumi backing at points in 14th, and Noah Detweiler from the pit lane in 15th place to 9. Tie rider Tactical and Boazri. But the scenes of celebration are clear for all to see down in pit lane as Adrian Cruces is back to his best. He was a winner in the European Talent Cup 2 years ago. That victory, though, came at Aragon. Last time out at Aragon in 2023, he took a podium, and this time he is finally back on the top step. It's been 2 years since he's been on the top step in a World Championship, or on the road to a World Championship. So this one will mean a lot. All the team there, down there, ready and waiting to celebrate with him. Cruces, another winner in Junior GP. That's the 7th different winner of the 2023 Finetwork FIM Junior GP World Championship season. Carpe, I remind you, 2nd and denied a victory again. 3rd for Angel Piqueras, who takes another podium in what has been a season full of highlights. But what about it? What a race. Of course, keep in touch with all of us on social media right across all of the paddocks and all of the classes here in Junior GP, and you can get all the behind-the-scenes latest content wherever you get your social media, across YouTube, X, formerly Twitter, of course, Facebook, and many, many more. Don't forget Instagram. Angel Piqueras third, taking the plaudits from Alvaro Carpe. Carpe, like I said in the race, a bit of a Valencia specialist. He'll be looking to try and go one better. I say that the home hero, of course, is Angel Piqueras. He is also Cruces. He is Valencian. So what a place to take a first win. So Cruces back to his best. He has had many podiums right the way through his career. This is that last corner again. Carpe building up over the rise. And he let the brakes off, but that wide line, Steve called it perfectly alongside me. From Cruces, he swept back under him, and then the speed to the line, it was never going to be beaten. Cruces just holding on. I think if the line had been maybe a few hundred yards later, Carpe may have had more of a say. But Cruces, a first-time winner in Junior GP, the 7th different winner of the year. Carpe second, Piqueras third. Lots and lots of headlines right the way through the field. But once again, 2 new stars making headway in Junior GP. On the road, inevitably, to MotoGP. That's where Angel Piqueras is going to end up next year. He goes up to the Moto3 World Championship. Just waiting for your race winner, Adrian Cruces, to get into position. And then we'll be able to get his instant thoughts and first words as a race winner this year. All the paddock and the Parc Ferme organisers get everything set for the coming moment. Cruces, of course, not really in contention for second overall in the title. 25 points now added to his current tally of 78, puts him on 103, but unfortunately Lanetta and Carpe scored well as well. So I do make it that he's out of contention for second, but perhaps still in contention for third. I don't think second is settled just yet. Lanetta obviously with 10 points, that puts him on 122. Carpe with 20 points, that puts him on 126. So Carpe does leapfrog Lanetta in that battle to be runner-up to the runaway and dominant champion Angel Piqueras out the front. Joel Esteban, 5th place, of course, just behind Jabi Zurutuza coming into this. That will not change too drastically going into race 2. But your race winner for the first time in Junior GP is with Steve English. It is Adrian Cruces.
Adrian, what a race. To be able to win this one showed great racecraft, but what does it mean to get your first Junior GP win?
It was a very difficult race because the race I performed me with all the race, and it's a fantastic race for me and for the team, and I dedicate this race my team and my family for the support and thanks all.
And some words in Spanish?
Ha sido una carrera difícil porque he tenido que tirar toda la carrera para intentar escaparme, pero bueno, ha sido una increíble carrera. Muchas gracias al equipo y a mi familia por todo el apoyo y la siguiente más.
Thanks, Adrian. Well done, man.
Stone me, hooray! What a way to start the 2023 Finetwork FIM Junior GP's final round. Race 1 blasted into life, and right from the outset it was Adrian Cruces who looked comfortable leading at the front as everyone battled behind. Alvaro Carpe coming from a 3rd row grid start, always one to watch, and he was right in contention from early doors. Poleman Jabi Zurutuza had work to do, whilst trouncing to the other side of the gravel. Casey O'Gorman's race was run early on. Crushes downfield, Kevin Varkas was one of them. Jacob Rosenthaler another. But out front, Cruces was just comfortable. Carpe tried at turn 1 a couple of times, not just on Cruces but on other riders. Never pulled it down, couldn't make an apex. Whilst Cruces, obviously on the limit, was learning all the time and still able to drive right under those who tried passing him at that opening turn. Across the line in the closing stages, Angel Piqueras on the head of row 3 was coming into contention, and he was straight through into second and briefly ahead. He had a couple of laps out front ahead of Adrian Cruces, and we did think that when Piqueras hit the front, it may well be time to check out. However, it wasn't quite the case. Cormac Buchanan's race was run, the New Zealander from Invercargill out of action in race 1. Cruces back to the front. Luca Lanetta and Alvaro Carpe continuing their battle from Aragon. That's been raging since round 6. Whilst Piqueras knew he had to come through and try and stay in contention with Cruces. Carpe up into second, and the last lap was soon upon us. Zurutuza battling away with Carraro and also Piqueras. Luca Lunetta's podium dreams are all done and dusted whilst it went to the last corner. Carpe tried, didn't succeed, and it was a first win for Adrian Cruces, who took victory with the Finetwork Mir Racing team, celebrating in style down in pit lane. Cruces, the latest winner in Junior GP. And now it is time to get on with the podium ceremony. Of course, they will be in the order of 3, 2, 1. And we will see Angel Piqueras, home hero Piqueras, in third place. He's already been crowned champion. Piqueras, that is his 12th podium in the class. We obviously have a very enthusiastic podium announcer. That's second place for Carpe and race win for Adrian Cruces. Steve English is back alongside me. Fine words for the first time as a race winner from Adrian down there in Parc Ferme.
Yeah, really impressive from Adrian as well. And off camera, I was just chatting to him and saying how good of a job he had done, because his racecraft was second to none there. Thoroughly deserved that race victory. There was one stage in the middle of the race where it looked like other riders had a bit more speed than him, but they weren't able to take advantage of it because he was able to put his bike where it needed to be. Really cool head all the way through, and you have to say fair play to him for it, because that really was hard fought in a situation like that. He's a rider that's been able to win races in the past in the European Talent Cup, but to pick up your Junior GP race victory, that means an awful lot.
It is a 12th podium, as I say, for Piqueras. It's a 4th for Carpe, and recognise him, that's David Alonso. Race winner, Grand Prix winner, up in the Moto3 World Championship from Colombia, giving the winning trophy out to Adrian Cruces, who will be, I am sure, delighted with his year worth of free Wi-Fi and mobile data too.
Ese aplauso para los ganadores, para Ángel, para Álvaro y para Adrián, las 3 As.
Podium ceremony then all done. Celebrations to be started very, very soon. We'll have a quick look at the final results and the updated championship standings, I am sure. But Adrian Cruces, a fantastic race win from him. I wonder what race 2 is going to bring. Of course, the Junior GP class, the only class this weekend that do have two races throughout the course of the day. That is the 103rd different winner, by the way, for Adrian Cruces. He becomes our 103rd different winner since the inauguration of this paddock back in 1998. And ever since then, 25 years, plenty of stars have gone on to the MotoGP World Championship, hence why we're on the road to MotoGP. Celebrations then carrying on here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, just outside of Valencia here in Spain. Adrian Cruces, for the first time in his career, takes victory by less than a tenth of a second ahead of Alvaro Carpe. Angel Piqueras is third ahead of Xabi Zurituza, Nico Carraro in the top 5. The top 7 all covered by less than a second, and I say again, a mighty ride by Joel Esteban, coming from 27th on the grid, 20 places and 2 long lap penalties later, up into 7th place. Facundo Yambias ahead of Britain's Eddie O'Shea, and there's a few new names right the way through. Leo Ramersdorfer back in the points ahead of Albi Aditama, Uchiumi and Detweiler completing your top 15. Bawazri just missing out, but the Thai rider is injured this weekend. All the way through, Daniel Sharil taking 22nd place. Indian Jeffrey Emmanuel in 23rd, but over a minute back. Ruche Moodley, one of their heavy-hitting names, not quite able to showcase full potential in race 1, but again, another stab at it later in race 2. Championship standings after 11 races of 12, 1 to go. That's coming up later on today. 81 points for Piqueras is that's the advantage over Carpe. Carpe leapfrogs Lunetta into second, just 4 points between those two in the battle for second overall. From second to sixth can all mathematically still take second in the championship, although realistically it is between Carpe and Lunetta. Eddie O'Shea is completing the top 10 on 61 points. He'll look to end this season on a high as we go right the way through the order. Jacob Rosenthaler, not a finisher today. Facundo Yambias, 10th place for him earlier on. That will have done his championship no harm at all. Casey O'Gorman, the Irishman, not able to finish race 1. He crashed at turn 11, but he'll be looking to fight back later on when race 2 fires up into life. That's coming your way. Race 2 kicking off at 1 o'clock local time, 12 UK time. Done and dusted. Race 1 of 5 in today's billing has been consigned to the history books. We have a new winner, the 103rd since 1998. It is Adrian Cruces. However, with plenty more opportunity to shine in later on 17-lap encounter, be sure that Cruces is not the only one to feature in the headlines today. Junior GP Race 1 is done. Next up, we get ready for the European Talent Cup. We have a title to be decided. It is on the line at the Ricardo Tormo circuit just outside Valencia in Spain. Max Quiles looking to become the first double champion in the class, but he's going to have to fend off Brian Uriarte if he's to do that. This is the only championship that is still to be decided, and this is the only race of this class this weekend. 4 kilometres in length, the Ricardo Tormo circuit's always a classic venue to confirm the season, to lock it out, to complete it. 16 laps between now and the checkered flag of 2023. European Talent Cup action, and as always, it comes to the final race of this season. The last one, the last hurrah, the showdown, whatever you want to call it, the points are the same. It is a head-to-head fight between Max Quiles for the Aspar Junior team and for Brian Uriarte in the Team Estrella Galicia 00 outfit. Guido Pini is your defending champion, and he will use the number 1 for the final time in 2023 this weekend, but he cannot defend it for 2024. Pini not able to take the title. He is mathematically out of contention after last time. Pico Giles and Steve English bringing you the action here, live trackside in the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. History everywhere you look. We'll get to that shortly. This is what happened last time out at Aragon. It was a double billing, and Max Quiles from pole position was by far and away the rider to beat. Even though we had plenty of drama elsewhere and we had riders taking long laps, Quiles just still came out on top, and he was absolutely pushed to the limit in both races. He won by half a second in one of them. It was 1.5 in another. Quiles on fire. It was a bit of a battle in the second race, although in the closing stages again Quiles just moved on through. He broke clear right when it mattered. Guido Pini, Ruche Moodley of course not in the class this weekend. He was right in contention too. Quiles, there was a collision behind him with Pini and Uriarte, but Quiles doubling up at Aragon to put one hand on the 2023 European Talent Cup trophy. And now these are live pictures trackside here, partly cloudy. It's about what it is. The Circuit Ricardo Tormo here in Valencia. We have had nothing but wind since we arrived here Thursday afternoon. It has been so windy It's calmed down today, and thank goodness for that. We had red flags, we've had sessions cancelled. In fact, we had no running on Thursday and Friday at all. Saturday really was a day of discovery, but now we're at the business end of the season. We're at the business end of the weekend. One race to decide it all. It's Max Quiles or it's Brian Uriarte. Steve English alongside me. Steve, it has been these two guys for the last 3 seasons, more or less. This rivalry is a long one, even at this early stage in their careers, and it's only fitting and perhaps correct that we go and check out what they're going to be doing later on. Let's come to that in a moment. This is what happened in qualifying. It's a first pole for Jesus Rios.
Bueno, pues la verdad que ha sido muy difícil. Desde un principio hemos estado en la pole, hemos hecho una muy buena vuelta con un 41.7 si no me equivoco, y después hemos estado todos en grupo y ha sido muy complicado porque todo el mundo quería hacer la pole, como es normal en esta categoría. Todo el mundo quería clasificar bien y nos hemos metido en un grupo así grande, he intentado aprovechar lo máximo los rebufos y adelantando a un montón de gente. He logrado hacer la pole, una pole muy difícil, muy trabajada, y nada, pues para mañana intentaremos ganar la carrera.
That was Jesus Rios and the MRE talent machine, and that team will go from a first pole position, but it is all about Steve English. The battle for the title, Quiles versus Uriarte. It's looking like it's going to go Quiles' way. Who's it going to be?
And Quiles, because he's got a very commanding lead. We know he's got that experience to be at the front, so he is the rider to beat. He's up in the front row of the grid as well.
This is your pole man for the first time in his career. 2 career first podiums last time out, 3rd and 2nd at Aragon. He goes from pole. Can Jesus Rios complete that sequence and make it 3-2-1 to end 2023 on a high?
He had a top 5 here in Valencia at the start of the year, so he's going to give himself another opportunity to be able to come away with podiums in today's races as well. He's been strong all the way through the weekend with the limited running, and you'd have to say that the 54 has been impressive.
Second place on the grid should be the number 1 of Guido Pini, who was denied a first pole position. Once more, Pini not able to get on that, the ultimate front row position, but he does go from the middle of it. As you can see on your screen, your 2 title contenders right in shot. Quiles on the left, the number 28, and the number 51 of Brian Uriarte. The points gap is 18. That means that a top 9 for Quiles, regardless of what Uriarte does, will be enough, because Quiles will win it by virtue of countback if it goes to a tiebreaker. Second place for Guido Pini on the grid. He won the title against Joel Esteban in Valencia in 2022, but this year that number 1 plate will be moving. That is already confirmed.
Yeah, he's only 15, so another year in ETC next season. But for Pini, this season he's also raced in the Red Bull Rookies Cup, 2 podiums this year, including one at home in Mugello. So it's been a decent campaign for him, but obviously after the highs of last year, it's always one of those situations where just being up there 3rd in the championship, it's not the same for him this year. It's been a little bit less than he would have expected, even though it's been a good, solid season.
Having said that, Maximo Quiles is one of the riders who relinquished the crown and is looking at getting it back. So Pini can take faith from that. But look at this season so far. 5 wins, 7 podiums for Max Quiles. He's looking to become the first rider to make it 2 titles in the class, and he's looking odds on to do it.
Yeah, throw into the mix a couple of race victories in the rookies, 6 podiums in rookies as well. He's finished 3rd in the Rookies Cup last year and this year, and it just shows you just how complete a rider he is. He'll probably double job again next year, but he'll certainly be hoping to add a Rookies Championship to his ETC title from a couple of years ago, sorry.
Valentin Peroni, a bit of a revelation back at Aragon, and then he had to start from the back of the grid due to a penalty. The 15-year-old from Barcelona here in Spain does take Argentinian nationality. He's looking good, and he is right on the front of this grid. 4th and ahead of row 2. He is going to be a bit of a firecracker in terms of this race. Dodo Boggio, 5th place, the 16-year-old. He's won already, but that is his only podium of the year. He has been Mr. 4th place. Steve, this is going to be an important race for Dodo. He's going to try and help his teammate if it comes down to it.
Yeah, he had a couple of race wins last year and 4 podiums last year as well. So we know what Dodo can do at the front of the field, but it gets tougher and tougher to stay at the front of the field in the ETC as you get older and a little bit bigger. But obviously the age limits now, it is a case of riders staying in this class a little bit longer than in the past.
This is the only rider that can deny a second title to Max Keeles. 3 wins for Brian Uriarte this year, but he is 18 points adrift. 18 points adrift in the championship and directly behind his main title rival on the track, Uriarte, the 14-year-old from Santander in Spain, looking to try and stop Keeles, the number 28, from making it 2. 7th place, Adriano Donoso heads up the 3rd row. Donoso, 2 top 10 finishes. 6th place being his best result. That was here in Spain and matched last time, here in Spain in Valencia, and matched last time out at Aragon. What can he do?
Yeah, I think from that 3rd row, it's great. It's about giving yourself the opportunity to make a good start and then just keep yourself in contention. The ETC is always one of those series where riders can give themselves an opportunity of being able to make a step from being a top 10 runner to a top 6 runner to then suddenly getting themselves onto the podium as well. It's just about having that little bit of consistency when you need it, but most importantly, the confidence at the end of the races.
You saw David Alonso there just giving some final words of advice to Max Keeles. This is in 8th place, Rico Salmela, 2nd at Estoril, 3rd in Valencia. No podium since earlier on in the year in Valencia. Still looking to try and become the first Finnish rider to win a European Talent Cup race.
Yeah, behind Torres on the grid as well. Torres has been able to get himself up inside the top 10 a few times this season. So for Rico, it's a case of just trying to build on what he's been able to do in the past. He's been very strong here in Valencia, 2 top 4 finishes last year.
This is 9th place for Guillaume Plonk, the 16-year-old plonking himself on the 3rd row of the grid and looking to try and get ahead into that top 6. It's been his best season already with a race to spare. We have seen big steps from Plonk this season.
Yeah, and his brother Gavin as well, racing in the Junior GP class, so you'd certainly expect that that's going to be the progression he'll be aiming for in the next couple of years as well.
Malaysian star Hakim Danish going from the head of the 4th row. 2023 has been disappointing. P3 is his only podium and top 10 of the whole season, so Danish work to do from that 4th row.
You would have expected more after 2 podiums last season, but it just hasn't really worked out for the number 13. He needs to have a good end to the season here at the final race. If he's able to come away with a top 10, obviously Kiko, it goes against the grain of what we've seen from him this season, but top 10, top 5, that will be the aim. It's up to him to be able to do it.
7 of Beñat Fernandez. He had a big crash actually back in Aragon. Thankfully he was okay. Fernandez only point in 2022 came in Valencia. 3 top 10 finishes in 2023. The grid is clearing. We're going to be ready to go. Just some other riders to watch. Keep an eye on Leonardo Zani. Keep an eye on Pau Alsina, who's coming from the back. David Gonzalez as well. Vasilis Panteliakis, the Greek rider, is coming of form, as well as Marco Morelli. But your pole man is Jesus Rios. 3rd, 2nd in his last 2 races. Will he complete the sequence in Valencia? The title deciding race in the European Talent Cup. Race 11 of 11. Jesus Rios on a career first pole ahead of outgoing champion Guido Pini. Championship leader, champion-elect Max Keeles ahead in 3rd place. His main title rival, Brian Uriarte, starting directly behind him in 6th. Also on that 2nd row, Valentin Peroni. Keep an eye out from him. The 5th row features some big names. Leonardo Zani, as I say. Emmanuel Brinton, the young British rider, in 14th place. And 15th for David Gonzalez. Right the way through the field, there are riders to watch. Jesus Torres, the 22, has a back of the grid start, but so do a lot of riders. And because he is the highest placed of those, he gets the penalty first. So he will go from the middle of row 8. All the way through, Tony Lorenz, Luciano, 28th there. He crashed out of what could have been a podium last time out at Aragon. Kiko Giles and Steve English live trackside here in the commentary box, ready to bring you all the action from this race. This is the showdown of 2023. This is our only championship that we still have yet to be decided. It is between Max Keeles and Brian Uriarte. They have been massive rivals since 2021, perhaps even before that when they've been coming through the ranks. But here in Junior GP, these are the two rivals, and it's almost fitting that this season, Steve, comes down to these two. There will be spoilers, Jesus Rios, Guido Pini, but it is the big headline. It is Quiles versus Uriarte.
Yeah, there's not really anything to choose between those two riders in terms of what they've been able to do in the European Talent Cup over the years. A couple of extra race victories for Max Quiles, but only one extra podium. So they've been able to show over the last 3 years they've got that consistency, they've got that speed, they've got that ability. They are the riders that are worth keeping an eye on in the ETC. And the ETC is the first step towards the road to MotoGP. It's where we see a lot of the riders come through over the course of the last few years and really establish themselves, move to Junior GP and then onto the World Championship. Uriarte on the 51 machine, you can see there, just heading down towards turn 1 on the siding lap, and then also Max Quiles. And for Quiles, we've been able to see just how good of a rider he is over the last few years. He's finished 3rd in the Red Bull Rookies Cup the last 2 years. He's already an ETC champion. He wants to pick up a second championship in it, but for him, he's the rider with it all to lose. He's got an 18 points advantage. He's got the countback guaranteed. He's already won 5 races. Uriarte can only win 4. So the countback is all in his favour. He just needs 7 points. But we've never really seen it from Max Quiles that all he wants to do is just get across the line to be able to pick up a title, pick up a European Talent Cup. He wants to win races. He wants to win in style. He wants to get the job done. So he's going to be the guy to keep an eye on, because he'll want to really stamp his authority on the ETC. Make everyone know that he's the best rider we've seen in this class.
And of course, if he does, then he is the first rider with 2 titles in this class. And he's still so young, Max Quiles. He's so young, he's so fresh, and with a massive future ahead of him. We see so often, Steve, particularly here in Valencia, the last lap battles, they really do go down to the last corner. We've already had it today in Junior GP. We won't make any spoilers, of course, but this is a track that does lend itself to these smaller bikes. Having said that, we see big groups, and it's them big groups that for the likes of Quiles, it doesn't have to be his own accident that he's caught up in. It doesn't have to be his own incident. It could be someone else with their own point to prove coming through the field.
Well, that is always the danger in a class like this, because identical machinery for everyone. It is down to you to keep yourself out of trouble. But for Quiles, he's been able to do that for the last 3 years, really. So we'll expect to see more of the same from him in this one. You can see the number 28 just making his way to the grid. That is Quiles. So keep an eye out for him right from the get-go. He's on the front row of the grid. He's our championship leader. He's the guy trying to wrap up a second European Talent Cup.
Predictions ahead of this one?
Quiles to win the championship, because he's got that big advantage. He's 18 points clear. It's all in his hands. But for Brian Uriarte on the 51 machine from that second row of the grid, he's got nothing to lose. He's going to go out here and try and win this race.
Don't forget as well, Jesus Rios going from pole position, as I said in the build-up. 3rd at Aragon Race 1, 2nd in Race 2. He's looking to make it 3-2-1 to finish the year. 3-2-1, and we will be lights on and soon lights out for the final time in 2023. It's a good start, that's from the middle of the front row. Even better one from the inside of the front row. Quiles has come through from 3rd. He's already into the lead. He's going to have the whole shot, weaving and jockeying for position further back. That was Rico Salmella, but coming through into turn 1 ahead of everybody else. It is Max Quiles ahead of Guido Pini. Jesus Rios diving to the inside, and that's the 73 of Valentin Peroni as well, holding position in 4th. So far, everybody safely through, and it's Quiles who has clear track ahead of him.
Yeah, clear track for Quiles, and Brian Uriarte in P5. He's got all the work to do to be able to try and come through and give his championship rival something to think about. But we know what Max Quiles can do when he hits the front. He tries to open up that gap. He tries to take advantage of his speed. He's going to try and do that now.
Quiles it is who leads onto this back straight through on the exit of turn 6. There's the kink of turn 7, then it's turn 8. Rios in 2nd place, Pini 3rd ahead of Peroni in 4th position, whilst in 5th place, I'm not quite sure who that was. Is it Poggio? No, it isn't.
No,
it's Uriarte.
We saw, though, from the 73 machine of Peroni that he got through into P3 on Guido Pini, and wasn't able to make the move stick. So immediately from the get-go, though, he set a stall out. He wants that podium. He wants to give himself something to cheer about at the end of this season.
Peroni, we have not seen anything of him all season, but he came alive at Aragon. He really did step it up a gear. He's been a revelation since then. The last 2 rounds of 2023 have been absolutely phenomenal from the Argentinian, but he's going to have his work cut out if he's to maintain podium pace in this one. Quiles it is who leads as they come to the end of lap 1. 15 laps still ahead of us. Jesus Rios, your pole man, is in second place. Dodo Poggio was using all the track and more then around the outside of Brian Uriarte. We said in the build-up he's going to try and help his teammate Max Quiles at the front if need be, but Uriarte holds serve and holds position. Guido Pini does not for third place. He's back to fourth as Peroni comes on through.
Yeah, Max doesn't need help, but he'll take it if it's on offer. And for Max Quiles on the 28 machine at the front of the field, very solid opening lap. Made a great start from the outside the front row of the grid and was able just to lead comfortably before we even got to turn 1. So a super start from Quiles, and did exactly what he has to do. From the second row of the grid, Brian Uriarte on the 51 machine, second in the European Talent Cup. He's not done enough on the opening lap to put that pressure onto Max Quiles, but there's enough riders there at the front that Quiles doesn't have that breathing room just yet.
Quiles as well, back earlier on in the season as Peroni looks on the inside and gets second. So Peroni third, the Argentinian rider, up into... Oh, no, he didn't. He looked like he had second. He must have gone wide then. So back in second goes Rios. But Quiles was just about to say, had that back of the grid start here earlier in the year. And oh, big crash. Was that
Uriarte that went
Uriarte?
down?
Or
no,
was
it wasn't.
Boggio? It must have been Boggio. I think Boggio was gone. Oh, dearie me. Uriarte, that was almost the championship done, but it was Boggio who went down. There he is, thankfully up on his feet.
Yeah, we saw the flash of the raid, and luckily for our title contender, it wasn't Brian Uriarte, but shame for Dodo Boggio to finish the season like this on the Aspar machine, and you're just going to see he just took the front. It's easy to do that into that corner. We didn't quite catch it on the shot, but into there you're trail braking all the way in, and you're just trying to put more and more pressure on the front, and it's easy just to ask a little bit too much of it, particularly considering we've had so little running so far this weekend. It's windy conditions. It makes it difficult for the riders out there.
The main thing is Boggio is up on his feet, but it's not how we wanted to end 2023. Of course, this is the only race of the day for ETC. I was just about to say I'll finally get to the point as Uriarte comes through into fourth place. Quiles pulled off the biggest comeback in European Talent Cup history earlier on in the year. He was in 27th on the grid and he came through to win by about 8 seconds. So Quiles knows his way around here and he can pull the pin if he wants to.
We saw Rico Salmela just set a new fastest lap of the race there on the number 27 machine. Salmela is always a rider worth keeping an eye on in the ETC. All the way through this season, he's been inside the top 8 at the end of the races. The only exception was a retirement in Catalonia, where he retired from a top 8 position as well. So he's consistently been able to keep himself in those leading positions, which is really tough to do in the European Talent Cup. And now it's all about trying to give himself that foundation going into next season as well, that he's able to build into that third year in the ETC.
Quiles still leading out front ahead of Rios, so your pole sitter in second place, ahead of Pini in third. Fourth now, Uriarte, and his wingman in Salmela is up there in fifth, ahead of Peroni, the Argentinian rider, in sixth. And we've got a breakaway. Oh, big moment for Pini there on the curbs. Just got that a little bit lit up. He won't want that too many times. We're only on lap 3, so be careful, Guido. Up the inside comes Uriarte, capitalising on that. Lots of chatter down into that final corner, but gets it pulled down. Uriarte and Pini side by side. Pini got the better run there off that turn 14, so they're going to go down the straight. Both of them providing a big hole in the air for Rico Salmela, who's going to breeze on by. Salmela 5th to 3rd. Job done. Turn 1. Uriarte 4th. Pini, the big loser in all of that, 3rd to 5th.
What's interesting is last time around, Brian Uriarte actually set the fastest lap of the race, and he still gets overtaken by his teammate Rico Salmela as well. So those two bikes, they're working well at this stage, and for Uriarte on the 51, it's no harm just to follow your teammate and see if you're able to make that progress.
Salmela's got good pace, and we've seen that plenty of times throughout 2023 and actually in previous seasons. Salmela's been unlucky come the end of the races, it seems, and he's just not maybe as willing as his rivals to get his elbows out, and that obviously highlights something big in the European Talent Cup, where it is all about in those closing stages getting your elbows out. We have a breakaway group of 7, and in 7th place is the 24th Guillaume Plonk. So Plonk has latched onto the back of this group so far. That would be a fantastic result to end the season on. Second place has just gone to Salmela. He's ahead of Jesus Rios now, and Uriarte, his teammate, is going to be wanting to come through for sure. Salmela keen to hit the front as Jorge Martinez Aspar, team boss of the Aspar Junior team, watches on. He's been here many times before. He's seen his the next generation crowned through the years. He will still be feeling the nerves, I'm sure, at this stage, Steve.
Yeah, I think for Aspar as a team, it's been really good to be able to get a rider like Max Keeles on board, because we've been able to see that team obviously develop riders through the ETC, into Junior GP, into the Moto 3 World Championship. And Max Keeles is certainly a rider that they've got that marked out for the future as well. And for Aspar, we've seen it time and again just how good of a job they do. This is their chance to win another championship, and they're trying to make sure that they're able to do it in style, and that's what Max Keeles has always pretty much said, that's the goal, try and win the European Talent Cup, but you want to win it from the front as well.
Yeah, you want to win it from the front when you're in control. I mean, it's so important to get your grid position banked and get a good lap set in for a good qualifying place. And if you control as many variables as possible, which is Jesus Rios is not one of them, coming through at turn 5, Rios diving to the inside, and that's the lead at turn 5 for Rios. But Keeles still puts himself in the fast group, in the main group. He's controlling the variables of which he can, and actually he could finish at the back of this group if he wanted, and he's got the title back with a few points to spare.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how he tries to control the race, which also gives a good indication of how Aspar have tried to prepare him for the race as well. We saw his pit board come out a leading group of 7. He knows that's enough to be able to win the European Talent Cup. They've got a massive margin already in hand over P8, which is, it looked like it was David Gonzalez there a couple of seconds back. So there's a big margin there for him to be able to play with. But he also wants to play with his opponents. He wants to play at the front of the field and give himself a chance of a race victory.
He likes a battle, does Max Keeles, and he won't need to invite one. His main title rival is now right behind him. So Brian Uriarte, is he looking for the way through? He's looking, he's not executing. Uriarte third then for the moment. He's right behind Keeles. Salmela fourth, 5th place for Pini, Peroni, and 7th for Plonk. So your top 7 still all together. Jesus Rios going down the outside there, trying to maintain track position, but breezing on by. The 28 of Keeles just knows where and when to attack the opposition. He's back ahead. There was a mechanical problem back in the back of shot for one of the other riders. Not quite sure who it was. It was Emmanuel Brinton. Yes, it is. Here we are, the number 43, Emmanuel Brinton. So he pulled up on the exit of turn 14. We saw in the back of shot his race and his 2023 season done. That's a great shame.
Yeah, teammate there to title contender Brian Uriarte, and then Rico Salmela up there as well. You can see for Max Keeles a big long look over the shoulder there to be able to see what the group's like, what the gap's like to the group behind as well. So he already knows how this race can play out in his favour. Interestingly for Keeles though, he's a rider that obviously going into next season, he's going to be someone worth keeping an eye on, whether it's in the Red Bull Rookies Cup trying to win his first Rookies Cup, or who he's going to be up against as well, because the likes of Rico Salmela, very competitive in Rookies Cup this year, hasn't quite really translated to where he would have wanted in the European Talent Cup, but this is one last chance to be able to come away with a podium, to be able to challenge for a race win. So for the 27 of Salmela, he wants to get in there, he wants to get the elbows out, he wants to scrap it out as well, and you can see at this stage Keeles on the 28, overtaken by Brian Uriarte, but not immediately trying to attack back.
No, and there's laps to go yet. There's still 11 left on the clock. Uriarte takes the wide sweeping line in. Keeles takes the more direct route to the apex. Uriarte will have the pace down the straight, but there's nothing wrong with Rios. And actually, I was about to say Rios at turn 5, looking very, very strong. Much stronger than the likes of Keeles. We'll see how he is against Uriarte if it comes to it. Keeles is going to try and get through. Is he not this time? Uriarte is. Uriarte moves through into the lead, but he's going to go wide. We've seen that so many times at this track. He goes out onto the green as well. Far from ideal, and Rios holds position. Second place, moving back through, is Keeles, and third for Uriarte now. Now let's see, with Rios out front in the middle part of this lap, the twisty part of this track, he's able to put any time and distance in. He's so far done so, but it's very early yet.
Yeah, and at the front of the field for Rios, number 54, our pole sitter, so we know he's at speed this weekend. He's trying to open that gap. As long as Uriarte and Keeles keep fighting with each other, they'll give an opportunity to Rios to open that gap.
Keeles looks slightly vulnerable at turn 5. We've seen him pass twice there by Rios, now by Uriarte. Is that just a different line, or is he just generally struggling for a little bit of performance there?
He's left himself vulnerable through there, and it is possible through 5 to leave yourself a little bit open for attack. He also has no real reason to try and defend too rigorously. He just needs to finish at the back of this group to be able to wrap up the title.
Oh, doesn't need to defend, but he can attack as he likes. So Keyless, I thought he was doing 2 in 1 there, but not this time. He's back into 3rd place ahead of Salmela. But look at Jesus Rios. He's absolutely pulling the pin here, and he's got about, I make that probably half a second at least over the opposition here.
What's interesting about that with Keyless, though, is he doesn't have to defend the position too vigorously, but if you're able to put your bike down the inside, you're the one that's then dictating things. It's actually quite safe for him to do that because it's up against his rivals. Are they going to really run the risk of rubbing it against him and having a crash? He's just putting his bike where it needs to be. Good, clever riding from Keyless.
We've seen it before. That's what helped him to the 2021 title. It's what helped him to numerous race wins. It's what's helped him into the lead of this championship this year. Clever racecraft is just half of that final result, although he's out wide there at turn 1. Through comes Salmela and Yuri. Oh, that's it! Uriarte and Salmela. We have seen it so many times where teammates have collided. Oh, and he's gone down for a 2nd time. He slipped trying to pick the bike up. Brian Uriarte, the title race is all done. It's on the floor. It wasn't Keyless and Uriarte. Keyless is fine. Keyless is in 2nd. Keyless could stroke it home from here with 9 laps to go. But we saw it earlier in the year at this track with Almanza and Marcos Ruda. We have seen it at other venues. Last time out with Joel Esteban and Jacob Ralston. Teammates, friendly fire has left them in the gravel trap. And there you can see Brian Uriarte not happy. Steve, talk us through it.
Well, you can see here from Rico Salmela, he's down the inside on it, and at the end of the day, Uriarte tries to get back down the inside, and he's the one that makes contact there with Rico. Rico's coming down because the other 2 riders have ran out a little bit wide. There's been an opportunity there. He's not actually trying to make the move, really. He's just coming through. So for Uriarte, it's a big mistake on his part, really.
He left it vulnerable, and that has really cost him. That has really cost this title race. It's all done and dusted. Doesn't matter what Max Keyless does now. There is no number 51, as that pit board says. The 51 is out. Brian Uriarte is out. Keyless, if he doesn't finish, he's still champion. He's not going to want that. He's going to want to win it from the front. But he is now a double ETC champion. There's no other way about it.
Yeah, he's won the championship now, so he can focus on just trying to win this race. Strange that the team didn't have an out on the pit board there. Minus 51, so minus Uriarte. So for Max and his fans, they know what that means. ETC champion again this year. So super stuff from Keyless all the way through this campaign. He's got 7/10 of a second to make up on the race leader. He's got the number 1 of Guido Pini behind them. Pini trying to finish his season in a bit of style. It's interesting to look at the number 1 machine because every time he gets onto the straight, you see him make a big movement to get himself up into the bubble. He's not smooth trying to get himself into the tuck position there, but he's fast and he's been able to do a good job in this race to keep the other riders honest.
We've got a crasher in the background. Was it David Gonzalez who went down? Perhaps I saw Marshall jumping over the fence at turn 6, so we'll try and pick that up in a minute, but it looked, oh, it was Benyat Fernandez out of 7th place by the looks of it. So the number 7, he crashed at Aragon and he's crashed again here. Not the end to the season he would have wanted. There he is. He started from 11th on the grid. Benyat Fernandez. That is game over for the Fando VHC Racing team rider. He'll be back again next year to try and do it all over again. Let's see what happened. Looks like he just lost the front, Steve.
Yeah, you'd imagine through there that's what happened as he gets into the entry to the corner. His teammates, of course, to Perone up there on the number 73 machine, giving himself a chance of a podium or even a race victory, because look at how much ground Rios has lost now, because Max Keyless knows this is about trying to pick up the race victory. Doesn't have to think about the championship now. He's just focused on the job at hand. And amazingly, within a lap and a half of Brian Uriarte out of the race, the title all secured, we see Max Keyless find an extra gear to move up to the front of the field.
Having said that though, Steve, I don't know if it's Rios coming back to them, because it was a 41.8 last time around. Everyone else 41 flat, 41.1. It was Rios who lost a lot of pace. I wonder if he made a mistake somewhere else on lap, because everyone else is with them. Let's see, but
Well, the one thing about it as well is though you've had Quiles, Pini and Peroni all with their fastest laps of the race, and all of them, when they set their times, had set the fastest lap of the race in quick succession. So it's Peroni at the back of that leading group of 4, the number 73, that's got the fastest lap of the race. So they found their pace, because at the front of the field, Rios was only a couple of tenths of a second off of his personal best. So maybe a little bit of a mistake, but the other guys have made a big step forward now as well.
And that's obviously emphasised as well, that it's now a group of 4. We've only lost 2 in the battle. It's Guillaume Plonk who has dropped off as well. So Plonk's pace is about 5th place at the minute, and that's where he is. Swapping paint here between, excuse me, between Rios and Pini. Quiles though out front again. Rios will be looking, this will be good for Rios. He'll be able to study Quiles now, where he's strong, where he's got pace, where he's a bit better, maybe where he's a bit weaker. On the curb there for Quiles, so not totally smooth. He doesn't need to be either. This is now literally, he may as well be at the start of his season, because that's the pressure situation.
Yeah, and for Quiles, it's all about giving yourself that opportunity to have won the European Talent Cup, and going into next season, it'll be all about trying to go better than he has been in the Rookies Cup next year, and trying to give himself that chance to progress, because he could easily be on the Moto3 World Championship grid in 2 years' time, just with a Red Bull Rookies Cup success and able to fast track his career a little bit. The age limits have worked against him. He's been stuck here in the ETC for 3 years when he's clearly had the talent to progress, but for him the future comes pretty quickly, and he'll certainly be a guy that everyone needs to keep an eye on. In the build up to this weekend, obviously you look at over recent years, who are the riders that have really been able to stand out, and Quiles is the next of those guys.
Oh, he's getting pushed out at turn 5. That was Valentin Peroni who came through then and pushed Quiles out wide. We've seen it at turn 5. Quiles is vulnerable. He is leaving the door open, and Jesus Rios needed no second invitation either. So now, Argentinian rider Valentin Peroni is your race leader. As I say that, no, he isn't, because Jesus Rios has got other ideas. That's into turn 8 and gets the job done pretty smoothly. So a few fresh faces and new names to close off this 2023 season. Going into 2024, perhaps this is what we'll be seeing more of. Guido Pini keeping a watching brief in 3rd place, whilst Max Quiles still right there in 4th, chasing a 10th win in the class. He's only been in the class for 3 seasons, and he was champion in his first year. Quiles really is one of the massive stars of the future. Oh my dear me, no, surely not. Guido Pini carries such corner speed then through turn 12. I thought he was going to have it at turn 13, but not this time around. He has it at turn 14. Pini moves through into 2nd place, but he's so tall. Pini is a proper, he's so lanky. He needs to bury himself under the paintwork of that AC Racing Team machine to try and make himself as aerodynamic as possible. 3 abreast into turn 1. Jesus Rios should have that sorted. On the brakes once more. Rios looking comfortable.
Yeah, 5 laps to go for these guys, and the gloves are off now. They've got such a big margin in hand over P5, so they really are able to focus on one another. And interesting to see Valentin Peroni able to do this as well. Big step forward in Aragon, and now able to give himself a real chance of being able to end the season as a race winner. Very impressive stuff from the first Argentinian, the only Argentinian we've seen in the European Talent Cup. So impressive stuff from him to finish off this campaign.
Never had an Argentinian winner, obviously, by virtue of that stat there. So Peroni looking very comfortable. Very comfortable. We had a big moment there at turn 6.
A little bit of a moment there for the 73, but you can see the 28 of Max Quiles, our champion this year. He's been dropped now. So is he able to get himself back up to the 3 race leaders?
Does he want to? Does he? He doesn't need to.
Oh, he wants a kick. You can be sure he wants it. And for Quiles, it's now just a question of whether or not he's able to put himself into that position, or if he just wants to enjoy the end of this season, the end of this campaign, en route to clinching his 2nd ETC title.
I mean, he is still hanging right there, and he's keeping his powder dry for now. That's all he needs to do if he still wants to be in that victory fight. He doesn't have to be absolutely wheel to wheel like these front 3 are. Rios, Pini and Peroni absolutely nose to tail into the last corner. And Pini through. Pini did just feint to the inside there, but has he cost himself time? He's a big lad, is Pini. He's going to be putting a massive hole in the air now for Rios to come on by. Crucially, Pini got the move done at the last corner, and he led across the line. So make a note of that, ladies and gentlemen at home, just in case we have a run to the line on the last corner. Rios through on the inside, doesn't pull it down, and instead Pini lets the brakes off. So Pini very, very strong under braking. And actually, we saw this back at Aragon. Peroni into second, Rios back to third place now, but it's Pini, your race leader, Quiles back with them.
I like Peroni though. He's putting himself about. He's given himself an opportunity to lead this race. We saw him quite strong into 5 and 6 earlier on. We'll see if he's able to get a run through 5 to set up a move. He makes the move nice and early into 5. And is he able to hold on to that? Pini's trying to run around the outside, so fair play to the number 1. But the 73 really does look pretty fast at this stage. He's giving himself the opportunities, but we still have 3.5 laps to go. So it is a situation where for these riders, are they showing all their cards? We know Pini's had a lot of success in the past. We know obviously Max Quiles up there, double champion now, a lot of race victories. So we know what they can do. Maybe for the likes of the 73 Peroni, the likes of the 54 Rios, they're a little bit closer to their limit right now compared to the number 1 and the 28.
I quite like Peroni too, other brands available. This is what happened there into turn 1. As you can see, Rios was ahead, Pini just letting the brakes off.
Yeah, and for Pini, we've been able to see it once again, just how strong he is on the brakes. He's able to get that bike stopped, hold his line, hit his apex, and get that position. It's not the easiest thing to do into turn 1. It's very easy to get sucked into there, run a little bit high onto the curb, and then leave yourself vulnerable for attack into turn 2. So for Pini, he knows that he's able to give himself an opportunity to make moves into turn 1. You see again there that big movement by him to try and get himself into the bubble.
Quiles into third ahead of Jesus Rios. In the blink of an eye, it can all change, and it has. The 54 now back into 4th place. He was leading across the line almost a lap ago. This time it's Valentin Peroni who is leading down in towards turn 2. Pini will be trying to look through if he can. Quiles, 2 for 1, fantastic. That is why he's the champion-elect. That's why he's the champion and the championship leader for the entire season, more or less. So Quiles, fantastic then into turn 2.
Let's see how Quiles is though through turn 5, because that's where Peroni's been so strong, and again Peroni just barges through. I love to see that from the 73. He's not given any inch to any of his rivals. He knows this is a chance of a race victory.
And Quiles knows it's a chance to sign off his 2023 campaign as winner and champion all in one race, and he's trying to do that right now, but he is vulnerable at turn 5, so it's going to be interesting to see if he changes his strategy there on the last lap. Through into third place comes Guido Pini. We are into the final 2.5 laps now, so coming out of turn 8 now, building through 9 and 10. Quiles leads Peroni, then it's Pini and Rios behind them. Rios coming from way back, but not able to get ahead of Pini. Pini's so strong on the brakes once more, but it's Quiles who leads the charge to home with 2 laps to go. Oh, Rios and Pini, 2 into 1. Damn, how did they keep it so clean through there? They're leaning on each other, and they've actually cost themselves so much time in doing so. So Pini and Rios, really, they're going to need a couple of Super Bowl laps now, you feel, to try and get back on terms with Peroni in second, and Quiles who leads. 2 laps to go as they come across the line. Quiles is going to try and pull the pin here.
Yeah, you can see for Quiles just trying to open up that bit of a margin now. 2 laps to go. He's got half a dozen bike lengths now at the front of the field. This is where Peroni needs to go with him, but it's such a massive step from Peroni. You think back to the last, Quiles, very wide there. That's going to give Peroni a little bit of an opportunity. But for a rider that up until this point in the season had 3 points paying finishes, 14th and 2 15th places, to now be fighting now for the race victory with Max Quiles, what an impressive turn around the fortune, sir. Again, just showing in the ETC, it's about taking your opportunities when they come to you. This is a great opportunity for him, and he's trying to grab it with both hands.
And he's still so young as well, as so many of them are in this class. Peroni is only 15. His best result, as you say, is 14th, Steve. This night and day.
He's inexperienced, but he is one of the older riders in the class as well. So for Peroni, it's about the amount of time he's been able to give himself on an ETC bike, the opportunity to be able to get to the front of the field so quickly in his ETC career. That's what's impressive, and it gives him something really to build on going into next year. But he's going to have an opportunity to go into the winter as a race winner in the ETC. Turn 5's his opportunity, but he's also strong on the brakes into the last corner as well, the long left-hander down the hill. So if he's in P2, where he is right now on the last lap, he's going to give himself a couple of opportunities to come through. Quiles, very strong on the brakes into turn 1. He's good through turn 4, but he's vulnerable in 5, and then he's good into the back straight as well. So we'll see if Quiles has maybe just been keeping his powder a little bit dry as well. But the 73, he's the guy to watch right now.
This is it then. This is the last lap. If you're just joining us, Max Quiles is, by virtue of a crash with his teammate Ian Uriarte, Enrico Salmella, the champion, and he leads us onto the final 4 kilometres of this race. And if you're not sure who the 73 is in second, Valentin Perrone, yes, the rider who has not had a top 10 ever in the European Talent Cup, is now looking down the barrel potentially of a first win. That's not the case now though. Jesus Rios into second place. He was your poleman at the start of this race.
Perrone has to come through now quickly on Rios. He'll do that into turn 5, you'd imagine. That's where he's been so fast. That set up from this corner, though, to give him an opportunity. But the vulnerability of the race leader into 5 shown again.
Yeah, Quiles again, that's about the 5th time he's passed the turn 5, and it's about the 4th time it's been done by Rios. Rios comes through then and leads them out of turn 6 onto the back straight. Quiles second, Perrone third, Pini fourth. Barring massive incidents and drama, it's going to be one of these 4. But which one?
Quiles hits the front once again for the 54. Rios, he's coming on here on the back. 2 podiums last time out in Aragon. He wants to go and give himself 3 in a row with a race victory to finish this season. But Quiles just opening up a little bit of a margin now.
Quiles it is, who leads at turn 11. He has a bit of a moment, and through comes, it was Rios, through comes everyone. Is Quiles playing with them? Let's see down into turn 14. Rios leads then. No, he doesn't. Pini strikes back. Perrone's on the outside. We are now through 13, where Perrone has been so good on the brakes. 14, final corner shenanigans. Not this time around. Pini is running with the number 1 for the final time. He will sign off as number 1 in the race. Pini takes honours ahead of Perrone and Rios, but 4th place and your 2023 European Talent Cup champion for a 2nd time. Max Quiles delivers the goods in an epic race here in Valencia.
Yeah, Max made a mistake on that last lap, and that's what opened the door there, but he's been able to get across the line as an ETC champion once again. Double ETC winner and able to finish the season in style. We'll hear from him down in Parc Fermé as well. But for Guido Pini to able to finish this season, his last race with that number 1 plate, and he's able to do it with a really impressive race victory. But Perrone able to get himself that podium as well. And for Jesus Rios to finish the season, 3 podiums in a row. Again, very good stuff from him.
Very good stuff indeed. Pini's race-winning move, we're going to see it in a moment, I'm sure, on replay. What about that on the exit 12 and over the outside in 13? Max Quiles, though, champion again. 2 championships in 3 seasons. He was champion in his rookie season back in 21. There's David Alonso, the Colombian rider, in the Moto3 World Championship. He's there with the team this weekend. That looks like Joel Esteban there as well, the team's Moto3 Junior GP rider. The fireworks are going off track as well as on it. Fantastic stuff then from Max Quiles, who has once again gone to the max and taken honours in a breathtaking European Talent Cup race. Maximo Quiles, your 2023 European Talent Cup champion. Your race winner though, Guido Pini. Pini has been sensational. He's been unfortunate at times. He tried his hardest in Aragon to stay in contention for as long as possible, but in the end it wasn't doable, and he will not be with that number 1 for next season. However, he signs off with that number 1 as a race winner. The Max Quiles fan club, delighted trackside. It's the 2nd time they get to see scenes like this, and what a touching tribute as well. The 44, obviously in reference to Hugo Millan, who we sadly lost a couple of years ago. Meanwhile, this is the best moments of Max Quiles to the max in 2023. The number 28 is number 1. Amazing scenes then as Max Quiles makes his way back. As I was saying, that's a lovely tribute. We saw it at Aragon actually with Max Quiles, a tribute to the late great Hugo Millan, who we sadly lost 2 years ago at Aragon. They were great friends, and Quiles with a very touching tribute there to the number 44. But this is about him as well. He is the first rider to become a double champion in this category. Max Quiles has been not quite head and shoulders above everyone, but he has been one of the stars in the last 3 years. This is the only rider who's been able to deny him a third title. Last year, Guido Pini came through to take honours against Joel Esteban in the final race of the year here in Valencia, and once again the title going to the last race of the year. It wasn't the classic showdown in the end. Quiles, all he needed to do was finish in the top 9 anyway and take 7 points. However, for his main title rival, Brian Uriarte, crashed with his teammate, Rico Salmela. This is a massive podium. Valentin Perone, the Argentinian, yes, he was born in Barcelona in Spain, but takes Argentinian nationality. He is the first Argentinian rider to take a podium in the European Talent Cup class, and that is a landmark achievement for one of South America's brightest stars in the future. Jesus Rios, slightly dejected there down in Parc Ferme. He would have thought that him and the MRE talent team may have been able to take advantage of that pole position and sign off 2023 with a victory. It wasn't to be. It was going to be, in the end, Guido Pini. He just wanted it maybe that little bit more. He was so determined on the exit of turn 12 and on the change of direction from right to left, turn 12 to 13. This is who it's all about, though. Max Quiles, a stunning ride, a stunning rider more than anything. Quiles has been one of the brightest stars to come out of this paddock, and likewise to remain in this paddock. He's had 2 wins, 6 podiums and 1 pole position in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. And this year in ETC, 5 wins, 7 podiums, 3 poles, 3 fastest laps. Combine that with 3 wins, 5 podiums and a pole. From 2021, his other title winning year, he was a race winner in 2022 as well, both in the Red Bull Rookies Cup and in the European Talent Cup. Everything he touches seems to turn to gold. And Quiles, well, a huge future ahead of him. The 15-year-old, born on the 14th of March 2008 in Murcia, Spain. One of the real stars of the future. Just listening in there, not that I'm very good at Spanish translation. This was one of the this was the moment. Brian Uriarte, Enrico Salmela, friendly fire ending in the gravel between the two Team Estrella Galicia teammates, and once again Rico Salmela just coming up short. Uriarte, on the other hand, not able to take the title fight to this rider, Max Quiles, the number 28. A fantastic ride from him. In the end, it didn't matter if he finished on the podium, he finished first, or if he didn't finish at all. Meanwhile, Guido Pini, your last race winner in 2023.
Guido, your last race with the number 1 plate, but you finish it in style. A great race victory to end off the season.
Yeah, thank you so much. This race, it's unbelievable because it's my race with my team, Achi Racing. So the target was win the race, and we did it. So I'm so really happy for me and for all the team. And nothing this weekend was a little bit crazy because we did only free practice and after qualifying for the weather condition, but I'm really happy.
And some words in Italian?
È stata una gara veramente molto faticosa. È caduto a un certo punto Brian e Enrico, però l'obiettivo era vincere la gara, quindi devo ringraziare tutto il team perché sono stati sempre al mio fianco e mi hanno aiutato a arrivare dove sono adesso. Grazie C.
Well done, Guido.
Guido Pini, then a few words there with the last race with the team. So a fitting end for AC Racing. We're going to hear from Max Quiles in a very short moment. Steve down there waiting to get the first words from the first rider in European Talent Cup history to take 2 titles, and he's done it in just 3 seasons. So fantastic stuff. It's almost fitting that the likes of Quiles and Pini are the last two that we hear from in 2023. Let's hear from your champion.
Max, a second ETC title, and it's been an incredible year.
Yeah, it's my second championship. I'm very happy. It was a very difficult season, and yeah, I'm really happy. I'm a bit disappointed about not winning because I confused a bit and I thought it wasn't the last lap, so I went a bit wide by accident, and yeah, I'm a bit angry as well, but I'm very happy with the championship, and yeah, it's crazy. It's the second one, so I'm really happy.
And some words in Spanish?
Sí, bueno, ha sido una temporada muy difícil, la verdad, porque era ya el tercer año de muchos pilotos y había mucho nivel. Pero bueno, sí hemos podido conseguir el título, mi segundo título, así que estoy súper contento y quiero agradecer a todos y a todo el equipo, a Spar, y gracias por este año.
Congratulations, Max.
Thank you.
The final race of the 2023 European Talent Cup season blasted off into life. Jesus Rios going from a career first pole, but it was designate champion Max Quiles who led down in towards turn one. That was pretty much the pattern of the entire race. His teammate Dodo Boggio was right there until he wasn't when he crashed at turn 10. Boggio's season ended in a gravel trap, not the year he would have been hoping for at all. However, back in the race itself, and Brian Uriarte was fighting his way through, as well as his teammate too, Rico Salmela, the number 27, getting to the front and originally aiming to help his teammate if necessary for the title. Quiles, no support for him. He was out on his own in terms of the Aspar Junior team, ahead of Jesus Rios, but Quiles very vulnerable at turn 5. Door constantly open and a couple of riders taking him there as well. Emmanuel Brinton at the top of the shot, retiring out of the race, not the end of the year that the number 43 would have imagined, but he'll be back again next year to try and do it all over again. Jesus Rios hit the front and started to pull away a little bit, whilst Quiles, well, he's just getting his elbows out like he's done all year. Elbows out though in a different way. Uriarte and Salmela collided. Uriarte, I think the hand gestures say it all. We can't repeat what he was perhaps saying to his Team Australia Galicia colleague, but in the end I think it was a bit of 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Now that there was no elephant on the ice, it was all safe and sound for Max Quiles. He could do battle freely as if it was the start of his 2023 campaign. Him, Jesus Rios, likewise Valentin Peroni, the Argentinian star, and Guido Pini, the outgoing European Talent Cup champion, trading paint all the way until the last lap. Rios looked like he had it at turn 12, but it was Pini with this breathtaking move that saw him come through to lead. Peroni took second, Pini signed off with the number 1 in style, but it was Max Quiles, the 15-year-old from Murcia in Spain, who took a second title in the European Talent Cup class, the first rider ever to do so. Celebrations all round. Pini in his last race for the AC Racing team, likewise signing off in style.
La tercera plaza de Jesús Ríos.
So now back live scenes here, the podium. Third place for Jesus Rios, it's his third podium in 3 races. Second for Valentin Peroni. And I think that was Guido Pini's sunglasses who just checked out over the other side of the podium there. A lovely t-shirt there in his last race for AC Racing. He moves on to new challenges and a new team for next year. And the AC Racing team taking the team's trophy as well. Jesus Rios from pole position, as I say, a third podium in as many races. So Rios, a real star at the end of this season. That will be one thing to watch going into 2024. Second place and the first Argentinian podium to Valentin Peroni. However, in the winners' box on top of the world, at least for the moment, it is Guido Pini. We're checking in now with the Italian national anthem.
Aplauso para los 4 premiados y el momento.
Now we've listened to everybody's favourite national anthem, the Italian national anthem played out then. Guido Pini, the final race winner in 2023. Pini moving on to, as I say, pastures new for next year as he chases team manager off the podium. Valentine Peroni also enjoying a first podium, and they have to work perhaps maybe on the celebrations. Guido Pini, the race winner, that's his 3rd win in the class. It is his 12th podium. So your outgoing champion from last year signing off on a high with his team and the #1 plate in 2023. And there'll be plenty more where that came from, wherever he ends up for 24.
But you can see how difficult the conditions are as well. The Prosecco bottle on the right-hand side of the podium just getting moved everywhere. It is windy down there in Parc Ferme. I was surprised by how much windier it was compared to even just earlier on for the Junior GP race. So a real challenge for these riders, and the experience shone through at the end with Guido able to take that race victory on the last lap.
We'll have to hope, Steve, that the Prosecco DOC bottle doesn't fall over, because it would be a shame to waste such a brilliant alcohol. You can always bring it up into the commentary box. So, race 11, out of 11, Valencia, done and dusted. 2023, done and dusted. Guido Pini, a race winner for the final time with AC Racing. Valentine Peroni for Argentina, the first Argentinian on the podium. Jesus Rios, perhaps dejected with what could have been a fine victory. Stories in 4th, Max Quiles takes the title as Bruno Iarti's title challenge crashes to a halt. Whilst all the way down the order, we've got names, big name, Pau Alsina coming right the way through the field. Likewise, Gonzalo Perez. Those two signing off 2023 with points at least. All the way down, Christian Daniel, the American, not quite able to see the checkered flag. Emmanuel Brinton, the British star, amongst that as well. He retired in the early part of the race. But they'll be back next year to try and prove their worth. The big names that didn't finish there, you can see Bruno Iarti and teammate Rico Salmella. There it is in black and white, the championship standings. Max Quiles champion by 20 points. In the end, it's from Guido Pini, who is runner-up, the defending champion, taking 2nd in 2023. Uriarte relegated to 3rd ahead of teammate Salmella. There'll be words in that box, I'm sure. Dodo Boggio 5th. Jesus Rios climbs to 6th ahead of David Gonzalez, Jesus Torres, and Guillaume Plonk with his best season of European Talent Cup action. Ruche Moodley completes the top 10, but he'll be back out later in Junior GP. Casey Gorman likewise. Some of these riders already moving up in the middle of the season for new challenges. Right the way through, Malaysian star Hakim Danish, Leonardo Zani, Valentine Peroni, 20 big fat championship points in one race from just 4 points earlier on in the season. A remarkable transition from barely a point scorer to a race-winning contender. Fantastic stuff from him. Right away through the field is big names, both in terms of fame and in terms of actual written length. Vasilis Panteliakis, one of them, the Greek rider, with 2 points in what has also been a bit of a breakthrough season from him. Perhaps the 2 points not representing the progress he's made. Maximo Quiles, the 2nd time that he has enjoyed these kind of emotions. He makes history to become the first rider to take 2 titles in the European Talent Cup. And his talent level will see these scenes be replayed for years to come and recreated in whatever class he ends up in. He's already a race winner and championship contender in the Red Bull Rookies. Max Quiles may be one of the biggest and brightest prospects to come through the Junior GP paddock for some time. The 2023 European Talent Cup is done and dusted. Max Quiles is #1 once more. Race 3 of 5 on today's Finetwork FIM Junior GP World Championship billing at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia is Moto 2. Last time out, the title was already wrapped up by Senna Aegis, and he has qualified on pole position. But he's going to have his work cut out. 18 laps around this 4-kilometre long circuit see him come from the back of the grid after riding slowly in sectors during qualifying. So expect a fireworks and a blockbuster in this epic 18-lap season finale in Moto 2. These are live shots then from the Ricardo Tormo circuit just outside Cheste in Valencia. And we are ready for our final Moto 2 race of the year. Kiko Giles and Steve English alongside me, bringing you the action live track side here for the final round of this season. Steve, we've already had 2 amazing races. No spoilers, of course, until a bit later on. This one, though, we do have the title decided, but we have the crowned champion with a massive task ahead of him.
Yeah, for Senna Aegis, starting from the back of the field, how's he going to fare? Well, he's going to make his progress, he's going to make it nice and early, but is he going to be able to come through and pick up a race victory? He certainly said yesterday that's the goal. He believes he can do it. He was on pole by 0.8 of a second, so he's got the speed, but coming through a Moto 2 field is always difficult.
This is what happened last time out. It was a double billing of Moto 2 action. Senna Aegis, as always, going from pole position. He has been absolutely on fire and qualified. It was Yero Ruiz who originally tried to go with him. Further back, there was a battle with Alberto Ferrandis, who stepped up to the class. Yero Ruiz trying to go with Aegis, couldn't do it and crashed out. Aegis the winner. However, he did not take the title in race 1. Xavi Cardelus's 7th place, just about keeping Cardelus in contention. Down into turn 1 on the opening lap of race 2, it was Ruiz who led, whilst Nico Antonelli suffered another DNF with a crash early on. Aegis, and it was Alberto Sura in the end, the number 67 on the Bosca Scuro, absolutely knocking spots off each other. Senna went wide at turn 1, Sura fought back. Those two were absolutely side by side, and in the end it went to Aegis, who took the title as well. But now we're here in Valencia, that title is done and dusted. It is in the history books, and Senna goes in to the remainder of this weekend, at least with a new challenge, and it is coming from the back of the grid. So keep an eye out from Aegis there. Spoke with him yesterday, and he's certainly confident he can do it. He's concerned that perhaps other riders will try and make a break for it in the early stages. As you see, the orange is in full blossom, and we're in for a bit of a fruity race, Steve. I can imagine this one is going to be very tasty indeed, watching Senna carve his way through the field.
Okay, how many more food-related puns are you going to put in before lunchtime? Our lunch isn't coming, Kiko. We have to wait until after we're finished. So,
do we go to Hungary next year on the calendar?
For Senna, it is going to be really interesting to see how quickly he's able to make his progress. As I said, he was our pole sitter before he was given his back-of-the-grid penalty for slow riding. So for Senna, it's going to be a case of trying to make your way as quickly through the field as you can. What's probably interesting for him is that at least for riders in the Moto 2 class now, you don't have to come through the stock class like you used to in the past, so he is just up against Moto 2 riders. He should be able to make some pretty quick progress.
This is what happened yesterday. This was before the sanction came in. Senna obviously was originally your pole man.
Strange weekend, unfortunate with the weather conditions making it difficult for everyone. Didn't get to ride the bike until this morning, but I felt good from the first laps this morning. So a big credit to my team that they deserved our performance today as well, and we're working well, and I feel good for the race distance also with the tyres and everything. So no, I'm looking forward to tomorrow to try and end the season on a high. My risks are the same. It's like a new weekend for me, and I want to perform the best I can and try and make the best result possible. It's nice to have the championship in the pocket, but I'm a normal racer and I just want to win everything I can. So no, same mentality for tomorrow. I have one objective, that's to end the season in the best way possible.
He's certainly going to have his work cut out. I had a proper chat with Senna last night. We we're doing some filming for post-season. Of course, you can tune into all of the Junior GP social media channels and find out where all the content is. We will have a very nice special interview with himself and his father. And Senna, I gave him some homework. I said, watch Max Keeler's round here from earlier in the year coming through from the back of the grid. Watch 2015 MotoGP Valencia, Valentino coming through from the back of the grid. And he's going to have to. Jero Ruiz is on pole position. Now, Ruiz was one of those riders who has got pace. He has got very fast one-lap pace. He's just struggled at times this year to put it together in a race.
Very impressive last week in World Supersport as well for Jari. Coming in as a wild card, was able to come away with the top 10 finish in race 2. Should have had 2 top 10s last weekend. So he's been able to have a very strong season on a Supersport bike and the Moto2 bike.
Alberto Sura for the Boscos Euro team has had 4 podiums. He hasn't had a victory. This could be his biggest chance. Valencia early in the year didn't finish, no points on the board from him there. But podiums in the last few races mean that he is one to watch and one who's going to look to capitalise as Senna makes his way through the field.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations for Sura where you've got to just take advantage of Senna being at the back of the field and just seeing if you're able to give yourself that chance to the race victory. He's still trying to make sure he's got a chance of finishing second in the championship, but realistically it's third in the standings this year for him.
Harrison Voigt has had a podium. That was right back at the start of the season at Estoril. Since then, only 1 top 10. That came in Catalonia. He goes from the front row. This is a massive opportunity for him to end 2023 in something like at least he started the season.
Yeah, qualified in the 3rd row of the grid as well in Catalonia. Front row now for the 2nd time this season, just like in Valencia earlier in the year when he retired from a top 10 spot. But it is a case of trying to finish the season strong for Harrison.
4th place for Unai Aradre. Aradre, a winner earlier in the year in Catalonia. That was when Senna Agius was out injured. So that is a perfect example of striking whilst that iron is hot. Taking advantage when the opportunity arises. That's what they've got to do today.
Yeah, and when you look at his last couple of rounds in Catalonia and Aragon, 2 podiums and 2 other top 6 finishes, it's a good end to the season.
Alberto Ferrandez, one of the stars last time out at Motorland Aragon. Didn't get the podium that perhaps some might say he deserved, but Ferrandez absolutely on mighty form. 5th and 4th in his first Moto2 outings. He is a tall lad. He's much more suited to these kind of bikes.
He's only 16. He's still raced in the Rookies Cup this year, had a race win and another podium, but stepping up to a Moto2 machine last time out. He's looking at what we were able to see from the likes of Fermin Aldeguer and riders like that made the move onto a Moto2 bike here nice and early. He's a big, tall rider, so it is the step that he probably had to make anyway.
Ferrandez, it seems like he's been around forever. Likewise, Roberto Garcia. Roberto Garcia, 2 podiums in 2023 thus far. 5th in the championship. He'll be looking to try and improve on that this race if he can. Goes from 6th and the back of the 2nd row.
Yeah, a year older than Fernandez, but another rider that saw that maybe being in the European Talent Cup, maybe being in the Junior GP classes wasn't what was best for him and his progression, so he made the switch. A little bit like Senna Agius, a little bit like Harrison Voigt, made that switch onto a Moto2 bike a bit earlier than most people would have expected.
This is the Andorran Xavi Cardaluz, finally a race winner in 2023. That came in Barcelona. He has had 5 podiums, but Aragon 6th and 8th, the worst results of his season really from one round with 2 races. Just proving a problem and not taking the title to the final race of the year. Cardaluz going from the head of the 3rd row.
Yeah, it's been another one of those seasons where for Xavi it's been solid. Finishing 2nd in the championship is likely what it's going to happen for him. But picking up the race victory was the important thing. He's been able to get that monkey off his back.
Peter Bishikirski goes from the middle of the 3rd row in 8th place. Now, he has had a season where a lot of DNFs have happened. Double DNF last time out at Aragon. He'll be looking to try and end this season on a high. He's had podium pace as well, don't forget, in years gone by. Your pole sitter is Jero Ruiz. Will he be able to convert it? Will he be able to take victory? As Senna Agius struggles downfield, the opposition have a land of opportunity. Jero Ruiz goes from pole position, which should have been occupied by Senna Agius, but a penalty for the Australian, the rider who is already crowned champion, means that Ruiz, Sura and Voigt, your front row contenders, may well be knocking spots off each other for a victory in 2023. The grid is formed, it is also clearing as we speak. Aegis goes from 17th. We had other riders with other penalties further back due to the same infraction, which was riding slowly on the racing line. Montero is one of them, Channon Inter another. So we are going to be in for an absolutely barnstorming season finale, I'm sure. Senna Aegis coming right the way through. 6 rows he's got to clear. So this is going to be absolutely phenomenal. You can actually hear in the headset, if I pause for a moment, just how windy it is. It is so windy. Less of a factor on these Moto 2 machines, Steve, but still a factor nonetheless when you're in your braking area moving into the corners.
Yeah, you can see the riders getting ready on the grid. They know that that's going to be a factor all the way through this. They've seen it in the Moto 3 class. They've seen it in the ETC class as well. We've got half a dozen riders with penalties for long laps or back of the grid penalties. We also had Hector Garzo disqualified from the weekend for using an engine outside of his official allocation. So Hector not able to finish the season off like he would have wanted. In terms of the championship, Senna Aegis, obviously our champion, already declared this year in the European Moto 2 Championship. Xavi Cardaluz has the chance to wrap up second in the championship. He's comfortably ahead of Alberto Sura. There's 21 points between them, so Sura needs to win the race to have a chance of being able to finish in second. But really for Sura, he's up against Rato on the number 13 machine for third in the World Championship. So keep an eye out for those two riders as the race progresses. But the 67 of Sura, he starts on the front row of the grid, and Rato is on the third row.
Yeah, Rato well outside of any of the mains featuring grid slots, to be honest. He's not had pace all weekend, but that again stems from the track time has been limited all weekend.
The track time has been limited. That's where it takes time to be able to gain that experience out there. That's where it's pretty impressive to be able to see the 54 of Alberto Ferrandez able to give himself a chance qualifying on the second row of the grid, only his second time out here on a Moto 2 machine, so fair play to him. But that's also skewed a little bit. He was 6th fastest, and for Senna Aegis, he was 0.8 of a second faster than Yari Ruiz, who'll start from that pole position. So for the likes of Fernandez, you're still 2 seconds off the pace, but you're on the second row of the grid. Senna is going to be the rider worth keeping an eye on. Obviously not our champion this year. We've been able to see him so dominant all the way through the campaign. But starting from the back of the field, how quickly can he make his progress? How many laps are you giving him, Kiko?
I will give until he's in. If he gets to the front, I think he'll be doing it within the first half of the race.
Yeah, I think you're looking at 5 laps for him to be able to come through, because that's the pace advantage that he has. And we know that in Valencia, into turn 1, into turn 2, into the end of the back straight on the opening lap, there are overtaking opportunities even on Moto 2 machinery. Senna Aegis, you can see there the number 81 machine, the white bike. He's had some races in the World Championship this year. He's obviously stepping up to the World Championship next year. He's a rider that made the switch from a Moto 3 bike to a Moto 2 bike, having not really done an awful lot in the Moto 3 class here in the Junior GP paddock, and then surprised everyone with just how complete a rider he was on the Moto 2 bike. It's going to be interesting to see how he fares next year in the World Championship.
When I spoke to Senna yesterday, I said, but this track is a bit more difficult to pass on than the others. And he said, actually, with the pace he's got, it should be pretty straightforward. And it was harder at Jerez when things weren't going his way as well.
Oh, that's the thing. 0.8 of a second in hand gives him that big advantage. He's got the confidence and the experience on this bike that it will be a case of being able to make that pretty quick progress. The big issue for a lot of the other riders is we've had that limited track time. They might be a little bit more circumspect in the early stages of the race, whereas Senna's just going to go for it. He's got nothing to lose now. He just wants to go ahead, have fun, win his last race in the European Championship, and then ride off into the sunset and get ready for next season.
I spoke to him about next season as well, and he is absolutely relishing the prospect of racing at home in the Australian Grand Prix. Of course, that's 2024. We're in 2023 now.
Just for Senna as well, it's been such a busy run for him. Aussie Superbike, Supersport last year, Moto 2 World Championship, European Championship. It's been a fast rise to the top tiers for him.
It's been fast but deserved, and we're going to see him rise to the top here as well. Probably he's got to come through a load of traffic. Yarrow goes from pole. Good start from him. He gets away well. Second place on the grid, not so much. Got smoke coming off. I think it was a tyre that just came down as well. The front tyre of Yarrow Ruiz, that was. Sam Wilford on the outside there, taking a wide sweeping line into turn 1 and gets pushed out for it as well. But out front, Yarrow Ruiz versus Alberto Sura. Straight away, Sura trying to get through on the inside. That looked a bit tight. This time, Oh, he does get it through. Did he push him wide enough? Yes, he did. No, he didn't. Surra does not come through. The two yellow bikes swapping. Like two highlighter pens going at it at the front here. So Ruiz leads Surra. Harrison Voigt holds third place. And up into fourth place, Roberto Garcia with a brilliant start.
Yeah, and you can see for Jari Ruiz now just able to sweep through that section of the track to give himself the lead, but under attack straight away from Alberto Surra. And then a little bit of a moment there on the exit as well for the 72 of Jari Ruiz. That's what's opened the door then for Harrison Voigt.
Wow, and Garcia down the outside. He's going to be... Oh, I didn't think he was going to get that stop, but he did get it stopped. So Garcia third. Unai Radre pushing and shoving Jari Ruiz at the moment. Ruiz back to fourth.
3 moments there in the opening half a lap though for Jari Ruiz on that 72 machine.
Unai Radre a little bit wide. That will invite the number 74, Peter Bishikerski, if he can.
Oh, big crash in the background.
Oh, dear me, who was that? Was a massive off in the background. We're going to... Oh, and there's another. That's Harrison Voigt. Harrison Voigt has gone down at turn 12. That is a massive opportunity gone for Harrison Voigt. That is a story of what could have been for sure. Thankfully, he's up on his feet, but he is going to be devastated without the Australian walks away. But what an eventful couple of corners there. We had someone high side out of contention in the back. And here we are. It's one of the promo racing machines. I'm not quite sure who it is at the moment.
I think it's Jared Ryu. But,
it is. It is Jerry.
Yeah, it is Jerry, and that's a shame for him. It was a big high side in the background coming out of the mid-lap hairpin there, so that is always a accident key hot spot during the course of the early laps of the race, but luckily he's able to walk away from it, but it does look like he's a little bit prone on that wrist.
I was just before them two crashes going to draw your attention to the rider in 8th place. I think you all know where I'm going to go with this. Senna Agius has already elevated himself into the top 10 position. So Agius, he's going to come through your back of shot now. He's just chasing 49. That's all Francesco Mongiardo. So keep an eye on Agius. He's already more or less in that leading group. Let's see how long it takes him to catch up to the top 6. There's a bit of a gap back from 6th to 7th.
He's so much faster mid-corner there as well, as you'd expect, than the riders he's chasing down. So for Senna on the 81, I'd say by the time we take a wider shot, he's already picked off another rider.
Let's have a look in the background. No, not this time, but anyway, Alberto Surra leads Roberto Garcia. There's a bit of a gap forming between them two, about 7/10 of a second. Garcia in second. That's a brilliant start from him up from the second row. Whilst that shot says it all, Harrison Voigt, a stretcher for what could have been for him. I think that is a big shame for the Australian, who just tucked the front really at turn 12. Easy done. Hopefully we'll get a replay of it and see what happened. Out front, it is Surra from Garcia, from Ruiz, from Oradre. Then it's Vishakursky and Cardelus. Agius, has he gone up into 7th? Yes, he has. So Agius is already back through. Garcia wrestling with that Fantic racing machine there in second, trying everything he can to stay in touch with your race leader, Alberto Surra.
Yeah, and Surra doing a very good job at this stage of the race to get his head down to 35.4. And that is a decent lap time right now. It's actually faster than what we saw in the qualifying session, so immediately down underneath the pole time there as well. So for the 67 of Surra from the middle of the front row of the grid, he's given himself that opportunity. And Senna has managed to come through another spot, so he's up into P7. He just managed to pick off Mongiardo, and we'll see if he's able to close up onto the back of it. Looks like it's Bishop's Kursky there that is the next target.
Ruiz just going through on Garcia, but going wide, so swapping paint at turn 8. That's very, very common there. If you outbrake yourself, it's off camera as well. So outbrake yourself, you do generally tend to run a bit wide. But Garcia riding very, very well. Oh, moment and moment again. It was moments everywhere to the top 10 of that corner. That was Jari Ruiz, and he's gone back to 4th. Unai Radre taking advantage.
Yeah, Jari doesn't have the bike underneath him to give him the confidence in this race so far. We've seen him have quite a few bobbles and moments there, whether it's been on the brakes or on the gas. So that bike just isn't working right now for him.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and settle into it though, although now he's back in 4th. He can't settle down too much. 5th place at the moment is Xavi Cardelus. Where's Peter Bishakursky
He's
gone?
been passed by Senna Agius.
Bishakursky's lost a lot of time now on this lap. Bishakursky.
They were together going into turn 9 and turn 10, so maybe Senna's made his move through there and it's just ended up costing Peter a fair bit of ground. It didn't end up costing Senna too much time. New fastest lap of his race last time around. He's got a bit of clear track in front of him now to try and close up on Xavi Cardelus. They were teammates last year, and he needs to try and close up on him. This is down in towards the hairpin. Have a look at Jari Ruiz. He's going to have a big slide through mid-corner just as he starts to open the gas, and he's able to hold on to that one, but so many big warning moments for Jari Ruiz so far in this one. You can see at the top of the shot, Bishop Kursky was still in front of Senna Aegis heading into the uphill section at the end of the lap, so we'll wait and see if we find out what happened to Peter, but as it is, he lost a lot of ground and dropped down to 9th position. Yeah, Bishop Kursky is still in this race, but like you say, Steve, he is down now towards the bottom end of the top 10. We have yellow flags at turn 2 and 3. Not quite sure what that is, but we'll bring you any updates when we get them. Sura riding very well at the moment. Got a second advantage more or less. Mattia Volpi has crashed out. That's number 77. That seems like it's at turn 3, which is that should be quite a fast one. So hopefully Mattia is okay. There he is on the MMR machine. Let's have a look and see what happened. Do we get a replay? Yes, we do. Steve talk. Oh my! Yeah, me.
Just loses it early there, and then just runs out of road with a big moment. He was lucky he didn't high side clearly at the time he got onto the gas, and then he's just running out of gravel and has to deck the bike there just before going in towards the tyre wall. But that's the end of his season in the Moto2 European Championship.
Mattia Volpi out of action and with that turn 3 accident, thankfully up on his feet and okay though. I tell you what, Alberto Sura is laying down this pace. I know it's only early, we still have 14 laps left to go, but a 1.6 second advantage. Sura looking very, very handy out front at the moment.
For Sura, he needs to win this race to have a chance of finishing second in the championship. He also needs Xavi Cardelus to basically not score points, but for Alberto, he's doing what he needs to do to give himself a chance of second and finish this season strong on the Boscoscuro bike.
And once again on that Boscoscuro bike, it's competitive in this class, Steve. We've seen them take the title before and they've always been competitive, so it's a sign that that team really still have got that pace, that potential, despite Aegis' dominance in this class.
Yeah, the one thing about it is Senna's obviously just been that rider to meet. You can see here for Garcia just trying to hold off Uno Aradre in the middle of the lap, but Aradre will get another opportunity to come through. But for that Boscoscuro team, we've seen it in the past. Obviously, Fermin Aldeguer and Lopez, they were great teammates, able to dominate a season. We know what that team can do, but now they need to make sure that they've got the right rider to give them the opportunity to do that going forward when Senna moves up to the World Championship.
Look at this, Aradre up into second place. He parked it at turn 12. Garcia back to third. Garcia's going to be back to fourth in a minute. Through comes Jari Ruiz. Now, hopefully, Ruiz's race has calmed down a little bit and he can get his head down and carry on with some good lap times. He's had a lot of moments and now he's opening 2 or 3 laps. Hopefully it's now calmed right down, although Garcia comes back through and Ruiz lets the brakes off all the time. Cardelus and this rider here, Senna Aegis, this is playing into their hands as they're catching them hand over fist anyway, and they're still at it. Garcia and Ruiz, this is not good for their race. They're costing each other time at the moment. Ruiz seems to have cleared Garcia. Garcia perhaps not with such pace. Aegis coming through. Aegis comes through on Cardelus. These were the 2 title contenders. Obviously, Aegis has already wrapped that up a round ago, but he's now up inside those top 5 places. So Aegis already within the first 5 laps inside the top 5.
Yeah, and he is going to give himself the chance to come through on Garcia, Ruiz and Uno Aradre pretty quick as well, and Senna just making nice, clean, easy moves to give himself that opportunity. Keep an eye at the background of the shot. He made a good start off the line compared to some of the riders around him, but down in towards turn 1, he held that tighter line just to be able to give himself the chance to just get in the gas nice and early and outdrive a few riders on the exit of the corner. You'll see here for Senna on the run into the corner, he gets himself boxed in a little bit, but look at him as he comes mid-corner. He's got so much more speed than the riders around him, and he's able to bridge back that gap to the riders in front of him. We don't quite catch it at the end of the replay, but he picked those guys off and was able to make pretty quick progress right from the get-go. Let's see if he's able to get close enough to try and make a move into turn 1 maybe on Roberto Garcia.
If not turn 1, you'd imagine turn 2, Aegis with a lot more performance under him than Garcia. By the looks of it, Garcia's struggling in the last couple of laps. They flash by our commentary position. Garcia's still having a go at Ruiz. Ruiz lets the brakes off Garcia, half wheels him, can't quite get it through on the... Oh yes he can, because Ruiz got out wide and that'll give Senna Aegis a free position. So Senna says thank you very much and through into 4th place for the Australian. So the number 81 into 4th place, now knocking on the door of the podium position. He's going to have a look at Garcia very soon, not quite at turn 4.
Yeah, on a Moto2 bike, it's a very brave place to try and make a move because you can have a very cold right-hand side tyre through there. That's where we see an awful lot of crashes. So for Senna, he just keeps himself back that extra little bit of leeway at this stage. The gap between himself and the race leader, though, 4 seconds. It's coming down a few tenths of a second every lap. But once he gets to the front of this group, does he have that pace to be able to drop himself down into the 34s and really be able to close up on the race leader? Alberto Serra out in front doing 35.3s, so he's dropped his pace off by a second from his fastest lap of the race.
Serra leading well and undisturbed, more to the point as well. So he's not being pushed around. He's not having his feathers ruffled. He's out doing his own races in time trial mode here at this point, and that's all he can do, is control what he can. There's no point worrying about where Senna is. It doesn't really matter at this stage of the season. Wow, Ruiz again, moments through turn 13 on the direction change. That bike's just so unstable by the looks of things. He's lost a bit of time, so Aegis that time around, but still Cardelus cannot capitalise. So across the line, another lap ticked off then, and it is Senna Aegis who's in 4th place. We're keeping an eye on him, the number 81. Not quite close enough to Roberto Garcia, though. Aegis not coming through, perhaps as quickly as we thought he would.
Yeah, but he's a half a second faster than Serra last time around, so he's coming through more than fast enough right now. Personal best last time around once again for Senna, so he's just gradually getting faster and faster. It's a long race here, 18 laps, so it's a long time for Alberto Serra to try and stay out in front. As it is, Senna puts himself in a position to make, like I said last time around, a brave move into turn 4. If you're coming through there, you need to have total confidence in that right-hand side of the tyre. He's able to make the move nice and clean, doesn't cost himself any time, and that's the hallmark of the top riders. They're able to make overtaking moves without costing each other lap time, and then just give yourself the chance of making that progress. The gap as he came across the line last time around, 3.4 seconds to the race leader. We'll see what it is in round about 40 seconds time when they come across the line again.
With that class, that's why he is moving up to the Moto2 World Championship itself next year. With that team, he's going to be teammates with Darren Binder, is Senna Aegis, so a real star of the present as much as he is going to be in the future. I'm sure he's already scored points in Moto2 races in the last couple of seasons when he's gone there and filled in for whatever reason. So Aegis looking to end this season on a high. Next stop on the hit list for him this race, it is his teammate. No, it isn't his teammate, but it is Unai Radre, the one other rider who has had an opportunity to beat Senna this year. He just wasn't in the race, he was out injured, but Unai Radre, no slouch himself. We've seen him, Steve, in World Supersport and World Supersport 300. He's won races in the World Superbike paddock, so he is fast. Unfortunately, Aegis is just a little bit faster at this time of the race.
Yeah, and for Senna, a 34.5, new fastest lap of the race, and he's pulled back 6 tenths per second on the race leader, so it's only a matter of time before Senna's catching the race leader as well. But what's interesting is, once again, Aegis so much faster in this section of track than the riders around him, and he's able to get that bike stopped well into turn 4 and able to make the clean move once again without costing himself any time. So that is the important thing. What's probably the key thing, though, for the likes of Senna Aegis is we've seen where the European Championship can breed riders to come through. Firmin Aldeguer, race winner last time out in Thailand, the rider being linked with potentially that Repsol Honda spot in MotoGP as well. So it does show that from the European Championship, you can get yourself opportunities. That wasn't the case in the past. You think back to Raffin or Edgar Pons, all these successful riders that never really were able to make a count in the World Championship. We've seen Aldeguer, we've seen Lopez, and Senna Aegis is going to hope that he's a rider that can follow in that pattern as well.
Aegis now up into 2nd place, so let's just give you a quick gap check. He is 2.7 more or less away from your race leader. We'll do it properly when they come across the line and when our timing has updated. But Aegis now with a bit of clear track up to Alberto Serra, and when they come across the line, it is half race distance and 9 laps to go.
Senna's already 6 tenths of a second faster on this lap than Serra, and that was with making the move through on Unai Radre. As they come across the line, it ended up being half a second he was faster, so the gap now down to 2.4 seconds. The 81's coming, and in the next 3 laps, he's going to be right on the heels of Alberto Serra.
Cue the Jaws music by the sound of things.
Well, it's more about who's going to come with him. Can Unai Radre or Roberto Garcia just latch onto the back of him and slipstream their way up, or use him as that benchmark to be able just to find a little bit more performance and give themselves a chance of being able to get in the fight as well with Serra?
This is your gap difference then last time around, 35.2 for Serra, 34.7 for Aegis. There's no question that Aegis is a lot faster than your race leader, but catching round here is one thing, passing's another, although Aegis shouldn't have too much difficulty with that.
He's come through in 15 riders already, so I think passing's not too much of an issue for Senna Aegis around here. What's going to be interesting, though, is to see whether or not the race leader, Alberto Sura, is stronger in that first sector. Overall, through the course of the race so far, there actually hasn't been much to choose between those two riders in Sector 1, so maybe that doesn't set up the move into Turn 4 like we've been able to see from Aegis up until now.
Yeah, the gaps on this lap, it's been Aegis has found time in that second sector again and again in the third sector, but as you quite rightly say, Steve, Sector 1 is not actually quicker than your race leader.
But again, in Sector 2 and 3, he's a half a second faster, so that's where he's making the difference. And for Aegis, the last sector, last few laps, they pretty much just matched the pace of each other, but now this is the first time we really get to see him get his head down for one full clear lap to see what he can do. It was a 35.4 from Alberto Sura, 7/10 of a second faster Senna Aegis last time around.
So Senna is on his way down, and Radre is going with him to an extent. He's just, Aegis is a perfect carrot for him at the moment. It's just a reference rider. It's dragging Radre out of the battle with Garcia, and it's also, if there is a battle for first, which it doesn't look like there could be, it looks like Aegis should come down Sura pretty swiftly, then maybe then Radre is in a position to make a bit of time up when the battle starts.
Yeah, I have to say, once again, Uno Radre impressing in this race. He's been really good on a Moto2 bike since he jumped onto it. He's a guy that when he was in the Supersport 300 field, we always looked at it and thought, you know what, he's got a bit of something about him. He always loves a fight. He's always able to give himself a chance of being able to come away with a result. And that's what you're seeing in this race as well. He's just latching on to the back of Senna, and he's 3/4 of a second faster than the race leader as well, so he knows this is a chance of being able to come away with a second place finish. Obviously a race winner already this season, but if Uno is able to pick up another podium, it really would be a good way to finish off this season. Rookie in the Moto2 European Championship this year. He's obviously got Moto E experience, Supersport experience, 300 experience, but now he's found a championship that gives him an opportunity to be able to really show what he can do, and he'll start next year as a real contender. He'll replace Senna as that team leader for the Intact team, and the expectation will be that that team doesn't miss a beat.
Absolutely, I mean, they are the champions of the last 2 years. Back to the front, Alberto Sura, he's not short on World Championship experience. He will be looking to end this year on a high, but it's just getting smaller and smaller, and Senna Aegis is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Oh, the moment won't have helped either, asking for the power on the exit of turn 1. So Alberto Sura, he's trying hard.
You have to put yourself in Sura's shoes. He's been looking at his pit board to see the gap back to the riders behind him. He mightn't have known it was always Senna Aegis that was chasing him, but he would have seen that the gap to the group behind him was getting smaller and smaller, and now he knows it's the 81 chasing him down, and he's 0.6 of a second a lap faster. It should be in the next 2 laps that Senna is able to give himself an opportunity to come through and get himself into the race lead. As it is, we're at 2/3 distance now, and Aegis is just applying that pressure. You can see here for the 67 of Sura, that was the moment through turn 1, just asking a little bit too much as he got in the gas, but didn't end up actually costing him all that much time, only a few hundredths of a second compared to what he had been doing in that sector up until then. It looks like a bigger moment than the time loss.
Aegis is now less than a second away from the rear end of the Boscoscuro of Alberto Sura. Sura has been your long-time race leader, but you get the feeling that 1 or 2 laps from now, maybe even less than that, that's all going to change. Let's see what Sura's got in the tank. Don't forget these 2 battled at Aragon.
Half a dozen corners from now, Aegis is going to come through and take this race lead. He's going to try and do it into turn 4. That's where he's got all that confidence.
Let's see if he has to wait that long. Maybe he's got right on the back of him there. That third sector, Senna is so fast. It might be even turn 2 at this rate, Steve. They come across the line again, 6 to go. Aegis is there. It's academic now, that gap. There's no point talking about the gap. It's 0.2 for reference, but he's there. It's a battle now for victory. These 2 did have a battle at Aragon last time out. Aegis made a mistake when he got to the front that time around. It doesn't look like he's going to make a mistake this time around. We're coming through turn 3. This is where Aegis has set up all these moves for turn 4, and there is another one, and he doesn't waste any time, but he's gone a little bit wide. Does he carry the speed perfectly? Yes, he does. And Alberto Sura, now is the time to strike straight back, and I'm not sure he's really got the pace to do so. Aegis has made light work of Sura so far. They're coming on the exit of turn 6 now. Turn 8 really but from then on in, that last sector is where Aegis is so strong. I tell you what, Sura is making a bit of a go at this, and he does go through, and he does run Aegis off the racing line. It's what we said he had to do. Aegis is now looking on the outside. That isn't going to work through there. He cost himself a bit of time, but Sura, for now at least, survives a few more corners out front.
Yeah, through 4, 5, 6, it was a case of Sura being placed into the wrong position on the racetrack by Senna Aegis, but then down the back straight, he's able to make that nice move, uses the little bit of a slipstream and puts his bike down the inside, gives himself that track position. Valencia is a track position racetrack. If you're able to get those inside lines, it does make it very difficult for the other riders. But for Alberto, he did what he had to do to try and hold on to that race lead, and he'll know that he's got 5 more laps of that, and that's going to be so difficult to do. But Senna will also have learned from that, and maybe he'll try and make the move in a different place than what he did that time around. Maybe Senna has to make the move into turn 2 to then give himself that better speed through 3, 4, 5 than what we've been able to see from Alberto Sura.
Dear me, ride it, cowboy. Senna Aegis is out to sea on the exit of turn 1. So, turn 4 again, then let's see if he can do it. He's definitely close enough as he lines up through turn 3. Yeah, he'll let the brakes off into turn 4. That's not a problem. He does go wide again, though. And Alberto Sura has absolutely taken his gloves off now. Sura knows he wants to win. He wants to end this year on a high. And my goodness me, he's making Senna work hard for this. What did we say earlier? Catching one thing, passing another. Battle on at the front.
Yeah, for Senna, though, it's about trying to figure out where he's able to make that move a little bit cleaner. We've seen it both times he's come through in turn 4, but he's ran out onto that curb. He's had to try and just carry a little bit too much speed through that. It leaves you a bit vulnerable. So he probably needs to make the move into the next corner, into the next left-hander.
Turn 11 we're talking about. We're right here now. Aegis having a look. Having a look only though, Sura a bit wide, but that's the line of the Boscoscuro at that turn. Turn 12, not realistic on the Moto2 machines. Turn 14 perhaps for Senna as he builds now through the direction change. Turn 13, up over the top of it. Oh, he's going to do it early. So I tell you, Sura is just out a bit wide there. It's going to be on the brakes for Aegis. Does he get it pulled down? He gets it to an apex, but Sura's going to carry the speed off the corner and down the straight, maybe slipstream his way into the lead by turn 1. Wow, side by side and across the line, Sura back ahead.
Yeah, and for Senna, he needs to attack now into turn 2. The reason I said the next left-hander, meaning that long left-hander at the end of the lap, is if he can make the move there, he's got this speed advantage in this sector. Now he needs to attack into 2 to use his speed through 3, 4, 5. Not quite able to do it, so Alberto really doing a good job there on the 67 to hold out at the front of the field. Senna's clearly faster than him, but for the 67, he's putting his bike where it needs to be. Aegis now a little bit tidier through turn 4, and that should be job done.
Third time of asking. Aegis has tried it at turn 4. This time looks like the best time. He's back ahead, and he looks like he might have just done enough. But let's see Sura. Can Sura respond at turn 8? It's going to have to be turn 8 if anywhere, but I think Senna's got it sorted this time around. This time, Aegis has cleared Alberto Sura, so unless there's a mistake from here on in, with 3.5 laps to go, Senna Aegis has finally made his turn 4 move stick.
Yeah, and for Aegis, that's the area of the track he's been so fast in all the way through this race, but Alberto Sura has done what he had to do to try and give himself a chance of being able to hold on to that race lead. Senna now using every inch of the track, trying to push it on as far as he can, but definitely not a case of being able to leave yourself in that position to be able to attack. But Aegis, we don't see many races, Kiko, where riders come from outside the front row of the grid, front 2 rows of the grid, to be able to win in the Moto2 European Championship. And Senna is going to be able to do it in a dry weather race. To be the first guy to ever do it outside the front 3 rows of the grid shows just how complete a rider he is in this class.
The only other time it's happened, Steve, Albacete, race 2 from 2018, that was a red flagged race. It was absolutely tipping down. And it was Luis Pomares who won on a Kawasaki, so a stock bike coming through. That was on from 18th on the grid up into the lead. Senna's come from 17th on the grid to lead in a full distance dry race, so classy act from a classy rider. Alberto Sura doing well just to latch onto the back, and he's going to finish the race in second place. He's going to end the year on a high. It will not be second in the championship. He needed to win and hope that Cardalus did not finish pretty much. However, Aegis, just a class act, and this has been a dominant season. I mean, I can't remember a Moto2 season where it's been quite as dominant as this. Each race has been won by big margins. There's been not too many battles. This is going to be I think, win number 10 for Aegis. He has been in a league of his own, and that's why he is moving on up to Moto2 World Championship duty next year.
Well, to be honest, it's Aldeguer a few years ago whenever he was able to win the first 8 races of the year. That's the only season that's comparable to what we've seen from Senna. And we know how good Furman is. We also know how good his teammate was, Alonso Lopez, back then. It was a lot of times they were finishing first and second, those two Boscoscuro bikes, and that's why both of them moved up to the World Championship. But for Senna to do this, it's been more impressive than what we saw from Lucas Tulovic last year, and Tulo was very impressive in his own right. But for Senna Aegis, he's been able to show that he's the class rider in the Moto2 European Championship. But now it's to really kick on from that, show that you can do it in the World Championship. How many times have we seen riders super successful in the Moto2 European Championship and not really go on to do too much else? Jordi Torres, a double champion in this class, went on to win a Grand Prix, went on to win a World SPK race. But when you look down the list of all the riders that have had success in this class, that have won championships, there's so many of them where it should have been a stepping stone and it didn't quite work out for them. It takes them time to be able to adapt. Yari Montella is a good example of it, former champion, and this year on a Ducati in the Supersport class was able to show that, you know what, he's got that bit of talent about himself, he's got that speed, he's got the racecraft, and he's been able to build on it. Aegis needs to jump into round 1 next year in the Moto2 World Championship and show, I'm the guy that can really push on and give yourself an opportunity. He's a guy that when he was on a Moto3 bike was too big for it. It never quite gelled for him. I remember speaking to Leon Camier, who works as an advisor and does a lot of work with Senna Aegis, and Leon said a Moto3 bike isn't letting him show what he can do. Keep an eye out for him because he is a talent. And sure enough, Senna's been able to prove that. But he's also a guy that came up the hard way. He was an Aussie Supersport 300 champion and had to really fight for his opportunities in Europe. That's where a season like this is the real reward for all that hard work.
And he was 12 when he got the Asia Talent Cup opportunity in 2018, and no doubt that unlocked doors for him. But still, when I spoke to him yesterday, it's a very similar career path to Casey Stoner, both growing up on dirt track, both making the big move from Australia to have a base in Europe. In the case of Stoner, it was in the UK for the first couple of years. And you know, it isn't easy. It doesn't matter what level, it isn't easy just to make the move seamlessly and be on it straight away. And when you come from dominating and winning everything in your home country, and then it doesn't start working out as you thought it would, you have to start doubting yourself. But as Senna said, he trusted himself, he trusted his path, his belief, the process. And this is the reward of all of that belief and trust that he's put in, all the sacrifices. He's here with his dad, Jonathan, on his own, his mum back home in Australia. It's hard to make it work from outside of Europe when you're the outsider coming in. And he's a star that's really shone brightly last year and this year.
Yeah, we saw him last year have an opportunity in the Moto2 World Championship, replacing an injured Sam Lowes with the Mark VDS team. This year, his few races, he's done 5 races in the World Championship as well, hasn't really been able to show just how good a rider he is, but in the European Championship, he has been able to show that. He's got 18 weeks to get himself ready to be a full-time Moto2 World Championship rider, but he's come through from the 6th row of the grid in this race to claim this race victory. So impressive from Senna Aegis, but what makes it impressive is it's not even a surprise.
It's not a surprise, it's expected, and it was expected by himself yesterday. Senna Aegis, 17th on the grid, P1 on Sunday afternoon. Senna Aegis takes the final win of 2023 in the European Moto2 Championship. It's the 10th of his career. He's just the 3rd rider to take 10 wins in this class. Edgar Pons on 18, Jesko Raffin on 10 in 2nd place. 2nd place in the race, Alberto Sura. He fought valiantly, but in the end, just not enough to stop a hard-charging Senna Aegis. 3rd for Unai Aradre, in the end, just holding on ahead of Roberto Garcia. 4th place goes the way of the number 31 on the Fantic Racing machine. Jero Ruiz 5th, Xavi Cardelou 6th, and takes 2nd in the championship as well. 7th for Peter Piszczegórski, Francesco Mongiardo in 8th, Alberto Ferrandez in the end 9th, and perhaps a little bit dejected from that 2nd row start, completing the top 10, Mattia Ratto, who hasn't had the pace all weekend. Ratto not able in the end to really launch an attack for 3rd overall in the championship. But Senna Aegis, what about it? the biggest comeback in a dry race we've ever seen in this class. 17th to 1st. I take off the hat that I'm not even wearing. Brilliant scenes then here in the final race of the 2023 Finetwork FIM Junior GP World Championship for the Moto 2 European Championship. It has been a fantastic race, a brilliant comeback from Senna Aegis, 17th to 1st. I won't say he made it look easy, because when he arrived to Alberto Sura, he did have to work hard over the course of 3 laps, catching one thing, passing another, as we said in the commentary at the time. Second for Alberto Sura, he'll be more than happy with that. He would have liked to go out with a win. It is his 4th second in this category. He's had 4 podiums this season. His first one didn't come until Portimao. He was struggling in the opening part. I remember when he was back here in Valencia, he didn't even finish. So trouble for Sura in the early part of the year. That maybe cost him a real charge at 2nd place. But get ready to see some of this in the Moto 2 World Championship next year. The 81 of Senna Aegis in that team. He moves up with the same team to the World Championship. He's teammates to Darren Binder. And he will be looking to be doing plenty of stand-up wheelies, Troy Corsa style. I remember Troy Corsa doing that in 2001 around Valencia. Of course, he started that World Superbike season with a double. But that was then. This is now. 22 years on, Australia has another star. I'm sure that the likes of Leon Camier watching back home will be very, very happy. Leon Camier, the British champion from 2009, training and advising Senna Aegis through his career. And look at that, a fantastic stoppie on the way into pit lane, into Parc Ferme. And number 81, cross out that 8 and it would still be correct. There's his dad, Jonathan, coming in now with the grey hair. They're living a dream, and it was something that in his interview with me yesterday, Jonathan said that even if it doesn't work out, I'm still traveling the world with my son, and I'm still hoping and waiting for that moment where he comes good and shows the world what he really can do. In the end, he didn't need to worry. It was always done. It was always there. The talent was clear from day one. Racing against his older brothers back in Australia. Senna Aegis, there's something a little bit special. Alberto Sura 2nd, and 3rd for Unai Aradre, a race winner earlier in the year, back in Barcelona. Aradre takes his 3rd podium in the class. His only other 2 coming from Barcelona. This is Alberto Sura. He fought so hard. Sura, the Bosco Oscuro team would have liked to have a win in 2023. It wasn't the case in the end. A respectful handshake there between the 2 rivals. And that is that for another year in Moto 2. The European Championship again proving to be a stepping stone, providing great action, phenomenal races, and stars of the future. Here's Unai Aradre. He's celebrating with his team. Of course, he isn't teammates with Senna Aegis. That was my mistake earlier in the race. He is the STV Leglice team themselves with 27 titles in this paddock. It is quite remarkable, the achievements of that outfit. This is earlier in the race. This is the start. Watch your number 81 come through from the back. He's 17th place. It's almost pointless giving him the penalty. Come through. That's 13 of Ratto, just ahead of him in the AGR machine. Senna tipping in. And then this was the final race-winning move, I think. Yeah, just a bit tighter that time around, just a bit more ship shape and tiddly-tidy. And 17th to 1st, that's the elation for Aegis as he crossed the line for a 10th career win. Like I say, joining the likes of Edgar Pons on 18 and Jesco Raffin on 10 as the only other rider with at least 10 wins in the Moto 2 class. Fantastic stuff. Obviously, Australia's wins all come by Aegis. He is the dominant force from down under. Maybe that is what he can be known as. He's getting ready for the interview. He's waiting there down there with Steve, I am sure. Aegis, a real talent in the Moto 2 European Championship in 2023. Just outside the top 10 as well, just worth noting, Ivo Lopez was 11th ahead of Sam Wilford. Marco Tapio ahead of Kyle Path. The final point going in 15th place to Philip Raychek. Mattia Volpi, Shannon Inter Harrison Voigt and Gerard Riou not finishing. Voigt and Riou going down on the first lap. Voigt at turn 12, Riou with a big high side at turn 11. Thankfully, both okay. But here we are from 17th to victory. Senna Aegis with a Senna performance.
Senna, just to... We've been interrupted here, but Senna, you got your hat now. And just to put this one into context, this was a super impressive performance, but even given what you've done this year, wasn't that much of a surprise to see you come through?
It was simple. That was the best race of the season, and I couldn't have thought of a better race to finish off my time here in Junior GP. That was everything thrown against us, like to tyres that we haven't used all weekend because the temperatures have been quite drastic this weekend, so new feelings, different, coming a situation we haven't had all year coming from the back. Sura got a gap. I was a bit worried mid-race. I honestly wasn't feeling the best. Then I was seeing where I could learn where he was strong, even though from a distance where the gap was like a bit stagnant, and then started fixing a few things. And once I passed him and we had a bit of a scrap, I put 3 good laps together and that was it. So I'm super happy with myself for that one. And new challenge unlocked, and for sure you take confidence with that.
Congratulations, great job this year.
Thanks.
The only foot wrong he's put all weekend, besides the penalty, was not having the hat on in time. So Senna Aegis didn't quite do a disappearing act in the race, but he tried his best in the interview. Race highlights then for the final Moto2 European Championship race of the season. Yaro Ruiz got a smoky start as his front wheel kept touching down, but he still got it laid down on the line at turn 1. Massive high side out over the front door, dearie me, for Gerard Riou. Then Harrison Voigt a lap later on turn 1. Yaro Ruiz was your early race leader, but he was back in 4th after a handful of moments at turn 11, and it was Alberto Sura who took advantage. MMR teams, Mattia Volpi eventually crashed out at turn 3. Thankfully he was up and okay after that one, but it was Sura who had a lead of over 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Senna Aegis was the rider who was trying to come through, the number 81, 17th on the grid. Had his work cut out to come back through all of the riders. Roberto Garcia was one of his victims at the middle race distance, and then Unai Radre was soon to be the next one. Aegis, a classy act, then set his sights about Alberto Sura and was soon enough right there. It took him 3 attempts to get the job done. Sura fighting back more or less each time. This was the first attempt. Sura letting the brakes off down into turn 8. Aegis tried at the last corner, something different. Sura carried the speed on a normal racing line, led over the line as the two went elbow to elbow. We thought we might have had a bit of a gloves off fight. Aegis tried again, this time kept it tight, hit the front to storm clear. He closed down the 3.5 second gap and opened up one himself. Aegis with an epic 17th to first fight back. Senna by name, Senna by nature. Formula 1 fans, I'm sure you'll understand where I'm going with that one. Aegis, the race winner, the 10th of his career. He signs off an amazing 2023 season in absolute style. The Moto2 World Championship awaits the latest talent line from Australia. The number 81 is number 1 in the final race of the year. So now we are getting ready for the podium celebrations. This is Jonathan Aegis, the father of Senna. They've got a big road ahead of them next year. 22 Grand Prix in the Moto2 World Championship. 3rd place goes to Unai Radre. 2nd for Alberto Sura, your long-time race leader, but from 17th to 1st, a fantastic performance by Senna Aegis. Aegis on the top step of the box once more. So the FIM Junior GP Chief Steward gives out the trophy to Jonathan Aegis for the Teams Award. So there's 2 Aegis on the podium. It didn't take Aegis to get to the lead though. Radre, 3rd place, solid performance from him, his 3rd podium of the year. Of course, he was a race winner back in Barcelona. Alberto Sura, as we said before, would have liked to have signed off with a victory. Tried his best and he dug deep, but wasn't able to in the end. Senna Aegis, on the other hand, in another league. His 8th win of the year, his 10th of his career. Let's get ready for the Australian national anthem.
Ese aplauso para los integrantes del podio, ese cuadro de honor. Ya están ahí celebrándolo.
Brilliant scenes to end the season then. The Prosecco DFC in full flow.
Ese final de temporada con
Center Aegis also in full flow. That'll be the last time that we see him in a junior GP paddock, unless of course he comes back and does a couple of wildcards just to prove that he was an emphatic champion this season. Alberto Sura second, and Adre third. Australia from Italy, from Spain in the final race of the 2023 season. Center Aegis, his father Jonathan there, sharing a special moment before a massive new chapter awaits in 2024. I feel like this won't be the last time we see Center Aegis celebrating on the podium, this whatever step it turns out to be.
El piloto de La Rioja, el italiano y el australiano.
So then, the final race of the season, race 11 out of 11. Center Aegis from 17th on the grid cruises to victory by just over 3 seconds ahead of Alberto Sura and Unai Aradre third there. Roberto Garcia misses out on the podium in the final race of the year. He's fourth. Yorai Ruiz, who went from pole, in the end 15 seconds back in fifth. Cardalou second overall in the championship ahead of Peter Bishikirski, Francesco Mongiardo, and plenty of other riders right the way through the order. Ivo Lopez, of course, he had some World Superbike experience this year in BMW. He took 11th. Sam Wilford 12th in the final race of the year. Right the way through, Mattia Volpi, Shannon Inter, Harrison Voigt and Gerard Rieu, 4 non-finishers in the last race of 2023. Let's check out the championship standings. It was all done and dusted last time out at Motorland Aragon. It's signed, sealed and delivered now. Center Aegis 216 points, 67 clear of Xavi Cardalou, who holds on to second overall. Alberto Sura with the bronze medal, third overall. Mattia Ratto unable to really make an impact this weekend. He's a solid fourth, though, still the best we've seen of the Italian. Roberto Garcia leads a pack of Spaniards. Aradre Ruiz Toledo, Carlos Tatai, who continues his recuperation. Our well wishes to him. And of course, for the latest updates on Carlos's condition, check him out across all of his social media channels. Niccolo Antonelli was a big name in 2023 to come into the championship, but failed to make an impact. He's only 11th come the end. Sam Wilford still getting back up to full speed. He was 13th. Harrison Voigt, it was a story of what could have been. Plenty of opportunities not fulfilled. He's 18th come the end of it. Right the way through, though, we've got nationalities: Croatians, Czechs, Romanians and Filipinos. It's a real international field in the Moto2 European Championship this year, and next year promises to be absolutely no different. Right the way through, 29-point scorers throughout the 11 races that we've had this season. One chapter is closed in the biography of Center Aegis, but perhaps the biggest is still to come. He will be a Moto2 World Championship rider in 2024, and with 8 wins in his championship year here in Junior GP, he is a real star of the future. Watch out for Senna, because he's going to be coming on strong next year around the world, and Australia has something very special on its hands. This is it, the final race in Junior GP's class for 2023. It's here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. 4 kilometres in length, 14 turns of all shapes and sizes provide plenty of opportunity. The championship is done. Angel Piqueras is already in gold for 2023, but there's still plenty to play for, including the all-important matter of runner-up. That's between Alvaro Carpe and Luca Lunetta. 17 laps to decide it, coming up. Valencia, rich in motorcycle racing history, from MotoGP, World Superbike to Junior GP and the stars of the future. This is where many a special moment have been shared right through the landscape of motorcycle racing. Kiko Giles here, Steve English alongside me. We've got 2 races left in the 2023 season. One of them is in Junior GP. Race 2 of the day. We had race 1 earlier. We'll check out the highlights very soon. But Steve, the last day of the year, there's always plenty to play for in terms of pride, in terms of signing off on a high and going into the winter strong. And this championship no different, and despite the championship being done, there's still plenty at stake.
Yeah, the championship's done, but there's still second to be settled. 5 riders still have a chance of being able to finish this season second in the championship. But realistically, it's Alvaro Carpe against Luca Lanetta for that second. There's only 4 points between them, and then you've got the likes of Zuratouza, Joel Esteban and Adrian Cruces all still in a position to be able to fight it out for a spot, but that's a mathematical chance rather than a realistic chance. So we'll see who ends up second and third, but it's going to be an interesting one. This morning's race, real close battle, only a few hundredths of a second between them at the end.
Yeah, this is what happened early this morning. Jabi Zuratouza was going from a first pole position. Get a great start there, and actually it was Luca Lanetta chasing a first victory who grabbed the initial hole shot. However, Adrian Cruces, what a ride we saw from him. The number 11 in the Finetwork FIM racing team, really one of the riders, one of the stars in race 1, and he would go on to be the long-time race leader. Casey Gorman's race ended very early on with a crash at the exit of turn 11, but he was up and okay walking away. Jacob Rosenthaler another one, Kevin Farkas another. We had a couple of crashes all in the early stages. We saw some of the best racing we've seen from Alessandro Morossi. That was up inside the top 5 places, number 19. However, it was Alvaro Carpe who kept trying at turn 1 to pass Cruces. Cruces looking very stable at the opening corner on the lap. Lanetta also tried to pass the Valencian, couldn't do so. Cruces very calm out front, even though there was a massive pack chasing him, consisting of 10 riders. Angel Piqueras from 7th, his worst qualifying of the year, was up into 2nd before taking the lead against Cruces down into the Duin corner at turn 2. Cruces fighting back though as Morossi and Lanetta passed their rivals. Piqueras leading out front, unlike perhaps other times. Piqueras not checking out at the front though, so Piqueras relegated down outside the podium positions as the other riders came through. Cormac Buchanan, the number 14 AGR KTM team rider, was the rider who retired on the exit of turn 6. He's got one more chance to prove his worth this afternoon. Cruces was still leading. Alvaro Carpe versus Luca Lanetta was the battle on track, not just for position, but for position in the championship standings. And they continued their battle from Aragon. Joel Esteban was a late charger as he came through, the number 7 Aspar Junior team rider from 27th on the grid in the end to 7th. And the last corner shootout, Cruces holding on from Alvaro Carpe, but Carpe moving up into 2nd in the championship standings anyway. Cruces, a new race winner in 2023, leaving the best till last. We've still got race 2 to come. So we're back live here in Valencia for the penultimate race of our day, Junior GP, getting ready to see the last fireworks of 2023. There's been plenty of fireworks and there's build up to this round, and throughout the season, generally speaking, it has been a marvellous year of racing. Perhaps we didn't get the title race all the way to the wire like we deserved. However, it's fine. We've forgiven for this year because nonetheless, Angel Piqueras was in mighty form right the way through. We've had, just in review, 7 different winners this year. We've had the 100th different winner back at Portimao in Jabi Zuratouza. And he's on pole, Steve, for this one. He'll be looking to make it count a little bit more, though, perhaps than in race 1. He didn't quite have that pace for the front.
Yeah, only 4/10 of a second off the race victory. So for Jabi and Smith, just trying to learn a little bit from that and trying to finish the season off strong. You can see there, 2 times a race winner already this season, and then that pole position yesterday as well. So he knows that he needs to make just a small step to give himself a chance of another podium finish, but doesn't need to find too much.
second place on the grid this round. Luca Lanetta was denied pole position yesterday by a hard-charging Zuratouza. Lanetta still chasing that first victory and will be looking to sign off 2023 on a high. He's had 3 podiums, of course, and he could have had another one earlier if it wasn't for a last lap error.
Yeah, he gave up the chance of being able to go into this race second in the championship. Only 4 points between himself and Alvaro Carpe, but 6th position in this morning's race, not good enough for him in his eyes. He'll know that he needs to improve on that, needs to give himself a podium to be able to really have a chance of being able to come away with that second in the championship.
Adrian Cruces goes from 3rd, Steve. Just give us a quick insight of how good his performance was earlier in the day. He was a real cool, calm and collected cucumber at the front.
Yeah, it was super impressive stuff from Adrian to be able to come through like that. He's already had 3 podiums in this class, but that first race victory and giving him that 4th podium was so impressive. He's a guy that's come through the European Talent Cup after 3 years in that, and now looks like he's ready to make that step. But it was such a cool-headed ride. Every time someone attacked him, he was able just to be nice and calm, hold his normal lines and just come straight back at them. I thought when Piqueras came through, it was going to be curtains for him, but as it was, he was able to just keep himself in the front of the field.
Nico Carraro, he was a race winner. He was our first race winner of the season back at Estoril, but since then has not got on the podium. He took a 4th top 5 earlier on today. Carraro going from 4th on the grid.
Yeah, and he's a very experienced rider, Nico, 21 years of age, so he knows that he needs to make that step, and almost 50 starts in this class. At this stage, you want to be able to see him really have more than just that one podium, that one race victory at the start of the season in Estoril. But for Nico, it'd be interesting to see how he's going to fare going forward.
Jacob Rulston starts 5th. It's an improvement on where he was at Aragon after a clutch problem, but he is back in contention. 9th earlier on today, though. He'll be wanting to have a little bit of a better finish to his 2023 season.
Yeah, Jacob, he can still finish top 3 in the World Championship, but in the Junior World Championship, but needs to come away with a race victory to really have a chance of that. It's about trying to finish the season strong on that gas bike, but for Jacob, it has been a good campaign all the same. In the Rookies Cup, he was able to finish in 5th in the championship standings, and he's still on course for a decent finish this year in the Junior GP as well.
See David Alonso down there on the grid with the Aspar Junior team. He'll be in action next weekend. This is Facundo Yambias, fellow South American. Yambias from Uruguay. Again, a top 10 performance from Yambias, but perhaps again just missing that little bit of pace at the end of the race, a little bit of ferociousness to get his elbows out to contend for that top 6 placings, which we know he's capable.
Yeah, but you can see there again, he's finished the season with all these top 10s. That's a good, impressive performance by him in the 2nd season in the Junior GP class.
Teammate Angel Piqueras lines up 7th place, head of row 3. Piqueras came through earlier, was a race leader, wasn't quite able to get it all done and dusted. Here he is. He is the champion already. That was settled back in Aragon, Stephen. He's got a massive future ahead of him despite the dramas of this week.
What's quite interesting though is what I'm hearing in the paddock so far today is that it looks like Max Quiles is going to replace him on that bike next year, and for Max, he's going to go there as a double ETC champion, and for the Australia Galicia team, the Monlau team, they've got that next rider coming through. So if it is Max Quiles that gets that seat, he immediately jumps in as a genuine contender for the championship right from the get-go.
Quiles as well is only 15 now. He'll be 16 when the season starts. So what a young talent he is. This is Cormac Buchanan. He is 8th, the New Zealander from Invercargill. Has had plenty of highlights in 2023 so far. Lots of top 10 finishes. Valencia race 1, mechanical problem kept him from progressing.
Yeah, and it was a shame for Cormac to end the opening race like that, but once again, he's another rider that's been able to put together some decent performances this year. If you think back to earlier in the season at Jerez, he was able to finish inside the top 5 both races, so good performance there. He just needs to be able to do that on a more regular basis next year.
Alvaro Carpe will complete that 3rd row. He is 2nd in the championship, but his main quarry for that title, that 2nd place in the title, is Luca Lanetta, and he goes from the front row. Carpe, a bit of a Valencia specialist, has won here in ETC, has been strong here before. His first podium in this class, in the Junior GP class, came here earlier in the year, so there's no doubting Carpe's ability. And Let's see if he can get that first race win. Xabi Zuratouza, though, goes from pole. The final race of 2023 is next. The grid then for the final time, race 12 of 12 in 2023's Finetwork FIM JuniorGP World Championship. Zuratouza, Lanetta, Cruces, your front row, Carraro, Ralston, and Yambias, your second one, Piqueras, Buchanan, Carpe, your third one. Lanetta and Carpe, second and ninth on the grid. That is who the title race for second overall is between. Big names further down. Eddie O'Shea, keep an eye on him. He's at the head of row 5 and 13th, just behind 12th place on row 4, Ruche Moodley. Moodley crashed out of race 1. Moodley, a big talent, the South African, in his first weekend of Junior GP action. All the way through. Tachkor Barazri, 22nd. He'll be looking to end his season better than that, but he is injured. Kevin Farkas, the Hungarian, another, but as well, Farkas DNFing after a crash at turn 5 earlier on today. This is race 2 of Junior GP, live for the final time in 2023. Myself, Kiko Giles, and Steve English taking you through the action trackside here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. The title is already done. Angel Piqueras has got it sorted, but as you say, Steve, the big battle is second place. Middle of the front row, the number 58 Luca Lanetta versus Alvaro Carpe. Number 83 on the third row. Both were knocking spots off each other at Aragon. Likewise here, there are other riders that can get involved, but it is between those two, really.
Yeah, there's only 4 points between them, and for Alvaro Carpe on the number 83 machine, he was able to come away second in the opening race of the day, and that's what gave him that advantage in the championship standing. For Luca Lanetta, he needs to make a step forward on the 58 machine from that top 6 finish this morning. The opening race today saw the number 11 Adrian Cruces come through to lead for the vast majority of the race and claim the race win on the last lap from Carpe, and then Angel Piqueras, our champion this year, rounded out the podium spots. But all the way through this week, it's been really difficult for all these Junior GP riders. Conditions have been tough. We've lost an awful lot of running. It's still quite windy out, so they've got that to deal with, but they do have the experience of this morning's race. It should play out as a different race. It'll be a faster race, and riders will know what to expect.
How important was this morning's race, Steve, given the lack of track time that these guys have had? That race 1 will have acted as a good benchmark and perhaps given a good insight of, okay, we need to change X, Y, and Z for race 2, which is about to start.
It's absolutely critical, and that's why we saw Ruche Moodley have a crash and rejoin the race, because he wants to give himself that chance to be able to get that extra track time this morning. They were at such a disadvantage coming into this race, but for everyone it's been the same situation. You've got to just deal with it, and there's a few riders worth keeping an eye on. Casey O'Gorman on the number 67 machine started very impressive in race 1 and then crashed out. We'll see if he's able to have learned his lessons from that, or if everyone else has been able to make a step forward having had that extra track time out there. But when you're on the Monlau competition bike, there's an expectation you're going to be at the front of the field. So for O'Gorman on the 67, for Yambias on the 94, they'll be expecting that they're able to come away with good results inside the top 10.
For the likes of O'Gorman, of course, we keep an eye on the Irish and the British interest, O'Gorman and O'Shea. What do you make of their season, Steve? It's been, for O'Gorman in particular, a bit of a turbulent one, chopping and changing paddocks and teams and doing a bit of a journeyman's season, but with full-time rides. It's been a strange one.
I think there was an expectation he would have made a bigger step forward this year than what he has been able to do. In the Rookies Cup, we've been able to see him have 4 podiums in the last 2 years. In the European Talent Cup, he's been able to win races, but for O'Gorman, I think it's pretty clear from the outside looking in, when riders leave teams, it's because there's been a falling out, and there can be that expectation that you're going to do a better job and maybe you're a little bit too demanding. It'd be interesting to see how next year plays out for O'Gorman, but I think he was given a great opportunity with that Michael Laverty Vision Track team, and now he's got another opportunity with the Australia Galicia team to be able to try and show what he can do, but the pressure's on him to deliver.
Here we go then, for the final time. Junior GP fires up. The red light will come on any moment now, and when they go out, we have the final race of the year underway. Great start. Luca Lanetta flies from second on the grid. Again, a sluggish getaway from Xabi Zuratouza, your pole man. Watch out for Alvaro Carpe on the inside. And number 83 from 9th is already up into about 5th place. So brilliant start from Carpe. Looks like it's Piqueras or O'Gorman around the outside as they jockey for position. It is Lanetta no, it isn't. It's Cruces again. Adrian Cruces. He led after one turn in race 1. He leads after 2 turns of race 2, ahead of Lanetta. Then it looks like Ralston and Zuratuz are back to 4th, Carby up to 5th, as they all fight their way through. That's Cormac Buchanan getting his elbows out with Joel Esteban. Esteban goes from his original grid slot this time. The penalty doesn't apply in the second race. Ralston 3rd, looking on the inside of Lanetta. So everyone's safely through for the final opening lap of the year.
Yeah, we saw in this morning's race a lot of penalties. So the likes of Joel Esteban had a double long lap penalty and was able to make a lot of progress. So we'll see what he's able to do in this race without those penalties. The number 7 gas machine, he's going to give himself an opportunity of being able to come away with a good result.
He was actually one of the really fast riders coming through the field. As you say, Steve, he came from 27th up to 7th and was actually just latched on the back. Was up the inside. That's Piqueras. No, it isn't. It's Yambias. I got that wrong. So Yambias up into the top 5, I make that.
Yambias on the 94 made a really good getaway from the line, has given himself an opportunity now to be able to fight it out at the front through this race. You can see Cormac Buchanan there in the number 14 machine. Technical issue this morning. He's in a position now to attack Alvaro Carpe down into the end of the lap and a spot inside the top 6.
Oh, and he is attacking as well. Carpe's going to be shoved out wide. He is. Buchanan using all of his racecraft there to get the position. No, he isn't. He slots back into Carpe's slipstream. That's Joel Esteban, the number 7, just behind him. Cruces leads by 0.2 of a second, but it's purely academic. Zuratuz, bit of a moment on the front and had a look at trying to get through on Lanetta, but couldn't quite do it there. Cruces from Ralston, Lanetta, Zuratuz, 5th for Yambias, 6th for Piqueras, then it's Carpe, Buchanan and Esteban. Nico Carraro rounding out the top 10 as they come through turn 3. For the second time of asking. Ralston not close enough for an attack into turn 4. Cruces doing what he did in race 1.
Yeah, and Ralston will doing a really good job here on the opening lap, coming through from the second row of the grid to get himself up into P2 at this stage. He's had a good season in the Rookies Cup. He was able to come away with a couple of podiums. He's had 2 podiums in this class as well, but he wants that first race victory, so we'll see if the number 12 is able to give himself a chance for that.
Ralston, a winner in the European Talent Cup, of course, from 2 years ago. That was at Estoril. He's looking to try and take victory in the Junior GP category, and he's not doing himself any dramas this time. He's through into the lead. Ralston ahead of Cruces. That was a lovely move at turn 8. We see it time and time again, Steve. You can just let the brakes off and roll it through, and he let the brakes off very too much maybe at turn 11, but he holds on regardless.
Yeah, what's important though is Luca Lanetta on that number 58 machine. He's in a position to be able to take second in this championship. He's only 4 points down on second from Alvaro Carpe on that number 83 machine, and he's now in a spot to be able to give himself a chance of being able to do that. So good opening couple of laps from Lanetta.
If you put the flag out now, it's actually Lanetta who would be in second place in the championship ahead of Carpe. Carpe only 7 as it stands. Lanetta up in 3rd. So we'll keep you updated with live maths, or we'll do our best anyway, as they flash across the line. It's the 11 from the 12, then it's the 58 down in towards turn 1. Cruces so good on the brakes down into turn 1, and he holds the apex as well. Lovely stuff from the 11. Ralston in behind him, then it's Lanetta. A bit of a gap back to Lanetta now as Ralston goes up the inside into turn 2. Does he pull it down?
Nope. You can see there from Cruces, he's able to hold that tight line, carry the momentum. So impressive from Jacob Ralston to hold on to that race lead. It looked like we were going to see the purple bike just get that drive on the exit and give himself an opportunity there. So good stuff from Jacob to be able to hold on to that race lead. Good effort on the gas bike, and he needs to do that as well. You want to put yourself in a position to be a rider that teams want to have on the bike next year.
RB Aditama with the fastest lap of the race at 1:40.161. So coming through the field, Aditama will be one to watch as we see him attack Cormac Buchanan. That's a great move from Aditama up the inside there at turn 8. So Aditama making it look easy.
Double long lap penalty for him this morning, so we didn't see his true pace, but now he's given himself that opportunity to do that. So nice move being made there.
Number 93 of Aditama is the rider we're talking about. That's up into about, no, it must be about into 9th place. Our timing screen's just a little bit out of date there. They're coming through the final sector. Cruces leads Ralston. That gap I was talking about, what gap? That's just gone already. So Cruces leads for now. Up the inside, Ralston just got his nose wiped. 3rd for Lanetta, who's just ahead of Yambias, who's having a fantastic... No, he's not. It's Piqueras who's in 4th now. He's just got ahead of Yambias, but nonetheless, Yambias having a fantastic ride. 2 Team Australia Lithium machines, 4th and 5th. Carpe in their slipstream. Piqueras tries to get through on the inside of Lanetta, but can't do so. Casey O'Gorman for the Australia team. He's not quite in the points yet. He's back down in 16th, just at the back of this shot. He's just behind Rouchet Moodley.
What's good to see, though, compared to this morning, is we've got more Hondas in the mix. There was only one Honda inside the top 9 this morning, so clearly the KTM, Gas Husqvarna bike, whatever you want to call it, it's been the more competitive package here once again today. But it is one of those situations where when Angel Piqueras is the rider on the Honda, he's always going to have a chance of being able to win the race. But the Honda, not as competitive a package outright here this weekend as I think they would have expected.
Yeah, that might have not been helped by the lack of track time as well. They need...
Oh,
no!
That's Connor Buchanan, it looks like.
It is Buchanan. He's lost the front at turn 6. Well, he went out at turn 6 with a technical problem in race number 1, and he has crashed out all of his own accord by the looks of things at turn 6 in race 2. Not a good end to his season. Up the inside comes Piqueras. He's going to rub... Oh dear, he's going to rub Lanetta as well. Good to see Buchanan's okay. He's back up and rejoined, but that is a disaster for Cormac.
Yeah, you're just going to see in the background of this shot, he's just going to lose the front through turn 6. Easily done through that section. The Marshall's quick as a flash to get down there to get that bike recovered as well, but Buchanan able to get it restarted, and he'll try and finish off this race, but that is his season over effectively.
Tell you what, I wouldn't want to be in a race with that Marshall. You've got some serious pace across that gravel truck. Up front, Cruces leads Ralston, 11 from the 12. At least it's good for the number order, at least, as Ralston pulls out. He's going to let the brakes up now again. Cruces so strong on the brakes. Through comes Piqueras and Lunetta. That has been about the second time he's tried that move, and this time I think it's just about worked. Lunetta's going to try and answer back into turn 2. Can't do so.
The reason it's getting so close at the front is that the pace isn't quite as hot as it should be. The last 3 laps we've seen the number 10 of Nico Carrero able to lap faster than the race leader. That's why the red bikes at the back of this group are just pushing their way closer and closer to the front, and they're just making it more and more difficult at the front for everyone just to find their space. We saw that down in towards turn 9 and 10 last time around for Angel Piqueras, getting a little bit of an attack with Luca Lanetta. So it is difficult to make clean moves around here and open a gap and hold on to those positions. But for Piqueras, that's what he started to do, and he's in a position now once again to attack the number 12 of Jacob Ralston. He's able to hold that tighter line through the long right-hand hairpin now in a couple of corners time. Maybe that's where he'll try and make a move.
Yeah, Ralston looking very, very cool, calm and collected there in that second place. Doesn't seem in a big hurry to necessarily get ahead of Cruces, and he can learn a lot by following race 1's winner. I mean, Cruces a good pace earlier today, and he's just replicating that kind of style from race 1 in race 2.
Yeah, you can see there into his pit box, everyone's still wearing their Max Quiles t-shirts for him winning the ETC, and that's a big moment there for Jan Bias. It's going to open a door for Alvaro Carpe. But for that Gas team, the Aspar squad, they know that they've got to make sure that the season ends on a high. They've got 3 bikes up there inside the top 10 right now, but they're not in the important position of P1.
No, that honour firmly with the team, the Finetwork Mir Racing team. We know Ramon Forcada is an integral part of that outfit, and again developing young talent, and Cruces the latest line of talent to come through there. You can see Ralston second, Piqueras third, Lanetta, Carpe and Yambias your top 6. Outside of that it's Esteban and Carraro, 0-2s of the Rossi 10th, not quite having quite the same stunning race as he had in race 1. It's all line astern through turns 4 and 5 this time around. Outside of that top 10, Adi Tama is in 11th ahead of Eddie O'Shea, Rosenthaler, Moodley and O'Gorman now in the points of 15th.
What's interesting is we've got number 11 out in front, and for Adrian Cruces, he's just had his first lap in the 39 so far today. In race 1, he didn't have the speed. He was the 11th fastest lap during the race, so he didn't have that 1 lap pace, but he had track position, he had racecraft, and that's what he's showing again in this one. But he's got a little bit more of a turn of speed now. He's found a few tenths of a second per lap compared to what he had this morning.
And that comes back to what we were saying about how important data gathering wise race 1 was for race 2 now.
Yeah, exactly, and for all these riders, they're able to make that step forward. That's why the pace is a little bit hotter, the group's a little bit bigger, and we're seeing it where the riders know a little bit more about what to expect. You can see for the number 7 of Joel Esteban, he had a double long lap penalty this morning. He's got no such issues now, and that's why he's been able to keep himself up there inside that lead group, just in front of his teammate Nico Carraro as well. So 3 gas bikes up there inside the top 8.
They were right in contention at Aragon, of course, until the last 4 corners. And then it all ended in tears. Not one of them crossed the line. Esteban actually took out. He actually took out poor old Jacob Ralston. Eddie O'Shea there crossing the line in 12th place. He is about second back of this lead group. It's not really anything important going on back there. Meanwhile, out front, Ralston has taken over the lead.
Yeah, exactly. For Eddie, it's the same situation as it was in race 1. He's just caught himself in no man's land. He finished 11th this morning. Probably something similar for him this afternoon, but he's not going to be in a position to be able to get himself into this battle at the front. Good stuff from Jacob Ralston, though, to put himself into a position to get into the race lead again. We'll see if the number 11 of Cruces immediately gives himself a chance to attack once again. This is the move from Ralston on the 12 machine, able to make it nice and early. He does it on the slipstream even before you get in the brakes, and then he's sitting it up a little bit later there than Cruces as well. And unlike what we saw this morning, everyone able to get the bike stopped whenever they're trying to make their moves into turn 1. That's a little bit more experience than what they had in the opening race today.
Cruces then looking to try and retaliate if he can, if he dare, of course. Ralston has been very, very fast this weekend, 5th on the grid, and now your race leader as we're coming up to around half race distance in a couple of laps' time. Ralston from Cruces, your race 1 winner. Piqueras, your champion in 3rd, and the big battle's 4th and 5th. 2nd place in the title is on the line between the number 58 of Luca Lanetta and the 83 of Alvaro Carpe. At the moment, it would just about hold on for Alvaro Carpe by about 2 points, but that is going to change on 11 laps to go. You can be absolutely sure of that. Everyone getting in the slipstream, then trying to draft on by if they can before turn 1. Cruces, let's see what he's got here, because Cruces has got very good brakes, very good braking performance, and he does it again. Does he pull it down? He's had no problem so far. Yeah, again, Cruces just got something. He's got an air of confidence about him in the braking for turn 1.
Yeah, he looks really good through that section. He was really good all the way through this morning's races as well. So he's giving himself that opportunity, and nice clean moves being had here in the Junior GP class.
Thing you thought you may never say. What can you say about that? I mean, Cruces, we're not actually seeing the kind of paint swapping and bar-to-bar battling as we have seen at other times this year. I think it's a lot more of a calmer affair at the front. The riders who are setting the pace have got good pace. There's not too much jockeying for position. Riders are pretty line astern. That's why we've got a group of 11 out front at the minute, because they're all able to lap well. There's no real interferences elsewhere. Be sure it'll come, but at the moment at least, it's everyone keeping their powder dry as they make their way through turn 9 and 10 up to the hairpin of turn 11 and overtaking hotspot, but not this time. Again, everyone's just allowing Adrian Cruces, who's got great race pace, to lead the way. Jorge Martinez Aspar watching on there to see if his rider, Jacob Ralston. I mean, we've had Esteban win, we've had Carraro win. It would be pretty poetic if Ralston's last race in this class before moving on up to Moto3 World Championship action for next year. It'd be quite fitting if he does make it 3 different winners in that team for this year. He's got a good opportunity as they come on to the straight. When they cross the line, 9 laps to go. We're coming up to half race distance, and we have still got a lead group of 11. Ralston looking on the inside, gets it done. Nice move, but Cruces again, is he going to carry the speed? Where on earth is Alessandro Marossi going there?
He's going backwards. He's lost a lot of ground from that, so he's had a big penalty for running so far wide there.
Yeah, I don't think, well, I mean, it will count towards his track limits count, but I mean, it may as well not. And Alessandro Marossi, I think he was looking for the car park. He was absolutely way got across an international border as he went down there at turn 1. So Marossi's got work to, he's back to 11th, but Cruces and Ralston, they are swapping paint a little bit, but they're not costing each other time, and that's key in this class.
Yeah, well, they're not swapping paint because they're just making clean moves on one another. They're not costing each other time, but the group is just keeping itself close now as well. It's back into the low 1 minute 40, so riders do have a little bit more pace behind them, but they're not able to actually take advantage of that. What is interesting is, though, at the back of that group, we said Eddie O'Shea was having a lonely day on that number 8 machine. That mistake from Rossi actually kind of helps him. It gives him another rider to work with, to slipstream and tow your way up to the lead group. So we'll see if we end up having a dozen riders in the lead group.
Yeah, Eddie O'Shea and Marossi, I mean, they're still in touch. Marossi's still in touch, and Eddie O'Shea has, as you say, latched onto the back of him. The Italian going to pull the Brit right into contention here, hopefully, from a British perspective, of course. Down in 2, the final corner, that was Alvaro Carpe making big moves. So Carpe has come through, and Piqueras has been shoved out well wide. That's by Lanetta. Leo Ramastorfa has crashed out. Hopefully he's okay. There were yellow flags in turn 2. Meanwhile, here we go. The battle starts now. Yambias is on his teammate. Ralston's on Carpe. That's at turn 1. Cruces leading calmly out front as they battle behind him. Piqueras and Yambias are still at it, but I think Piqueras has got it for now. But Lanetta is the rider up into 4th place. So Piqueras has got a bit of traffic to clear. He was sitting pretty well in 3rd. He's now got a little bit of work.
Look at the other gas bikes though at the back of the group. It looks like Nico Pereira's just come through on his teammate Joel Esteban, and they look like they've got a little bit more confidence than the riders around them right now, but are they able to take advantage of that and start making some moves? Carrera, though, on that number 10 machine, we've seen him have that 1-lap pace today, and then Joel Esteban, without the double long lap penalty, we know how good of a rider he is from what he's been able to do in the ETC and then also in the Junior GP class.
Ralston up the inside then of Cruces, but runs it wide, and we see it so many times. Ralston pushed out as Cruces strikes straight back on the exit of turn 8. Good ride in there from Cruces. Ralston's going to have a little look, but there's no way he's coming from that far back at turn 11. So, a little bit more trading paint. Ralston moment on the curb, as well was Cruces, but they both hold position through turn 12 down to turn 13. We're going to get to 14 in a minute, but it's Cruces who's leading at the moment.
It's good to see, though, the big step forward Ralston's made from this morning's race as well. From 9th position, he's now in a position to be able to fight it out for his first race victory. He's had 2 podiums in the class, both of them runner-up finishes, one of them here in Valencia. So is he going to be in a position to be able to give himself a chance at that first race victory? We saw Adrian Cruces break his duck this morning. Will we see someone else do it in the final race of the year?
Don't forget, we've had 7 different race winners so far in 2023. If Ralston wants to win, he would be the 8th different winner of the year. And he would be a new winner as well, the 104th, I make it. At the moment, he's doing well into the do and turn number 2. He is ahead. He's in the lead now, ahead of Cruces. Piqueras has worked his way back to 3rd. As Carpe and Lanetta continue to knock spots off each other, and Joel Esteban comes into the fight for P4.
Yeah, but if you're Esteban on that number 7 machine, if you're Carrero on the number 10 machine, if you're Aditama on the 93, you've got to hit the front of this group. Look at the gap starting to stretch out from Piqueras in 3rd position. Piqueras on the number 18 machine, he's got round about a half a second in hand over that second group because they're fighting with each other.
And Cruces is going to have a look at Ralston here, but not this time. These 3 are the fastest riders on the track. It was a very similar story this morning. Ralston got mired in the latter stages, but the battle that Carpe and Lanetta have been having, this goes back weeks. It goes back to Aragon. They were knocking spots off each other there. They're doing the same again here, and it's cost them time in both locations, in Valencia and in Aragon. So the 58 and the 83, I'm talking about Carpe and Lanetta, or Lanetta and Carpe in that order. They need to start working together instead of trying to beat each other up here. Piqueras on the inside of Cruces gets the job done, does he? Yes, he'll get the apex at least, but it'll be now all about the run to the line. Cruces should slot into the slipstream as we tick off another lap. 6 to go as they cross the line.
Look for Lunetta, though, on the run down towards turn 1.
They fan out, jockeying for position. Piqueras takes 2nd and holds that as well. Ralston still your leader. Lanetta, I think, crept into 4th. Yes, he did, even though Carpe was 4th across the line. Esteban is now up into 5th. Carpe wants to have it back. So Carpe getting his elbows out with 6 to go. This race is just starting to come alive. Ralston was wide at turn 3, but that should put him in a good position for turn 4, and he holds the lead ahead of Piqueras, who's punting him along. These 2 are absolutely, well, tail to tail here. It's absolutely neck and neck as they come up in towards turn 6. Good move from Piqueras. That was setting up from a little while. I think Ralston was a little bit offline and it stemmed back to turn 3.
Yeah, we saw that Piqueras this morning was a little bit vulnerable into turn 5. He was much stronger in this race. That's what sets up making it a move into turn 6.
Oh, Lanetta from 4th to 2nd now then. This is traditional Junior GP as through comes Cruces. No, he doesn't. He had a massive look at Lanetta. Lanetta, we saw what he was doing back in Aragon. He was absolutely relentless. He was elbows
around the outside.
Surely not. Look at what is happening to Ralston here. Ralston's going backwards. That's 4th. And now, behind us, that's 5th. Behind him is Joel Esteban. And those 2 tangled back in Aragon. They'll not be open for the same again. But Ralston like in race 1, just getting bullied a little bit out on track.
Yeah, and you can see for Luca Lunetta now just getting overtaken there by Cruces in the run down towards the last corner. But it's so important for Lunetta to come through this because there's only 4 points between himself and Alvaro Carpe at this stage, but their seasons on the count back could potentially go all the way to 4th, 5th place finishes, regardless of anything else, because they've got this, they could easily end up with the same amount of podiums, same amount of 2nd place, same amount of 3rd places. So both of those guys know the easiest way to finish 2nd, win this race and you guarantee it, and that's the attitude Lunetta's bringing to these final 5 laps. Carpe though on the 83 machine, he's doing the same, he's moved himself up into P3.
As it stands at the moment, I believe that would be a dead heat for 2nd place in the championship as well. 4-point swing, 4-point difference.
But it would be Carpe that would take it on a podium count back. So as it is right now, they've got an opportunity.
Of course, we keep you posted with all the live championship standings. It isn't for the title itself. Angel Piqueras, number 18, race leader, already has that bagged from Aragon. Look at Carpe coming through at turn 7. No, not this time. He was very close to Lunetta that time around. So those two, massive rivalry to keep an eye on for sure in the future going forward in Junior GP. Lunetta all over the back of Piqueras and through up the inside at turn 11. It can be done, and it has been done. Adrian Cruces is going to push Alvaro Carpe right out to the edge of the curb, and the track turns right in a minute. Cruces, good move.
Yeah, just had a quick check through the results as well, and Carpe does have the advantage of extra 2nd place finishes. So if it is a dead heat, it will be Carpe that wins it on a count back.
Let's see how that all plans out. We've got 4 laps to go as they come out on the last corner. They're going to cross the line any moment now, weaving to try and break the slipstream. Piqueras leads so far. It's the 18 from the 58 of Luca Lunetta in 2nd place. That's Facundo Yambias on the left-hand side of shot. Facundo Yambias, the Uruguayan's race is over. Back at the front, Carpe comes through on Lunetta. That's for 2nd position. Will Carpe attack Piqueras into turn 2? He'll have to be good on the brakes if he is, and he is going to. Lunetta, 3rd to 1st. That's going to end in tears if he tries that again. Lunetta can only get to 2nd, but crucially keeps Carpe behind him.
Look at the gas bikes, though. They've put themselves in a position to attack. That's Joel Esteban down the inside of Adrian Cruces. Race 1, race victor, and he's losing spots down to 5th position now. Joel Esteban, he's got a real chance to win this race.
There are Aspar bikes all over the number 11 of Adrian Cruces. He won't know where to look. You think he's got double vision if he carries on with all this around him. Back at the front, Angel Piqueras is still your race leader. Alvaro Carpe is still trying to get through on Luca Lunetta, and Joel Esteban is still trying to end next season on a high. Esteban's through into 3rd. Brilliant stuff from the number 7. He was in title contention right up until the last time around. He's not in it anymore, but he still wants to end the season well.
Adrian Cruces got squeezed right out there by the Aspar bike as well. So all of these guys now really jostling for their track position. It's brought back Eddie O'Shea, it's brought back Zuratosa, because they're just fighting with one another. They only care about track position right now.
Oh, and Cruces got sat up there by Carraro. Carraro was coming through at turn 13 on a direction change, so a bit more time lost perhaps for Cruces.
Oh, it's Carraro!
Carraro! Oh, and he lost the front out wide, so well, that's that race done then for Nico Carraro. Your race 1 winner from well back at the start of the year in Estoril has slotted in behind Armi Aditama, so big mistake from Carraro. That's going to cost him dear. At the front, Lunetta looking on the inside, but again, not quite able to get it done on the brakes against Piqueras. Carpe has his nose wiped by the number 7 of Joel Esteban, whilst Jacob Wilson and Adrian Cruces are back there again.
All the fighting was meaning that it was a 2.5 seconds off the pace last time around. That's why the group gets bigger and bigger. But you can see just no one's got any option other than just to get the knives out, try and attack and see what you can do. Alvaro Carpe there on the 83 machine gets down the inside, and he's able to hold on to that position as well. He needs to do that though. He's in that scrap with Lunetta, who's up there in P2 right now for 2nd in the Junior World Championship.
Piqueras, your race leader, already champion. I remind you, we can only really see changes for 2nd, 3rd, 4th in this title fight. Piqueras is your champion. It was done last time out at Aragon. We've got 2.5 laps to go. Luca Lunetta has never won a Junior GP Grand Prix. He's going to be looking to do it today if he can. He was robbed, maybe some might say unlucky at various stages. Race 1 was one of those times when he made a mistake. On the last lap, Cruces comes through at turn 11. Cruces through up the inside, back into the podium positions. He was your race 1 winner, and he was the rider who really has been the pace setter. But has he got that attack in him in the last 2 laps?
The one thing I will say about Luca Lanetta, the Roman rider, he knows how to win races. He's won in the Rookies Cup, and we know how competitive that is. This is his chance to finally win in the Junior GP class as well. But down the inside, though, that number 11 coming through once again. And for Adrian Cruces, he's been so good at giving himself those opportunities to find a way to get back to the front, despite arguably not having the same outright pace as so many other riders.
There are twos back in this group as well for 7th, Eddie O'Shea, 8 on the bike, 8th in the race. Cruces back to the front then. So, Adrian Cruces, long-time race leader in race 1, has led stints of race 2, and he's now back in the lead with the final 2 laps underway. Lanetta follows him through and takes 2nd away from Piqueras. Will that open a door for Joel Esteban? Not. Oh, yes, it does. I did not think he was coming through at turn 3, but he was. Esteban with a brilliant move at turn 3 to go up into P3, but now Cruces on his own has got good pace, something he didn't have this morning, and he's leading well.
Yeah, Joel Esteban on that number 7 machine. It took him a bit of time to be finding his feet and give himself an opportunity in the European Talent Cup. He's 18, so a little bit older than a lot of the riders when they get their opportunities for a rookie campaign in the Moto 3 class, but he's making it count. He shows that he's got that speed and the racecraft to be able to hit the front. He's the guy that could well pick up a race win here.
Esteban, a winner already in 2023. He's now getting his gloves off with Piqueras, your champion from this year. Cruces is leading very well. He's leading marvellously ahead of his 2nd place rider, Luca Lanetta.
Alvaro Carpe, the one, the 83 machine, needs to make his progress now. He's getting himself bottled up. He's got no chance of finishing 2nd in this Junior World Championship unless he comes through an Angel Piqueras, but that is one of the most difficult things to do in the Junior GP class.
Esteban will have a look at Lanetta, but I think Lanetta has just got it on the brakes. Eddie O'Shea is up into 7th, I should say, and in this lead group, so plenty to play for as we start the final lap of the season in the 2023 Finetwork FIM Junior GP World Championship. Adrian Cruces is your race leader, but for how long? Lanetta knows that he's got to strike now while the chances are there, and he goes through into turn 1. Does he run wide? Yes, he does. But Cruces, is he good enough on the brakes? Of course he is, and Esteban will come through for 2nd as well, and Lanetta could end up 4th here if Piqueras shoves him out at turn 3. Oh, it's so tight. Lanetta holds on this time, but Carpe is the one who's got to clear Lanetta if he's to take 2nd in the title.
Well, as it is right now, he doesn't, and he's in a position to be able to hold on to that 2nd in the championship. But for Alvaro Carpe, 2nd in the championship as it standed at the start of this race, 4 points behind Lanetta. He knows his whole race depends on what Lanetta does right now, and Lanetta's making progress, trying to come through on the 18 of Piqueras. Piqueras looked like he ran off the track there as well onto the green paint.
Esteban leads Cruces. This is the battle for the lead, and it's the battle for... Oh, Adi Tarma's gone the battle for 2nd. Lanetta is shoving Carpe out wide, and Lanetta takes it back, so that's 3rd for him in a moment. Carpe 4th. Carpe would still hold on. That's through. Comes from nowhere. Cruces takes it. The team are going wild. Cruces has taken the lead. Esteban is going to strike back. It's going to be the last corner, surely. Esteban is almost riding pillion with Cruces here. Through turn 13, it's going to be a last corner showdown to end the season. But who is it going to be who's going to come out on top? Lanetta! Surely not, dear me! No, it isn't. Cruces has timed it to perfection. Piqueras is swerving everywhere, but it's going to be Cruces from Esteban. Lanetta takes 3rd, and I think taking 2nd in the title. We'll double check it, but Cruces is the race winner again.
He's taken it by a point, 2nd in the championship for Lanetta, but Cruces, fair play. That was stunning on the last lap. I thought Joel Esteban had done enough, but Adrian able to pick up another race victory, and he's really done a great job here at the end of the season to be able to put himself, I think he'll be 4th in the championship as things stand at the end of this race. Such an impressive campaign that's highlighted by 3 podiums in the final 3 races. 5 top 5s in a row to finish the season, but all about those 2 race victories as well.
And Steve, just a quick word before you go down to Parc Fermé on our champion Angel Piqueras. Dominant throughout the year, but he didn't have it all his own way here in Valencia.
Didn't have it all his own way, but we're going to see him in the Moto3 World Championship next year. And then, like I said, on the grid, looks like it could be Max Quilla replacing him. So will the Estrella Galicia team be able to keep that rolling into the 2024 campaign when we kick off in late April?
We kick off in Misano, a new circuit for us here, but what a race. Adrian Cruz says your race winner for the 2nd time today. Well, I think we are going to have some celebrations to see here down in Parc Fermé by Adrian Cruz. He is the winner again, a second winner today, and a double at home. Cruz says, I mean, maybe it's floodgate syndrome. Maybe now he will start coming on strong. Fantastic end to the season. As Steve said there, really, really strong podium, race win contending finish to the year. Joel Esteban will be more than happy with 2nd place as well. He would have liked to win, of course, but he'll be happy with 2nd place to end the year. And Luca Lanetta 3rd, with Carpe 5th, in 5th place, 11 points, 3rd place, 16 points. That's a difference of 5. Carpe led Lanetta by 4. So if Lanetta outscores Carpe by 5, which he did, he takes 2nd in the title. So Luca Lanetta, at least by my dodgy live on air maths, does finish as runner-up for the AC Racing team. That outfit, as professional as they come, they were champions in ETC last year with Guido Pini. But what about it? What about that as a final lap to close the season? My voice was already shot before today even got underway. So unbelievable stuff to close off 2023. You cannot complain about the action in Junior GP. David Alonso, he's seen it all there. The beanie hat on with the Red Bull branded front. The Colombian comes back to racing action next weekend, of course, in the Malaysian Grand Prix in Moto3. But look at the celebrations for Luca Lanetta. The team, I don't think they've ever celebrated just a podium like that. No win in 2023 for Lanetta, but it's 2nd in the championship. Look at this. Fantastic scenes down there in Parc Fermé. I mean, the celebrations clear for all to see. Luca Lanetta, wow, it really is a story of what could have been for Lanetta. So many times he's finished 2nd, 3 2nd places right the way through the season. Sorry, not 3 2nd places, 1 2nd place, 3 podiums all the way through this year. But he has been unlucky at times. Could have been more. Unfortunately for Alvaro Carpe, he'll have to wait another year at least for 2nd place, but for a real title challenge, I'm sure he will. Joel Esteban, tears all round down there. Joel Esteban, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Oh my dearie me, that's why we've got tears down in Parc Fermé. Adrian Cruz has got to drop a position. Joel Esteban has inherited the race win. What an incredible bit of drama. Track limits on the last lap. Bingo cards ready at home for your stewards post-race. Oh dear, that's bitter. Adrian Cruz has not taken honours here. Still 2nd. It's not a bad day at the office. But Joel Esteban, either I was slow and I completely missed it, or we caught it right on the right time. Joel Esteban does take victory in the final race of the year. Wow, we'll be able to chat to him about that when we come to interview him. Steve will be down there primed and ready. But what about that? Joel Esteban 27th on the grid he was in race 1. He came through for 7th. He started from his normal grid position and now takes victory. Unbelievable scenes. Look at the smiles, honestly. Joel Esteban, no wonder there was tears down there in the Aspar Junior team. So they sign off on a high then. The Aspar Junior team, a very, very strong performance from them right the way through the season. This is where it was. I tell you something now. Oh dear. That is so unfortunate for Adrian Cruces. Rules are rules. We've seen it in World Superbike, of course. There were times in that race where Cruces was using all of the curb. I must say, there were times when he was using all of the curb. I didn't see him go on the green, but obviously on the last lap he did. We've seen it in World Superbike, of course, in the massive showdown that we saw in World Superbike last time out with Top Rank Razgatlioglu. But Joel Esteban, after all of that, is your race winner.
Joel Esteban, a second race win of the season and a great way to finish the season. But talk us through that last lap.
Yes, I'm very happy with the race because this is my last year here in JuniorGP. The next year I go to the World Championship with Aspar team. And the race was so crazy because a lot of wind during the race and all the riders go very fast. Adrian do a very good pace. And finally, in the last lap, I tried to overtake Adrian in the last corner. He then passed me, but he took the green and finally I win. Thanks for the team for these 2 amazing years. To my family, sponsors, and all the people support me.
And some words in Spanish?
Bueno, estoy muy contento con esta carrera que he ganado. Bueno, con la segunda carrera, porque al final cierro una etapa con el equipo, ya que el año que viene va al Campeonato del Mundo Moto 3. Y bueno, ha sido una carrera bastante rápida. Adrián ha hecho un gran ritmo y todos los pilotos se han muy rápido. Cada vez nos hemos ido posicionando mejor durante las vueltas sin cometer fallos. Y bueno, he pasado a Adrián en la 6, luego él me ha vuelto a pasar y en la última curva, sabiendo que era la última carrera ya del año, digo, voy a pasarlo. Lo he pasado, luego me la ha devuelto, pero bueno, ha tocado el verde y al final he ganado la carrera. Dar las gracias al equipo por estos 2 increíbles años que hemos hecho, que hemos pasado, a mi familia, sponsors y toda la gente que me apoya. Muchas gracias.
Thanks, Joe.
What about that then? So we've just about got our breath back, as you can probably tell, not my voice. Race 2, the last race of the 2023 Finetwork FIM Junior GP season. What a belter it was. Adrian Cruces versus Jacob Ralston was the opening chapter in the final race of the year. Cormac Buchanan, double no point score. He retired from race 1 at turn 6. He crashed out at turn 6 in race 2. Ralston was leading at points, but Keras from the 3rd row of the grid, the champion already crowned, up inside the top 3. Luca Lanetta versus Alvaro Carpe was the battle for 2nd overall in the championship, but also for the victory and podium positions in race 2. Ralston and Cruces continued swapping paints as Alessandro Morossi crossed an international border by the looks of things at turn 1. He made a big error and was subsequently out of contention. Trading paint again, Cruces and Ralston were absolutely at it. Piqueras versus Lanetta, another battle. That was 3rd. Joel Esteban creeping into contention though in 6th place. In the final 3rd of the race, the gloves really came off, as they so often do in Junior GP. Adrian Cruces versus Angel Piqueras. We've seen disappearing acts at times from Piqueras in Junior GP in 2023. The season finale, the season showdown, not one of them. Cruces, Lanetta, Carpe, Esteban, Ralston, Poleman, Jabi Zuratuza, even Britain's Eddie O'Shea, who put on a late race spurt to come right in to contention for the podium. Cruces on the final lap, picking up the opposition against Joel Esteban, and he outbraked him into turn 12 as well, carrying the speed through. However, he just touched the green on that final time of asking. Esteban went through, Cruces struck back, and across the line it was Cruces who led the way ahead of Joel Esteban and Luca Lanetta in 3rd, who took 2nd overall in the championship. but track limits mean rules are rules. Esteban inheriting the race 2 win, his second victory of the season, and signing off his Junior GP career in style before a new chapter awaits in the Moto3 World Championship next year.
Aspar Junior team representado por Sergio Cárceles.
So we are here then back live trackside for the final podium ceremony of the 2023 season in the Junior GP class. Luca Lanetta, third place for him, but second in the title. Second place despite crossing the line first for Adrian Cruces, and first place for the second time this year despite crossing the line second for Joel Esteban. Steve English is back alongside me, getting his breath back from a fantastic race 2, and what a way to end the season down there in Parc Ferme. Some brilliant scenes of elation and dejection from the same people, often at the same time. Steve, what a turn of events in the final 5 minutes then. Joel Esteban, the winner.
Yeah, such a shame for Adrian to lose that race on the track limits penalty, but we saw it. Brad Binder, top rack in the last week, and now this as well. But Adrian was pretty happy down in Parc Ferme with his team, and you can see on the podium he's pretty pleased with that one as well. But Joel Esteban able to end his time here in the Junior GP class with a race victory, and for a rider that only came in as a rookie this year to then immediately make that step to the Moto3 World Championship does show just how good of a rider he is.
He has been in fine form really right from the start. Let's hear the Spanish national anthem.
Ese aplauso, esta última victoria de la temporada que ha correspondido a Joel Esteban.
So then, time to celebrate, of course. Esteban, the only one legally old enough to get the Prosecco DOC. Brilliant scenes on the final podium of the season. Moto3 World Championship action awaits Joel Esteban in 2024. And if he adapts like he has this year in the Junior World Championship in his first season, I think we really are looking at a big star for the future. Lots of names moving up next year. We'll talk you through them in a very short moment. But it has been a totally one of those years, Steve, that the 2023 season of Junior GP is going to be remembered as a generational shift up. So many riders moving onwards.
Yeah, a lot of riders moving upwards. We'll wait and see how many of them actually become stars of the future as well. But certainly our champion, Angel Piqueras, the rider to keep an eye on going into next season. Junior GP and Red Bull Rookies Cup winner in the same season.
Dominant from Piqueras, but Esteban takes it by less than a tenth of a second, even though if he did cross the line second, ahead of Adrian Cruces, Lanetta third. Piqueras fourth for the final race of his Junior GP career, marking a significant and dominant championship in style come the close of the season. 12 races out of 12, all done and dusted. It seems like just yesterday that we started. Rouchet Moodley, 13th place for him in his Junior GP debut, so good stuff from him all the way down the field. Cormac Buchanan, we saw him crash out at turn 6. He did remount and cross the line in 20th. Arbi Aditama crashing late on. He did not finish at all. Penultimate lap incident for him. The Indonesian will be ready to fight back stronger in the future. Facundo Yambias, technical problem for him, 4 laps from home, just 2 non-finishers, Grenfell and Ramersdorfer. The final championship standings, 82 points to final advantage. Piqueras over Luca Lanetta, who nabs Alvaro Carpe to the runner-up spot by a single point. Joel Esteban was close in 4th with that final win. Cruces 5th in the end, beating Javi Zuratuza. Ralston 7th, Carraro, Almanza, and in 10th place when we flick over, Eddie O'Shea completing that top 10. Barazzi, Rosenthaler, Marossi, Buchanan, Bartolini, Yambias and Arbi Aditama all had a part to play throughout the course of the 2023 season, but none of them really able to consistently challenge a dominant champion. 220 points. Angel Piqueras has been in a class of his own. Marcus Ruda as well. Flashes of brilliance. Casey O'Gorman likewise in that category. The Irishman will be hoping for more in whatever awaits him for 2024. Over the page, 29 point scorers come the end of the 2023 season. There's still one race to go, but Junior GP, at least for this year, is done. Luca Lunetta, David Almanza, Noah Detweiler, Nico Carraro, Joel Esteban, Tachikon Barazzi, Jacob Ralston, and your champion, Angel Piqueras. 8 big names all move to the Moto3 World Championship next season. One race remains, the final stock race of the season, and then the checkered flag falls on a memorable year of Junior GP action. Final race of the Finetwork FIM Junior GP World Championship season. It's the stock class. Round 7, our second visit to Valencia. And we have already got the championship decided. It is a 4-kilometre long track with 14 turns. And actually, this time in May, for the stock class at the track, we had an absolute belter. Danny Munoz is already champion, but he'll be looking to end on a high before the season is finished. 18 laps to decide the final chapter of this season. The last race then. Can you believe it? We're already here. It seems like just yesterday that we started. We saw the first green lights of 2023. 2023, a year with new formats and, in the case of stock racing, its own place on the schedule. It's its own class within its own right, and it gets its own show to conclude the day. 18 laps ahead of us in the Stock European Championship. Kiko Giles and Steve English bringing you the live coverage trackside. The sun is setting in the championship. It has already set for some. Danny Munoz already champion, Steve, after a dominant performance last time out.
Yeah, Danny's been super impressive all the way through this season. He's been able to pick up 4 race victories and 2 second-place finishes. The stock class, it's one of those series where it's always easy to wonder why it's there, but when you look at what the riders that we've been able to come through this ranks in recent years, Fermin Aldeguer came through from the stock class to become a Moto2 rider and then a Moto2 champion and a Moto2 Grand Prix race winner. The stock class gives riders an opportunity to come through.
It does, and it gives them an opportunity to showcase their level, and that has been the case this year for Danny Munoz and also for Eric Fernandez. Fernandez has been one of the main rivals to Munoz, and had it not been for a non-score back at Estoril, we'd probably be talking about the showdown for this season. Marco Garcia has also been right in the mix along with Dino Iotto, but there have been numerous battles between the top 2 in the title. These two, Danny Munoz for 17 and number 4, Eric Fernandez. This is last time out at Motorland Aragon. They've also battled here at Estoril. They've also battled here at Valencia, back at Estoril as well, and also in Barcelona. I actually forgot that happened. If you're going to win a race, look after the trophy. Something Eric Fernandez didn't do last time out. But Fernandez a race winner last time out. 2 wins this year. Steve, Danny Munoz, though, the class of the field, 6 poles. Fernandez the only one who's got laid a glove on him at any time.
Yeah, no real surprise though. Coming into the season with the new stock class, the expectation was that Munoz was going to be the rider to beat, and that's how it's transpired. He's a rider that's been able to come through from the European Talent Cup. He had podiums in the ETC back as far as 2018, and then he's had a lot of experience in the Moto3 class in recent years.
and then obviously stepped up to the stock class last year, running as that subclass within the Moto2 Championship.
Danny Munoz, unsurprisingly, goes and pole. He's already got the gold crash helmet. Let's find out what happened on Saturday afternoon.
Y bueno, llegamos hoy todo el mundo sin haber rodado en todo el fin de semana, un poquito de sorpresa porque no sabía qué iba a pasar. Y nada, al final el primer quali sí es verdad que nos ha costado terminar de coger la confianza con la moto, con las condiciones y eso. Pero ya en el segundo entreno me he focalizado un poquito más, me he centrado un poquito más. Y bueno, al final hemos podido hacer una moto más competitiva hacia el equipo. Y yo he podido estar un poquito más ubicado a las condiciones que estaban del viento. Y nada, al final otra pole más, la última del año, dedicársela al equipo y a la familia y a Jorge Arroyo y a toda esa gente que me apoyan siempre. Y nada, a rematar mañana.
So the final grid then forming for the Stock European Championship. 18 laps ahead of us for the season finale. It is already done and dusted. This rider, Danny Munoz, it has been a star-studded season. 4 victories, 2 second places. He's going to look to finish in the top dog position that he deserves.
Another pole position. He's missed out on pole at only 1 round this year. He has been the dominant rider, and you're right in saying, Kiko, that Fernandez might have been able to take it down to the last round of the year, but given how dominant Munoz is, even if they had gone to this one 10 points between them, it still would have been all about what Munoz was going to do. You can see just how his form has been so strong this year. I really hope he gets a chance to step up to a Moto2 bike next year and he's able to show what he can do on that class as well.
He deserves a step up. There is no doubt about that. Danny Munoz has got the talent, and he's demonstrated that in a lot of classes, not just this one. This is Eric Fernandez. Fernandez looking to try and make it back-to-back wins. He's had 2 wins this year, 1 at Jerez and 1 at Aragon. He's finished on the podium in every race he's finished, besides Estoril, of course, because he didn't finish. And second in the championship, it's already locked in more or less for him. Well, it is locked in.
And he's only 16, so you'd certainly hope that next year he makes that next step. But 5 podiums, 2 wins and a pole. It's been a really good season for him. He's been the only rider really to lay a glove onto Munoz through the season.
Not just in terms of points, of course, but actually on track, he's also been right there. 3rd place on the grid, Jose Luis Mario. He is 16th in the championship with 12 points, and he's really come a form right now. He had 8th place last time out at Aragon, but he's on the front row of the grid here in Valencia.
Yeah, and you can see there are those couple of good performances at the last 2 rounds, and for him, he's made the step up from the European Talent Cup to a 600, and we'll wait and see what the future holds for him in terms of what he can do in the stock class next year, but at least he's going to finish the season with that front row and a little bit of momentum.
The battle for 3rd in the championship is what we're looking for, and it is currently held by Marco Garcia on the Easy Race team. So he lines up 4th on the grid. Garcia's at podiums in 2023. A best result of 2nd, that was back at Estoril. He had a 3rd at Portimao. He's finished every race in the points inside the top 7. A worse result of 7th actually coming here in Valencia.
Yeah, and that's been the difference between himself and Dino in that battle for 3rd in the championship right now, because for Marco, he's scored points in every round. He's had 2 podiums. Dino's had an extra podium, but it hasn't really counted because of that non-score at the opening round of the year in Estoril. So for Marco, it's been a really solid campaign. And he started it with a podium in Estoril, finishing 2nd. He'll want to finish it with a podium. He missed out on it in Catalonia and also Aragon last time out, so it needs a podium now to finish the season.
Here he is, Dino Iotz, of course. He has had lots of experience back in the World Supersport 300 paddock. He has had podiums here, 4 of them this year here in stock class. The gap between the 2 of them in the championship is just 9. So there's a realistic chance that this switches and changes this race.
Yeah, and for Dino, obviously South Africa when he was racing in the Supersport 300 class, it's always a bit of a double take for me whenever you see him with the Italian flag, but it's been a good campaign for Dino. He's been able to have a lot of podiums through the course of the summer in Valencia, earlier in the year Jerez, and then the last 2 rounds as well, so he's got that momentum on his side.
Archie McDonald lines up 6th on the grid. His best result of the year has been a 4th. That was achieved here in Valencia and as well matched at Portimao. What can he do, Steve, from the second row? He's a kid who's demonstrated at various times the talent he has.
Yeah, we've been able to see him pretty much a constant top 5 runner all the way through the season. The last 2 rounds haven't been quite as competitive as he would have liked, but he's still been able to run in there in the top 8. So it's been a good season for Archie, and he'll try and finish off the season with a top 5 finish and maybe try and sneak a podium for the last race of the year, his first podium of the season.
7th on the grid, 7th in the championship. Adrian Rodriguez, the 16-year-old. He's had 3 top 5 finishes this year. They are his best results. All of them have been 5th, including one here in Valencia.
Yeah, teammate to Marco Garcia as well. So they've been able to put together a good outfit through the course this season, and Rodriguez is certainly going to look to give himself another chance for top 5 finish. He's finished 5th in 3 races so far this season. So if he can do that again, it just shows that consistency for him, and that's important because at the end of the day, Munoz and Fernandez have separated themselves from the rest of the field. Now it's up to everyone else to try and step up and show who they're going to be next year as well.
So we go through the grid. This is Iker Garcia. Iker Garcia, 8th on the grid. That's the middle of the third row, I beg your pardon. Garcia, this is his first outing in 2023. And a pretty solid debut in 8th.
Yeah, really good effort in the Superpole session, in the qualifying session. I've slipped into Superbike speak straight away there. But for Iker, it's been a good effort on his debut, and that's what you want to see.
The final grid then for 2023 in all classes. The 7th race is about to start in the Stock European Championship, the new class for 2023. Munoz on pole as ever, Fernandez 2nd, those two have been tied at the hip for the majority of the season. Jose Luis Mario in 3rd, looking to come out fighting. What has he got in the locker for the 18 laps ahead of us? Plenty of British interest. Daniel Brooks there in 11th, Carter Brown in 14th, so keep an eye out on them. They've got good pace, but they're a little bit out of position all the way down through the order to Vaccarino at the back of the grid. 18 laps ahead of us, the same distance as the Moto2 European Championship. Danny Munoz is already champion. Eric Fernandez is already 2nd. The big battle is for 3rd. Marco Garcia has 9 points over Dino Iozzo, both of them on Yamahas. The majority of the field on Yamahas. Only one rider on a Kawasaki, Javier Del Olmo, the Kawasaki Palmito PL Racing outfit. As the grid clears for the final time, myself, Kiko Giles and Steve English bringing it all to a close. Steve, this race is always a tricky one in terms of the front two generally escape. Can Fernandez lay a glove on Munoz this time, though, over the course of a full race distance?
Well, we saw it last time that we were here in Valencia, red flagged race. It ended up being basically 2/3 of a race distance, and there was only 0.2 of a second between them when the checkered flag came out. So for Eric Fernandez on that number 4 machine, he'll certainly think this is his opportunity to bring the fight to this man, Danny Munoz. And it's going to be a really interesting race to see what they can do. It'll be interesting to see how quickly they separate themselves from the rest of the field as well, because for the likes of Dino Iozzi trying to hold on to top 3 in the world in the Stock European Championship up against Marco Garcia, that will really be a focus of attention now in the closing stages of this race.
Track temperature 29 degrees. It's actually the hottest it's been all weekend. It has not barely gone above 25. We have had so much wind here in Valencia. It's been so windy. Thursday, Friday, absolutely more or less no track action. Less than a bit of a venture into the unknown. Even though it's the familiar faces, no one's actually had these kind of conditions with lots of rubber on the track at any point this weekend, and that's a little bit of an anomaly compared to what we've seen at other points.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those situations where for these stock riders, they've had to sit down and watch everyone else race. We've already had 2 races in the Junior GP class. We've had the European Talent Cup. We've had Moto2 out on track, and now it's their chance. Conditions are so different to the last time they were out on track, and now it's up to them to see who's able to adapt the quickest. That's where Munoz has had the advantage all the way through this season. He's just had a turn of speed that the other riders haven't.
The championship is done and dusted, as we said earlier. 30 points the gap between Munoz and Fernandez. The battle is Garcia and Dino Iozzo, the Spaniard versus the Italian. to find out who will come out with the bronze medal, of course, and you can watch all of the celebrations of the championship podiums on demand later on throughout our social platforms. Of course, get in touch with us via our social platforms. We're on YouTube, Twitter, or X, whatever it is these days, Facebook, Instagram, plus many more, and that's where you can catch up with all the behind-the-scenes content. And stay tuned for all the latest news regarding the series. Of course, we had the calendar announced in the build-up to this round, actually on Saturday morning, and we go to Misano as a championship for the first time, not in Sport MotoGP. We go there on our own accord, so a new venue, Steve, to look forward to next season.
Yeah, standalone event at Misano, that's exciting. The 21st of April will be the start of that campaign, and will we see our champion in the stock class, Daniel Munoz, stepping up to a Moto2 bike for that opening round of next year?
We hope so. He certainly deserves it. So here we go then, the final stock race of the 2023 season. It's an inaugural season where it's been a class of its own accord. Munoz goes from pole, and it's lights out and away we go. Fantastic start by Munoz by the looks of it as they go down towards turn one for the first time of asking. Fernandez there in second position. As we've actually lost pictures up here in the commentary box, so we're craning our neck as they go up towards turn two. It looks like Danny Munoz, to me, has got it sorted out into turn two. Everyone through very safely indeed, no yellow flags at all. It is Danny Munoz from Eric Fernandez as they come through turn three and turn four. And again, everybody just safe through, jockeying for position, 2 or 3 abreast, further back down the order, but Munoz off like a scolded cat at the start of this race. We're trying to fix the pictures up here in the commentary box. It's I think it was my long dangly legs that have actually pulled something out. But anyway, we're looking at it from, it's like old school trackside commentary here. So all fun and games. Munoz leading ahead of Fernandez. And in third place, looks like Garcia already ahead of Jose Luis Armario. So Armario going backwards a little bit. Leading, Munoz down towards turn 12 and 13. The direction change from right to left. Thank God we've got this problem in Valencia, because if we had it anywhere else, we wouldn't be able to tell you at all what's going on. They're coming back through turn 13 now. Of course, I imagine you guys at home can see what's going on, so you're going to have to bear with us for a moment. But just so you understand the situation here, we cannot see a thing. We can get it on delay, thankfully, on demand. It's not much use here at all. But across the line they go, past our commentary position. I can tell you, Danny Munoz is absolutely away at the races. He leads by 1/4 of a second, Steve.
Yeah, the good thing is we still have live timing. So Munoz from Fernandez and Rodriguez up in third. And we'll wait and see when we're able to catch a glimpse of any of the riders again from our commentary box. Everyone able to make it their way through turn two. We're having a look outside the commentary box to be able to see anything, with no pictures in the box for us at the moment. So we're waiting to see how everyone will manage to make it through. They're just coming down in towards turn four as we look outside of our box window, and we'll see if everyone's able to make it through there cleanly. Always a little bit of a pinch point as the riders head down the back straight now as well. And it is still Munoz out in front, it looks like, and trying to just defend that position from Eric Fernandez. There was only 0.2 of a second between them when they raced here earlier in the season in the stock class, and just trying to hold on to that race lead as the field makes their way through down in towards the double right-hander in the middle of the lap here. So they have managed to break away. Just as you look at the top three, there's a 1.5 seconds in hand over Archie McDonald in fourth position as he tries to bridge some of that gap. But Munoz out in front, trying to break away a little bit of a gap now as they head down towards the long left-hander downhill at the end of the lap as they come through to complete the second lap of 18 here in the stock class.
Hopefully we'll be able to bring you pictures soon, but we literally don't have anything at the moment. It's telling us the HMI connection has not worked. It might have been when it came out by my foot.
Just at the front of the field, Munoz there with a personal best last time around, but for the other riders, they are closing up on it, and Dino Iozzo is the fastest rider in the racetrack. For Dino, he's still trying to finish third in the Stock European Championship. He's still got a chance of that, but needs to give himself an opportunity by getting himself up into those podium spots really, and he's doing his best to try and close up that margin.
They're coming through the second sector now. They're going to be making their way down towards turn 3 and turn 4. I tell you, Munoz is still leading up towards turn 6 here. Everybody just making their way around. Luckily, we're not actually missing too much at the moment. There's not actually any overtakes or incidents during the race. It is all line astern. Munoz under a bit of pressure though from Fernandez though. He's looking very, very much under attack, more so than we've seen at other stages of the season. See, we've seen at other points that you know, we've had battles, and this looks like we could have another one.
Yeah, and we can see most of the Valencia track from our commentary box. And in 4th position, Dino Iozzo is doing what he can to try and close down that gap. In the first half of the lap, looks like he's managed to bridge back a few tenths of a second in Sector 1 and also in Sector 2. And he's just trying to close himself onto the back of Adrian Rodriguez up there. But once again, Daniel Munoz out in front from Eric Fernandez, and we do have pictures back in the commentary box now, and it is Munoz leading the way onto the start-finish straight as we complete the 3rd lap of the race.
Fantastic stuff. Then pictures are back, and I can tell you they've come back at the right time, as I'm sure you're aware, as Fernandez, leg out, takes all the braking marker down in towards turn 1. Fernandez, excuse me, is leading the race ahead of Munoz. Munoz strikes straight back though. Good move from Munoz. Munoz back into 2nd place. Fernandez is going to have some of that though. The 16-year-old dives up the inside at turn 3. Great move by Fernandez. I thought the 44 there was coming through as well. That is Adrian Rodriguez from 7th on the grid. He's 7th in the championship, so good stuff from Adrian Rodriguez. He's right there. He's just wondering if Munoz is playing with the opposition a bit. It looks like he's back into turn 1, back into P1 at turn 6.
Yeah, we've seen Rodriguez with those 3 top 5 finishes, but trying to get that first podium of the season as well, and giving himself an opportunity on the 44. You can see the number 4 trying to come through now as well, but it is still Iozzo. I said last time around, it looked like he was my man on the move. He is a man on the move. The fastest lap of the race last time around. Half a second a lap faster than the riders he's chasing down in front of him.
I tell you something, that was absolutely sideways, slideways, every which way by Danny Munoz at turn 9. Then the bike was stepping out. He was slithering around everywhere. Munoz definitely going out in style. He's out on the curb there though. Fernandez is going to have some of that. They come up over the top of the hill now for the well, we've got 14 laps to go when they cross the line. No change of position so far. Munoz so far with the gold crash helmet. That is because the title has already been wrapped up. Munoz leads Fernandez. Fernandez has already tried one time down in towards turn 1, and he did make it stick. This time he tries again and absolutely thieves all of the braking area. Meanwhile, your man Steve, you said he was the fastest rider on track, Dino Iozzo up into 3rd.
Yeah, Dino able to come through there on the number 13. It's lucky for him, not so lucky for Adrian Rodriguez losing out on that spot, but for Rodriguez, it's again about being able to show that you got that top 5 pace. For Dino, it's about trying to make sure you're able to finish 3rd in this championship. He's up against Marco Garcia for that.
Dear me, sorry Steve to come in across you and absolutely blow everyone's ears off at home. Where did Rodriguez find that? He went absolutely hell for leather down into turn 4. And I think he, lost the place and the pace and the connection with the top 2.
And that's the problem in this class. If you lose ground with the number 17 of Danny Munoz and the 4 of Eric Fernandez, you're not giving up, you're not catching that back. That's where it becomes really important for Dino on the 13 to come through and see if he's still got that pace to be able to bridge that gap. For Marco Garcia, 3rd in the championship standings coming into this race. He's all the way down in 8th position. He is starting to make a little bit of progress the last few laps, but he's got too much ground to make up when the man he's chasing down in the championship, Dino Iozzo, is up there in the podium spots.
Fernandez is absolutely harassing Munoz at this rate. He's Munoz again out wide, out onto the green that time. He's even on the other side of the curb. So problems for Munoz. Is Fernandez going to have a look on the inside? No, he's not quite close enough this time around, but you can be sure that he's going to have a dig somewhere. He's already had 2 attempts at turn 1, but Munoz has always repassed him into turn 2. Let's see what it is. It's R6 Yamaha versus R6 Yamaha, burying inside the paintwork of the number 4 is Fernandez. The long way! I don't believe it, and I was about to say that's impossible. It is Fernandez in 2nd. Munoz runs out wide. They're having a conversation with each other. What's going on there then? Into turn 2, Fernandez takes over at the front.
You saw Munoz take his left hand off the bar there slightly, so maybe he's just up. Oh, someone's gone down. Someone's gone down there at turn 3. It looks like it was either Iozzo or Rodriguez, and it looks like Rodriguez is still the rider up there in 3rd position.
I think Iozzo has gone down at turn 2 then. Let's see. Yes, it is. Dino Iozzo has crashed, so that is third place. Hopes in the championship done and dusted. He lost that, I think, very early, Steve. We're going to get, hopefully, a replay of that, but he seemed like he lost it very early. He's a bit shaken by it as well, or is he just gathering his thoughts?
He's just disappointed to end the season like that. But for Dino, he's trying to do what he could to finish third in the standings. As it was, he had done enough in this race with the gap behind him to Marco Garcia, but as it is, it's the end of the season now for Dino, and that's a shame for him after putting himself in a position to attack. But the good news for that is Adrian Rodriguez up there in the podium spots. He's got a pretty healthy margin to the riders behind them as well. It's Mario Mayer that's chasing him down in the 82, but there's a second and a half in hand. So are we about to see a rider jump onto the podium for the first time in the stock class?
Let's wait and see. 13 laps to go. It's going to be 12 laps to go when they cross the line. And I can tell you, Eric Fernandez. Adrian Fernandez, someone else. Eric Fernandez leading now by about 0.2 of a second as they cross the line. Munoz going with him, but there's a bit of gap being put into Munoz now. Fernandez riding very well.
Yeah, Fernandez doing a really good job there, and really is able to put himself in a position to attack. And the number 4, we've seen how strong he is this season. He's won twice. He's been on the podium every race he finished. It was only Estoril where he's had that blot in his copybook, as it is for Eric. It's been a really competitive season on Hector Faibel's team's machine, and he's been able to show what he can do, and he's still a young rider. He's not even turned 17 yet, so exactly what you need in terms of the profile of a stock rider to give himself that opportunity to hopefully, like for Munoz, step up to the Moto2 class.
And like we've seen in years gone by, this class was the class that the likes of Fermin Aldeguer also came through, and it is possible that this class is a stepping stone onto something bigger.
Aldeguer, Alex Escrig, there's been plenty of riders that come through the stock class and been able to get their confidence up from running at the front of the field. That's what we've seen from Munoz. He was a rider that we saw have pole positions in the Moto3 class here in Junior GP. We've seen him run at the front of the field, but never quite get the results that were expected of him. Now he's got that confidence in the stock class. It'll be really interesting to see how he progresses next year if he moves up to the Moto2 class, and then what happens with the void that's been left by Senna Agius moving up to the World Championship. Suddenly there's opportunities to give yourself a chance to be able to win races, to get podiums, challenge for a championship in the Moto2 European Series.
At the moment, on track, 11 laps to go, half a second covers your top 2. Munoz isn't done yet. We've seen so many times that Munoz has got great late race pace. Let's see what he's got in this one. I'm fairly sure he won't be letting Fernandez go, and like right on cue. Munoz, fastest lap of the race, 37.0. That's actually faster than his qualifying time. So times are good here on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, conditions so much better now than what we had earlier in the weekend. It is still windy, but at least the conditions have been pretty stable, and there's a lot of rubber down on the track after the last couple of days running. So for Munoz on the number 17 machine, he'll stalk down his prey. We'll see what he's able to do. Last time around, though, he was the fastest man on the track, but it was only by 0.08 of a second. And now we've got the battle on our hands for third position. Rodriguez on the number 44 machine, Mayer on the 82, and then Marco Garcia on the number 8 machine. Garcia confirmed as third in the Stock European Championship after that crash for Dino Iozzo, and he's trying to make sure he can close up on a podium to finish off the season.
Mario Mayer in 6th place overall in the championship. Best result of 4th. That came at Estoril. He's sitting there right now, the number 82. But the magnets are going to be coming out as he starts to close in on Adrian Rodriguez. Rodriguez, he's 7th in the championship. Those two actually only split by 3 points. So this is your final podium position battle, and it's also the battle for the last top 6 placing in the overall standing. So we're 10 laps from home. Let's see how it goes when we're on the final lap and see how close these two are. The gap in the front is still half a second. In fact, Fernandez was a little bit quicker last time around than Munoz by about 1/10 of a second, a 37.001, a new fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, just coming in towards the second half of this race, and both of these riders trading blows. There's only 100th of a second between their fastest laps, but look at Fernandez, big big slide through the left-hander at turn 3 to set up turn 4. He's pushing as hard as he can on that R6.
Yeah, the good thing is these bikes here, they are actually a little bit sideways because they're stock bikes. They're not prototypes. They do make some shapes, and that is a good spectacle to have in your stock European Championship. And when you've got two young talents like these two, Eric Fernandez, the number 4, and Danny Munoz, the number 17, it does make for exciting racing, particularly when they're like this nose to tail. They're coming through turn 8, 10 laps to go, 9.5 laps to go really, through turn 8. Watch Munoz through here, just absolutely sideways on. He looks so at one with the machine. It's something we've said at various points this year, Steve, but he just looks comfortable on it.
Yeah, he's just got the bike working underneath him, and that's what he needs to do. And for Munoz, he's a rider with so much more experience than so many of the riders in this field. He's been a regular runner in the Junior GP paddock over the last few years, whether it was in the Moto3 class or the European Talent Cup. He's been able to build all that experience from 2018 onwards. He's been here, so 6 years where he's been able to be a pole man, a podium man, and a contender across the ETC and the Moto3 class as well. So we know what he can do. That's where it becomes really important to be able to see what Eric Hernandez can do, because if you're able to put yourself in a position to battle with people like Munoz, it makes the rest of the paddock stand up and say, you know what, maybe there is a little bit of something about you.
And I was just about to say, Fernandez is ahead of him even at this stage of the race, depending on, and it doesn't really matter what happens at the end of this race. It shows that in this class, and for Fernandez, that if Munoz can do all this after a few years, that's it. Fernandez in his first year, straight on the pace.
Yeah, Fernandez has been so impressive all the way through the season, and from Valencia onwards, he's had 5 races in a row where he's either won or finished second. So it's been a really solid campaign for him, and that's why these two riders have been able to separate themselves from the rest of the field. And for Fernandez, he's the best part of 30 points clear of third in the standings, and considering that we only race once a weekend in the stock class, that shows just how impressive he's been with that non-score in Estoril.
All wide there by Adrian Rodriguez, and Mario Mayor. He's going to try and pick him up. Couldn't quite do it that time, but that carrot just gets bigger and bigger for the number 82. Mario Mayor trying to come through into third place if he can for a first podium in the last race of the season. This is the last chance they all get to put themselves in the shop window, to carry that confidence into the off-season, and don't write out 5th place just yet either. Marco Garcia is more or less confirmed, well, he is going to be confirmed now as 3rd place in the championship. He will want to end his season with a podium, Steve. He's had a few already this year, and he's had good opportunities to make it more. This is one of those opportunities to add to his talent.
Yeah, exactly, and it's also worth noting as well that for Archie McDonald on the number 69 machine, if he's able to pick off another spot, he'll move up into top 5 in the championship standings ahead of Dino as well. So it is an opportunity for these riders just to have something to play for. You can see there for Mario, though, on the 82, he's able to hold that tighter line, sets up the move down in towards the left-hander at turn 2. That comes from the 44 Fernandez running wide and creating an opportunity. The fastest lap of the race wasn't from Rodriguez, sorry, on the 44. It was from Eric Hernandez out in front on the number 4 machine, and he was able to pull back another 0.2 of a second in the race lead. It's now 0.7 of a second in front of Daniel Munoz.
And I tell you what, 36.4, that's about as fast as you're going to see. 36.4 with the conditions we've had and the lack of track time they've experienced. That ain't bad going there at all. 36.4 then, right on the pace is Eric Fernandez, and he's got 3/4 of a second lead too. So Fernandez looking good so far.
Yeah, you can see there the 69 of Archie McDonald up there trying to give himself a chance of being able to finish inside the top 4 in the championship standings. He comes into this round having been pretty impressive over the course of the season so far. An awful lot of top 6 finishes and decent points paying positions at every race as well. And he's one of the few riders that's done that, really. You're only looking at our championship leader Daniel Munoz, Marco Garcia and Archie that have really been consistently able to grind out good, strong points paying finishes at every race.
Fernandez leads Munoz by 0.4 of a second, so the gap is back now from the 0.7 it was to 0.46 now, whereas this battle is the one on track really. This is the one that everybody's watching. Side by side, down towards turn 1, the 44 is back ahead, Adrian Rodriguez into the final points paying, at the final podium paying position. Not for long. Mario Mayor back through. Archie McDonald having a look on. Garcia had to think about it, but these guys, this is a group of 5. My maths, Steve, I wasn't very good at school. Grade B for me, but 5 into 1 generally doesn't go very well.
It does as long as it's wide enough for them. There's the lone Kawasaki in the field, and now out of this race, that's Del Alma out of the race. So the only non-Yamaha R6 in this race, and his season ends now a little bit early.
Yeah, that's turn 12. Let's see what happens at the front.
Yeah, just on that change of direction, it's easily done through there. It is a section of the track that moves uphill, and then just gets caught out in that. And it's all about that battle for third position. You can see here the leading two. That's the number 4 of Eric Hernandez out in front from Daniel Munoz. But Meyer, Rodriguez, Garcia, Archie McDonald all fighting it out for the last step of the podium. And on our timing screens, they came up as changing positions a few times on this lap already. So we'll see what the order is now. It had been Meyer out in front on the 82 from the 44, and then the 8 and the 69. So we'll see if Archie McDonald's made some progress from P6. I think he looked like the rider that was trying to make a few shapes on the run down into the end of the back straight. They should just be at the top of the shot now. You can see that gaggle of riders making their way down that start-finish straight.
I know it wasn't clear from where we were, but that didn't look like a single one of them made an apex. They're neck and neck as they flashed by our commentary position. But this battle now, that's definitely less than 4/10 of a second. Munoz, the bit between his teeth, for certain now, is irritating him. He's going to go for broke here. He's right back with Eric Fernandez. And the best race, possibly, of the day for about the 3rd time this year. Stock European Championship. A lot of people criticising why it was its own class. That's because you do get head-to-heads. Perhaps not the best race of the day, but in terms of head-to-head combat, Munoz versus Fernandez, it's another chapter in this rivalry.
Yeah, I'm not going to put this as the best race of the day whenever you've had 2 Moto 3 races, went right down to the wire with big groups at the front of the field. But it's a good battle between these 2 riders at the front. Look at Fernandez there on that number 4 machine. Big slide. He's a pretty spectacular rider. We've seen it all the way through the season, but now we're really seeing what he can do here in a 1-to-1 head-to-head battle with Danny Munoz. And this is what you have to do when you're the rider coming through as well. We know Munoz coming into this season, the expectation was he was going to dominate the season. That's how it's transpired, but Fernandez has given everyone a reason to pay attention to himself as well.
Absolutely, and with Fernandez, oh my goodness me, the thing's on a hinge into turn 14, then Fernandez anchored it up and just laid it down on the apex. Fernandez beat Munoz in a head-to-head back in Aragon. He's slow. Is he slowing up on purpose?
He is.
Here?
You can see there he's created a little bit of an aero block for himself by just putting out his knees on the run down the start-finish straight. He's just trying to create a little bit more aero drag. He wants Munoz to go through. He wants to see what Munoz can do, and he doesn't want to show his cards. So you can see now he's just taking it a little bit easy. Last time around, he was a half a second slower than he had been. On this lap already, they've wound it down by at least half a second in that opening sector. We're seeing that the riders behind them, Archie McDonald up into P3 now in the 69 machine, half a second faster than them in sector 1. And that's whenever you also have it where they're 15 seconds back. So these guys are just turning around right now, just trying to make sure that neither of them really gets an advantage. But for the second rider there, Danny Munoz, he's just making sure he stays in that second position. If the race leader doesn't want to lead it, you might as well leave him there if you're Munoz, because you want to just leave it where he's not where he wants to be.
Yeah, and you can see now they are absolutely not quite walking pace, but not much faster than it.
It does show you though just how fast all of the riders are in the junior GP classes and national championships across Europe as well. The speed that the riders can do when they're just touring and taking it easy is still always something that's very impressive. And on this lap, we're seeing that these 2 riders have really wound it off. They're going to be probably, I'd imagine, in the 1:38 at the end of this lap. But it's still a fast lap for pretty much anyone else to go through. But look at them. They're literally just turning around right now, counting down the laps.
Playing with each other. We're going to have a little conversation down the straight. Munoz then takes over. Let's see what Munoz has got. Is he going to carry on leading, or is he going to let Fernandez back through? I mean, or he could just leave him. Well, I mean, we don't know how this one's going to play out. A bit of a race of strategy.
Yeah, it is at this stage. Sector 1, well, last time around was a 23-2 from the 2 race leaders. Let's see what Munoz out in front. If suddenly we drop quite a bit, well, we're a second faster straight off the bat. So Munoz is trying to push on a little bit more than what we saw from Fernandez. But Fernandez didn't want to lead. Now we'll see if he's got the speed to be able to go with Munoz. Munoz there, just taking it easy now in the run down in towards turn 6. They are cruising at this stage, waiting it out. But the one thing to remember is if a red flag comes out, it's about who leads across the line to start the lap. So they'll know that that final sector is the one that you need to attack in. But for the rest of it, they might well just be a little bit more circumspect.
Not just that as well. What about, well, talk us through what's going on here first.
Yeah, well, obviously it's just for Fernandez just to get rid of a tear off there.
Obviously.
That's all that he's looking to do at that stage. But they are just in a position where they're just trying to take it a little bit easier and let the other rider lead. Fernandez with a big, long look over his shoulder. He's not going to be at 100% throttle grip all the way down towards turn 1, you can guarantee that. But he just allows the 17 to come through. Munoz takes that opportunity. Last time around, they were doing 1 minute 40.5 from Fernandez. Let's see what it is for Munoz now as he crosses the line in just a couple of seconds. They're just coming into the last corner and Munoz will come across the line. Let's see if they're down in towards the 1 minute 38s again now with Munoz out in front, 38.4. And so Munoz has tried to drop that pace. The guys behind them though, Archie McDonald doing a really good job. Personal best last time around, 37.6. That's about a second slower than the fastest lap of the race from the race leaders as well. So decent pace from Archie McDonald to be able to give himself that chance of a podium.
I think Munoz may have pulled the pin here. It definitely looks like the pace has got back up to its normal speed. Munoz leading now. Maybe the strategy of Eric Fernandez has slightly backfired. Oh dear me.
That's down to turn 1, it looks like, for
Carter
Carter Brown. But yeah, the strategy from Fernandez is that he probably didn't have the pace with Daniel Munoz, so he had to try and just be a little bit of a disruptor and see if you're able to get away with something to be able to pick up that win. It was actually turn 2, it looks like. Oh, was it turn 1, turn 2 there for Carter. Shame to end the season like that in the stock class, but he'll live to fight another day. And at the front of the field though, Daniel Munoz has just absolutely cleared off on this lap. He's found half a second in sector 1, half a second in sector 2, and probably something similar in sector 3. That's why he's got the number 1 on his crash helmet, and that's why he's been so successful through the course of this season. But don't take anything away from Eric Fernandez as well. It's been a really good campaign for him as he's made that adjustment to a stock bike and shown people he's got a lot of talent underneath him. He'll either stay in the stock class next year and start as the clear favourite, or else he might well join Daniel Munoz on a Moto2 bike next year.
I mean, Danny Munoz here is saying, if you want to play silly games, I'll give you an answer. And he's giving him an answer across the line, one up an ultimate lap now. Munoz, he's already the champion. That is all signed, sealed and delivered. And he's got a 2-second lead over Eric Fernandez now. There is no way that this race is going to be changing order for first or second. Perhaps for third, there's a bit more of a race on. Archie McDonald looking for that first podium in 2023.
What's interesting with it is though, Marco Garcia on the number 8 machine, the 16-year-old, has just pulled back 0.3 of a second on Archie as well. So Marco Garcia on the number 8, he could well finish the season third in the standings and third in this race.
Marion Mayor has dropped a place to Garcia, as you rightly say, Steve. Adrian Rodriguez will be the next rider to come through on him. But we put our attention back to Eric Fernandez. Whatever the strategy was, it has not worked. He obviously doesn't have the pace because Munoz is right there, well ahead now, 2 seconds, more than 2 seconds clear. So Munoz stroking it home these last lap and a half.
Yeah, he's not stroking it home. He's just at the fastest first sector of the race. So he's on course for not only a personal best, but potentially fastest lap of this race. And it really is a fast pace once again. Just showing the class he's had all the way through this season. He was 0.6 of a second faster in sector 1. He's half a second faster in sector 2. Half a second faster in sector 3. He's just managed this one all the way through. I can't wait to see what Munoz does in a Moto2 bike next year with that confidence. He had so much speed in the Moto3 class, but he didn't have that confidence, the ability to stay at the front of the field, whereas now he's got that. I am excited to see what he does next year.
The old phrase is the most important 6 inches of a rider are between the ears, and confidence is a massive part of that.
Here we go with the number 8 of Marco Garcia trying to take that third spot. Not close enough to make it into turn 1, but he's had that speed over the last few laps. Last time around though, Archie McDonald dug deep, set a personal best of the race. He wants this podium.
He's going to try the MRE talent rider In third at the moment, Archie McDonald, not had a podium all season, and if he can just hold on, he will leapfrog Dino Iozzo in the title race as well. In fact, if he finishes fourth, he'll do that anyway. He's only 10 points adrift. However, McDonald will want to sign off 2023 with a podium. So will Marco Garcia. Garcia's podium charges have come at Estoril. He had another one in Portimao. Both were in Portugal, obviously, but he hasn't been able to clinch one in the rest of the seasons. This would be a third podium if Garcia can find a way through an Archie McDonald. But a Class C ride from Danny Munoz. Lap traffic behind him. He is rolling it home now.
Yeah, it just shows just how strong he is. And last time round, it was a 36.5 personal best of the race for him. Only missed out in the fastest lap by a few thousandths of a second. On this lap, though, he's still pushing on to finish in style. Our champion this year, and such an impressive season.
Yeah, the gold helmet with the number one for a reason. Danny Munoz with another victory to sign off in style. 2023 in the history books. Danny Munoz takes honours in the Stock European Championship once more. Eric Fernandez, in the end, 8.3 seconds back. And who's he going to be? For third, Archie McDonald does hold on just by 300ths of a second ahead of Marco Garcia. Adrian Rodriguez did get Mario Mayor for 5th place, Mayor in 6th. A fine effort from him. Jose Luis Armario 7th, Iker Garcia ahead of Alex Millan. And we are expecting Mexican rider Guillermo. No, he didn't. He got pipped on the line. 10th place to Kilian Nestola. The Mexican rider Guillermo Marcel Moreno in 11th place. Britain's Danny Brooks should be home for 12th place, but a nice moment there on track with Danny Munoz. Big burnout and big celebrations. Munoz, your race winner once again in 2023. Well, that race had everything. And for Archie McDonald, it's a perfect way to sign off the season. A 3rd place for him on the MRE Talent Yamaha. McDonald has shown plenty of signs of good pace, of good strategy throughout the year. Just the riders ahead of him just getting a little bit more of an advantage in that early year. They hit the ground running. This rider for sure, Danny Munoz on the SB57 team Yamaha. Whatever he does next, that is going to be one exciting prospect. Danny Munoz with the gold helmet. He was pointing to the number one. We'll be using that, I'm sure, in the off-season content. He has been spectacular. Oh, use a bit of rear brake as well. Why don't you slide into the long lap penalty loop? Number 82 of Mario Mayor. In the end, finishing 6th in that race. A fine effort from him. And we have we've been treated to a great race, a good season, a good first season of the Stock European Championship. Plenty to shout about, plenty of action right the way through. With Danny Munoz, as Steve correctly said, has had plenty of experience in the Junior GP category, and this just gives him a base to build that confidence, to build that feeling with the bikes back again after perhaps not achieving what many thought he would do. However, he has absolutely shone in this season. Back in Parc Ferme. Oh dear. Hang on a moment. We've had an update. Archie McDonald has not grabbed the podium. Oh dear. Was it track limits on the final lap? It was. Oh, we've just had a notification on the timing screens. Archie McDonald gets a 3-second penalty in the final classification for track limits. So whether that doesn't sound to me like it was the last lap, unless it was on the last lap and it was the 5 strikes that you get throughout the race. You normally just drop a place. Oh, Archie McDonald, the Australian. Again, track limits playing a part. Archie McDonald will not get the podium. Marco Garcia takes the podium. So Garcia takes a third rostrum of the 2023 Stock European Championship season. So Garcia will join Fernandez and Munoz. This is this is Fernandez. Second place for him, a solid effort and a strong season. 16-year-old, he's shown plenty of potential. He's had 2 wins along the way, 4 other podiums, 6 rostrums in total, only 1 DNF. That was back in race 1 at Estoril, but he picked himself up, dusted himself down and gave us some good racing and even a good bit of amusement there in that last race. This is Marco Garcia. Well, for sure you cannot believe, well, he might not be able to believe what has happened. We might be able to take a look at this in a moment. There's Shabby Zuratouza there, the MTA team rider. Family celebrations there, down there in Park Fermé. Marco Garcia has been a class act all year and 3rd place in the championship, probably thoroughly deserving then of 3rd place in the final race of the 2023 season. All of the fan club there obviously enjoying this podium, even though he crossed the line in 4th. So Archie McDonald will go back to his box. Going to be a fly on the wall in that, because it looked like he was celebrating it. Obviously not anymore. Danny Munoz, yeah, we get it. Munoz, the champion. He was crowned champion last time out. This was the start of the race. Yeah, a little bit of tactics. Yes, we saw Fernandez not obviously just taking off a tear off. Across the line, Fernandez allowed Munoz through. Munoz glancing over as if to say, "What are you doing?" And then that question was answered. That was about 4 laps to go, and then Munoz pulled the pin and finished 8.4 seconds ahead. That was a dominant final 4 laps of the Stock European Championship season. A fine effort from Munoz, who definitely now has the confidence and probably the feeling that he can do whatever he wants. He's with Steve English down there. Danny Munoz, your winner once more.
Danny, what a way to finish the season and look ahead to next year and a move to the Moto2 class.
Yeah, it's incredible. Finish the championship like that with a victory, and it's incredible. I'm very happy for the race because in the middle of the race Eric passed me and he pushed a lot, and I conserved my tire a little for the last laps. When 4 laps to go to finish the race, I passed Eric and I push, and I can win. Thank you for the team, for the sponsor, for Jorge Arroyo, for all the family.
And some words in Spanish?
Es increíble terminar el año así, con una victoria en mi última carrera con la 600 en stock. Y en mitad de la carrera Eric me ha adelantado y ha empujado muy fuerte. Y yo pues iba detrás un poco conservando el neumático. Para la última vuelta intentar apretar. Y así ha sido. Cuando quedaban 4 vueltas he apretado, le he adelantado, he apretado y he podido ganar la carrera. Gracias al equipo, a los sponsors, a la familia y a Jorge Arroyo.
Great job this year, Danny.
Thank you. No he dicho nada de moto.
Well, whatever he didn't say, we've got no time to hear it now. The highlights of the final Stock European Championship race of the season. This race had everything, including, in the commentary box, a TV failure. So we didn't actually see the opening laps, but we know that Danny Munoz was leading because thankfully here in Valencia you can see all of the circuit. Munoz versus Fernandez. This is when we picked them up. Fernandez diving to the inside and taking the lead. That move would be replicated 2 or 3 times across the next few laps. Munoz often fighting back in towards turn 2. Munoz allowed Fernandez into the lead. Fernandez did take advantage of that. The gap would go up to about 0.7 of a second, whilst Dino Iozzo's season crashed to a close from a podium placing. The battle was between Adrian Rodriguez and Mario Mayor for the final podium place. whilst Marco Garcia closed in. Archie McDonald also right there behind as well. Javier Del Olmo, the only Kawasaki rider in the field, crashed out at turn 12, but thankfully he was okay. While strategy would soon be key. Eric Fernandez clearly not wanting to lead the race as he looked behind him. Danny Munoz likewise playing games with him. Munoz eventually taking control at turn 1, and that would seem to be the moment where Fernandez's strategy backfired. This was at turn 2 for Carter Brown as his season ended in the gravel trap. But look at Danny Munoz, he was absolutely sensational. And that was on the last lap, passing lap traffic. Munoz across the line for another victory in 2023, a 5th of the Stock European Championship season. 2 wins for Fernandez, 6 podiums for him. They are the top 2 in the title. He was already crowned champion before the round. Munoz, number 1 in 23. And Steve English is back alongside me now. The last interview's done and dusted, and Danny Munoz with an 8.3 second lead, cruise control at the end.
Yeah, how can you not be excited to see what he can do on a Moto 2 bike next year? We said during the race that it is going to be a state of transition for Moto 2 next year, with Senna ages having moved on. There's an opportunity to be able to come through and give yourself a chance to win races. He's got the confidence now from his season here in the stock class, and you could hear from him down in Park Ferme, like we've seen all the way through the season. Just a very relaxed rider, takes it within his stride. He doesn't get too high, he doesn't get too low, and that's why he's been able to be so successful this year.
Third place went the way of Marco Garcia in the end. Heartbreak for Archie McDonald, with track limits robbing him of a podium, a first podium in the class. Second for Eric Fernandez, despite his valiant efforts, and Danny Munoz for the 5th time this season on the top step of the Stock European Championship podium. We will see now the team's trophy handed out. And what a year it's been for the SP57 Racing outfit. 5 wins, courtesy of Danny Munoz. Steve, a season to remember, the first year of Stock European Championship.
Yeah, a season to remember for Danny and that team, and then a season to look forward to for next year. The calendar was announced earlier this weekend. We've got, what, 125 days, I think it is, until we
You're
go
not
back
counting then.
Actually, I'm counting down to that one. It's Misano for the opening race of the year. And I think everyone is very excited to have Misano added to the calendar as a standalone entry as well. That's going to be exciting, and then we'll be back here to finish off the campaign on the 10th of November, so pretty much just 12 months almost to the day as well. So that's going to be a good way to finish off the campaign. Nice to see Tony Elias out there giving the trophies as well.
Yeah, Tony Elias has been hanging around the paddock, but let's hear the Spanish national anthem for the last time.
Ahí están esos aplausos en honor de Marco, de Eric y de Daniel.
Well, the last podium in terms of race results this season, Danny Munoz on the top step. Second for Eric Fernandez, and third, as we said, for Marco Garcia. And that is your championship order as well. This may as well be the championship trophy.
Yeah, top 3 in the standings, the same as the top 3 in this race after what happened at the end of the race to Archie McDonald. But these 3 riders, 17 years of age for Danny Munoz, 16 for the other 2. So that's why there's no Prosecco on the podium. But they've been able to show that the stock class gives you that opportunity to go out there and really establish yourself as well. That's what stock racing has always been in the past. That's why it's good to be able to see the class return here in the European Championship as well.
It has been a welcome addition to the paddock. It's an extra race for us as well. More track action, more drama, and a story in its own right. Headlines all the way through the season, mainly written by Danny Munoz. We're going to check out the championship. Sorry, the race results very, very soon. Here they are. So, the top 3 locked in. Munoz, Fernandez, Garcia. That's replicated in the championship standings. We'll get there in a moment. Look at all the Spanish riders. 8 in the top 9. Archie McDonald crossed the line 3rd, but in the end, a 3-second penalty puts him 7th. Marco Garcia, Adrian Rodriguez, Mario Mayor, and Jose Luis Mario benefiting from the Australians' penalty. Iker Garcia in 8th, Alex Millan in 9th, Kilian Nestola, the Italian, in 10th, just pipping Mexico's Guillermo Marcel Moreno. Dan Brooks for Great Britain there in 12th as names right the way down the order. Brittany Belladonna Vaccarino a lap down in 15th place. Carter Brown didn't finish, he crashed at turn 2. Javier Del Olmo, the only Kawasaki rider, he crashed out at turn 12. The championship standings, as I said, Munoz, Fernandez, Garcia, your top 3. Dino Iozzo, 4th, his charge to 3rd. In the end, not quite enough. Archie McDonald could have had 4th overall, but ends up 5th. Steve, some final thoughts of you as we close the Junior GP season for 23.
Yeah, it's been a really good year. We've seen plenty of riders in the Moto3 class in Junior GP get their opportunity to step up to the World Championship next year. Senna Agius, our Moto2 European champion, he's doing the same, stepping up to the World Championship. Daniel Munoz, our champion here in the stock class, he's going to move up to a Moto2 bike next year. European Talent Cup has Max Quiles ready to move up to the Moto3 class as well in Junior GP. So again, progression is the key thing. Obviously, Max would have expected that long ago. He's had that talent, he's had the speed. Just the age limits have meant that he hasn't. But he's the rider to watch next year. Could well be a Rookies Cup champion, could well be a Junior GP champion. So keep an eye out for Max Quiles, with what's likely to be a switch to the Monleau competition team as well. So we know the job they can do. They did it with Angel Piqueras this year. They'll be out to do it again next year as well when we kick off the campaign in Misano.
Misano, a new track for us to go to for 2024. But 2023 has come to a close. My thanks to Liam Hodgins, Chris Jordan, Jack Gorst, Tristan Finocchiaro, Steve English alongside me today, and from myself, Kiko Giles, on behalf of everybody in the Junior GP paddock, from the offices to the track to the marshals, to everybody involved in putting this show together, thank you so much for joining us on this journey in 2023. We'll be back to do it bigger and better in 2024. But until then, goodbye for now.